In the beginning, God spoke, and the heavens and the earth were formed. A world full of beauty, promise, and divine purpose was set in motion. But what followed was a journey, one of faith, struggle, redemption, and miracles. Tonight, we invite you to step into this journey of 5 incredible Bible stories from the books of Genesis and Exodus, which mark some of the very earliest events. We'll journey from the dawn of creation to the miraculous deliverance of God's people. Let these timeless stories calm your mind, strengthen your spirit, and guide you into peaceful rest. Before we begin, I'd love to know where in the world you are listening in from, so please drop me a comment below to let me know. Also, if you feel able, please do press subscribe so you don't miss more journeys through the Bible, told in a way that brings Scripture to life. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin our journey through Genesis and Exodus, starting right at the very beginning with the story of creation. Chapter 1. The Void Before Creation. Picture a vast emptiness, stretching endlessly in all directions. Before the dawn of creation, there was nothing but a formless void. Darkness covered everything, or rather, there was no everything to cover. It's hard for our minds to grasp the concept of absolute nothingness, a state where even time itself did not exist. In this moment of pre-creation, there was only potential. The canvas of the universe lay blank, waiting for the master artist to begin his work. Try to imagine this emptiness, this complete absence of all that we know. No light, no sound, no matter, just an infinite expanse of possibility. Yet within this void, there was anticipation. Not from any created being, for none existed yet, but from the very fabric of reality itself. It was as if all of existence was holding its breath, waiting for the first brushstroke of creation to paint across its empty surface. In theological terms, this concept is known as creation ex nihilo, creation out of nothing. It's a profound idea that sets the biblical account apart from many other creation stories. God didn't shape the universe from pre-existing materials. Instead, he spoke it into being from absolute nothingness. As you contemplate this vast emptiness, feel the weight of the moment. The universe stands on the brink of existence, poised for the greatest miracle of all time. All the beauty, complexity, and wonder that we know is about to spring forth from this void. Can you sense the building anticipation? The potential energy is almost palpable. In your mind's eye, see the darkness stretching out infinitely. Feel the utter stillness, the complete silence. This is the calm before the storm of creation, the quiet before the symphony of life begins. Now, imagine the presence of God moving over this formless void. Though invisible and intangible, his presence brings a charge to the emptiness. It's as if the very atoms of nothingness begin to vibrate with excitement, knowing that something incredible is about to happen. The stage is set. The void trembles with expectation. In this moment, all of creation holds its breath, waiting for God to speak the first words that will bring light and life into being. The first day of creation is about to dawn, and with it, the birth of the universe as we know it. As we transition from this moment of infinite potential to the first act of creation, let yourself be filled with wonder. The same God who spoke light into this primordial darkness is the one who brings light into our lives today. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you this sense of anticipation, knowing that each new day brings the possibility of new creation in your own life. Now, prepare yourself for the moment when God's voice will break through the silence, and light will burst forth into the darkness for the very first time. Chapter 2. Let there be light. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to witness the birth of light itself? Close your eyes and picture a universe shrouded in complete darkness, waiting for the moment when everything changes. In this vast expanse of nothingness, a profound silence reigns. The absence of sound is so complete that it seems to have a weight of its own, pressing in from all sides. This is the moment just before creation takes its next breathtaking step, the instant before God's voice pierces the darkness. As you float in this inky void, you can almost feel the anticipation building. It's as if the very fabric of space itself is holding its breath, waiting for the words that will transform everything. The air around you seems to quiver with potential energy, like a bowstring drawn taut and ready to release. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a voice of indescribable power and gentleness. "Let there be light," God speaks, and in that instant, the universe is forever changed. Imagine a flash so brilliant that it defies comprehension, expanding outward in all directions at once. This isn't just illumination. It's the very essence of light itself being born. As the initial burst fades, you find yourself surrounded by a warm, golden glow. It's as if the entire cosmos is bathed in a soft, welcoming radiance. This light reveals the vastness of space for the first time, unveiling distant nebulae and the swirling forms of galaxies yet to fully take shape. The darkness hasn't been banished entirely, but now it dances with the light, creating a beautiful interplay of shadow and illumination. This moment of creation resonates deeply on both scientific and spiritual levels. In the realm of physics, we understand light as electromagnetic radiation, a fundamental force that allows us to perceive the world around us. It travels at the fastest speed possible in our universe, setting a cosmic speed limit that governs the very nature of time and space. Spiritually, light often symbolizes knowledge, truth, and divine presence. In many traditions, it represents the beginning of understanding and the dispelling of ignorance. The creation of light can be seen as God's first step in bringing order to chaos, illuminating the path for all that is to come. As you continue to observe, you notice the light and darkness beginning to separate. It's a gradual process, like the slow turning of a cosmic tide. The light seems to gather and concentrate, forming areas of greater brightness, while the darkness recedes into the spaces between. This separation creates a rhythm, a cycle that will form the basis of day and night. In this dance of light and shadow, you can almost sense the passage of time beginning. Where before there was only timeless void, now there is a measurable beat to the universe. The alternation of light and dark lays the foundation for all the cycles of life that will follow: the rising and setting of the sun, the changing of seasons, the ebb and flow of tides. As the separation nears completion, a sense of rightness settles over creation. The balance between light and darkness feels perfect, each playing its essential role in the cosmic symphony. You can almost feel God's gaze sweeping over this new state of being, seeing that the light is good. With this divine approval, the first day of creation draws to a close. The universe has been fundamentally transformed, filled with the radiance of newly born light. As you reflect on the wonder of what you've witnessed, you can't help but feel a sense of anticipation for what the next day will bring. As the glow of the first day gently fades, your mind turns to the vast expanse that now stretches above and below. The newly created light reveals an endless sea of water, covering everything in sight. But change is coming, and you can almost feel it in the air around you. The second day of creation is about to begin, bringing with it new wonders and the shaping of the world as we know it. Chapter 3. The firmament forms. What if I told you that the air you breathe and the clouds you see are part of an ancient, divine design? As we explore the second day of creation, we'll uncover the moment when God's voice echoed through the endless waters, bringing forth a cosmic division that would shape our world in ways beyond imagination. Picture a vast, unbroken expanse of water stretching as far as the eye can see. This was the canvas upon which God would paint the next masterpiece of creation. As you listen, allow yourself to feel the anticipation building, knowing that something extraordinary is about to unfold. God's plan for this day was both simple and profound: to separate the waters above from the waters below. Imagine the moment just before this divine act, when the universe held its breath in anticipation. Can you sense the electricity in the air, the potential for change hanging like a mist over the endless ocean? Then, with power and grace, God spoke. His words resonated through the cosmos, setting in motion a transformation beyond human comprehension. As you picture this scene, feel the vibration of his voice in your very being, gently lulling you into a state of peaceful wonder. The firmament, also known as the expanse or the sky, began to take shape. Visualize a thin, shimmering barrier slowly forming between the waters. This ethereal divide grew stronger and more defined with each passing moment. The waters above and below began to separate, creating a space in between that would become our atmosphere. In ancient times, people understood the firmament as a solid dome holding up the waters above. Today, we recognize it as the layers of gases that surround our planet, protecting and nurturing life. As you contemplate this, consider how this ancient concept aligns with our modern understanding of Earth's atmospheric layers. Feel yourself floating gently upward through these layers. First, the troposphere, where weather patterns form and change. Then the stratosphere, home to the ozone layer that shields us from harmful radiation. Higher still, the mesosphere, where meteors burn up in spectacular light shows. Finally, reach the thermosphere and exosphere, where our atmosphere gradually gives way to the vastness of space. Each of these layers plays a crucial role in sustaining life on Earth. The atmosphere regulates our planet's temperature, protects us from cosmic radiation, and distributes the water vapor that becomes clouds and rain. As you ponder the intricate design of this system, allow a sense of awe and gratitude to wash over you. Now, picture the first clouds forming in this newly created expanse. Wisps of white begin to appear, growing and shaping themselves into fluffy cumulus clouds. Imagine how they might have looked in those first moments, pristine, perfect, and full of potential. These clouds would go on to play a vital role in Earth's water cycle, carrying moisture across the globe. As the second day of creation drew to a close, the firmament stood complete. The waters above were separated from the waters below, creating the beautiful blue sky we know today. God looked upon his work and saw that it was good, a testament to the perfection of his design. As we transition to the third day of creation, carry with you the image of this newly formed sky. Let it remind you of the careful thought and immense power behind every aspect of our world. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself floating peacefully in this divinely crafted atmosphere, cradled in the loving hands of the Creator. Chapter 4: Land and Seas Emerge. Have you ever wondered how the Earth's majestic landscapes came to be? As we continue our journey through creation, prepare to witness a transformation unlike any other, the birth of continents and oceans. Picture the vast expanse of water beneath the newly formed sky, stretching endlessly in every direction. The surface begins to stir, responding to a divine command that will reshape our world forever. God speaks, and his words resonate through the depths. Let the waters under the sky be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. As you listen, imagine the incredible sight unfolding before you. The waters churn and swirl, obeying their creator's voice. Slowly, steadily, the sea level begins to change. In some areas, the water recedes, revealing glimpses of what lies beneath. In others, it gathers and deepens, forming the beginnings of mighty oceans. Feel the anticipation building as the first hints of land emerge from the retreating waters. At first, it's just a small patch of earth, barely visible above the waves. But as God's command continues to take effect, more and more land appears. The Earth's crust, once hidden beneath the universal sea, now pushes upward with tremendous force. Witness the awe-inspiring process of mountain formation. Great plates of rock collide and buckle under immense pressure, forcing the land to rise higher and higher. Majestic peaks thrust skyward, their jagged silhouettes breaking the horizon for the first time. As they climb ever upward, deep valleys form in their wake, creating a diverse and dramatic landscape. Listen to the rumble of the earth as volcanic activity shapes the emerging land. Molten rock surges from deep within the planet, cooling and hardening to form new landmasses. Islands rise from the sea, steam hissing as hot lava meets cool water. The air fills with the scent of mineral-rich earth, a newborn smell never before experienced in creation. As the land continues to take shape, notice how rivers begin to form, carving their paths through the fresh terrain. These waterways flow downward, guided by gravity, creating intricate networks that will one day sustain countless forms of life. Their gentle murmur adds a soothing melody to the grand symphony of creation unfolding around you. Observe how the receding waters gather into vast basins, forming the world's oceans. These immense bodies of water reflect the sky above, their surfaces shimmering with possibility. The boundary between land and sea becomes clearer, each finding its designated place in the newly ordered world. As the dramatic reshaping of the Earth's surface begins to settle, take a moment to marvel at the diverse landscapes that have emerged. Rolling hills give way to expansive plains. Rugged cliffs stand sentinel over sandy beaches. Each feature of the land tells a story of the powerful forces that brought it into being. God looks upon his handiwork, and with loving purpose, he names his creations. The dry land, he declares, shall be called earth, and the gathered waters shall be called seas. With these words, he affirms the goodness of what he has made, setting the stage for the next wonderful act of creation. As we prepare to witness the earth burst into life with vegetation, let the image of this newly formed world fill your mind. Rest in the knowledge that the same God who shaped continents and oceans with a word cares deeply for you. Allow the peace of his creative power to wash over you, like gentle waves lapping at the shore of your consciousness. Chapter 5: The First Green. Have you ever wondered what the earth looked like before the first blade of grass pushed through the soil? Picture a world on the brink of transformation, where the barren ground holds the potential for an explosion of life. As we continue our journey through creation, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment, the birth of the green world. The once empty landscape stands ready, a canvas awaiting the master's touch. God's voice resonates through the air, commanding the land to produce vegetation. In this moment of anticipation, imagine the earth trembling with expectation, ready to burst forth with vibrant life. As you listen, envision the very first sprouts of grass breaking through the soil. Tender green shoots emerge, timidly at first, then with growing confidence. The ground that was once barren is now alive with a soft, verdant carpet. Feel the gentle tickle of grass blades beneath your feet as you walk across this newly born meadow. Now, picture herbs and flowers joining the grassy expanse. Delicate petals unfurl, revealing a rainbow of colors. Lavender, chamomile, and mint release their soothing fragrances into the air. Breathe deeply and let these calming scents wash over you, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility. As the day progresses, watch in awe as saplings push upward, reaching for the sky. They grow taller and stronger with each passing moment, their branches spreading wide. Mighty oaks, graceful willows, and fragrant cedars take their place in this new world. Listen to the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, a whisper of life that fills the once silent air. Marvel at the incredible diversity of plant life unfolding before your eyes. From the tiniest moss clinging to rocks to the tallest redwoods stretching toward the heavens, each plant has its unique purpose and beauty. Fruit trees blossom and bear their sweet offerings, while strong vines climb and twist, creating natural archways and secret gardens. As you observe this explosion of green life, consider the vital role plants play in God's creation. They provide food and shelter for the creatures yet to come. Their roots hold the soil in place, preventing erosion and nourishing the earth. Leaves absorb sunlight and release oxygen, preparing the atmosphere for the breath of life. The transformation continues as ferns unfurl their delicate fronds in shady glens, and water lilies spread their broad leaves across still ponds. In arid regions, hardy cacti and succulents store precious water, their unique shapes a testament to God's creative ingenuity. With each passing moment, the world grows more lush and vibrant. Forests dense with foliage spring up, creating habitats for countless future species. Meadows burst with wildflowers, their colors a vivid patchwork across the landscape. Vines and creepers weave intricate patterns, connecting earth to sky in a living tapestry. As the third day of creation nears its completion, take a moment to marvel at the breathtaking beauty surrounding you. The once barren earth is now clothed in a mantle of green, teeming with plant life in all its forms. From the humblest blade of grass to the mightiest of trees, each creation reflects the wisdom and artistry of its creator. Breathe deeply, letting the fresh, oxygen-rich air fill your lungs. Feel the soft moss beneath your feet and the gentle brush of leaves against your skin. Listen to the symphony of rustling foliage and smell the sweet fragrance of flowers on the breeze. This living, breathing world is a testament to God's love and provision for all that is yet to come. As we prepare to transition to the fourth day of creation, Allow yourself to rest in this garden of wonders. Let the peace and beauty of this newly green world wash over you, soothing your mind and spirit. Tomorrow, we'll witness another miraculous transformation as God turns his attention to the vast expanse of the heavens above. Chapter 6: Lights in the Sky. Have you ever considered how different our world would be without the rhythmic dance of day and night? As we continue our journey through creation, prepare to witness the birth of cosmic timekeepers that would shape life on Earth for millennia to come. Imagine the sky above, a vast canvas awaiting the touch of divine artistry. The Earth, cloaked in its new emerald robe of vegetation, now turns its face expectantly toward the heavens. In this moment, God's creative energy focuses on the expanse above, ready to bring forth celestial wonders that will illuminate the world below. As you listen, picture the anticipation building in the cosmic silence. The universe holds its breath, waiting for God's command. Then, with words that echo through eternity, God speaks. Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years. In response to this divine decree, witness the sun blazing to life. Its brilliant light floods the sky, bathing the earth in warm, golden rays. Feel the first dawn breaking over the newly formed lands and seas, as shadows retreat and colors bloom in vivid detail. The sun's steady presence begins to mark the passage of time, establishing the rhythm of days that will guide all life. As the first day passes into night, behold the gentle glow of the moon emerging. Its soft, silvery light offers a different kind of beauty, painting the world in shades of blue and gray. The moon's phases begin their endless cycle, a celestial clock that will govern tides and seasons for ages to come. But God's creative work in the heavens is not yet complete. Allow your gaze to drift beyond the sun and moon, where countless stars begin to twinkle into existence. These distant lights spread across the night sky, forming patterns and constellations that will inspire wonder and guide travelers for generations. As you contemplate this cosmic display, consider the intricate roles these celestial bodies play in sustaining life on Earth. The sun's energy nurtures plants, driving the cycles of photosynthesis that form the foundation of our world's ecosystems. The moon's gravitational pull influences the tides, shaping coastlines and marine habitats. Together, these celestial dance partners create the seasons, influencing weather patterns and the rhythms of life for countless creatures. Imagine the majestic planets taking their places in our solar system, each one a unique jewel in God's cosmic crown. From the fiery red of Mars to the ringed beauty of Saturn, these celestial siblings of Earth add depth and complexity to the heavens above. As this fourth day of creation draws to a close, picture the completed masterpiece of the night sky. Stars shimmer against the velvet darkness, planets trace their slow paths overhead, and the moon waxes and wanes in its appointed cycles. The sun stands ready to rise again, heralding each new day with its life-giving warmth and light. God looks upon this celestial symphony and sees that it is good. The heavens now tell of his glory, bearing witness to his creative power and wisdom. With the establishment of these cosmic timekeepers, the stage is set for the next great act of creation. As you drift towards sleep, let your mind linger on the beauty and order of the heavens above. Allow the steady rhythm of day and night, guided by sun and moon, to lull you into peaceful rest. Tomorrow, we will witness the waters and skies come alive with the first moving creatures. But for now, rest easy under the canopy of stars, a testament to God's infinite care and creativity. Chapter 7: Life in the Waters. The vast waters of Earth held their breath, awaiting a miracle. With a single word, God was about to transform the quiet seas into a bustling underwater metropolis. Can you hear the first ripples of creation stirring? As you close your eyes, picture the endless expanse of water covering the earth. The surface is smooth as glass, reflecting the newly created sky above. But beneath the surface, a world of possibility waits to be born. God's voice resonates through the depths, commanding the waters to teem with living creatures. For a moment, all is still. The anticipation builds as the waters begin to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Then, In a burst of divine energy, life explodes into being. Imagine the wonder of seeing the first fish dart through the water, its scales glinting in the light. Schools of colorful creatures emerge, painting the seas with vibrant hues. From the tiniest plankton to the mightiest whales, the oceans come alive with an astounding variety of life. Picture graceful dolphins leaping through the waves, their playful spirits a reflection of God's joy in creation. Beneath the surface, coral reefs begin to form, providing homes for countless species of fish and other sea creatures. In the deepest parts of the ocean, bioluminescent creatures light up the darkness, their gentle glow a reminder of the light God created on the first day. Majestic whales glide through the water, their haunting songs echoing through the vast underwater canyons. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let your mind wander through this underwater paradise. Feel the gentle current of the water as it flows around you, carrying with it the essence of new life. Listen to the symphony of sounds beneath the waves, the clicks of dolphins, the whoosh of a whale's breath, the soft bubbling of underwater vents. The diversity of marine life is truly awe-inspiring. From the armored shells of crustaceans to the flowing tentacles of jellyfish, each creature is a unique expression of God's creativity. Octopi change colors in a mesmerizing display, while sea turtles gracefully navigate the currents, their ancient wisdom evident in their slow, steady movements. In the shallows, vibrant tropical fish dart in and out of coral formations, their bright colors a stark contrast to the blue of the surrounding water. Starfish and sea urchins cling to rocky outcrops, while beds of kelp sway gently in the underwater breeze, providing shelter for countless small creatures. As life continues to flourish in the seas, you can sense the anticipation building for what's to come next. The surface of the water ripples with excitement, as if nature itself is eager to see what God will create next. The air above the waves seems to quiver with potential, ready for a new kind of creature to take flight. God looks upon the teeming waters and sees that it is good. The seas, once empty and still, now pulse with life in all its forms. From the microscopic organisms that form the base of the food chain to the enormous creatures that roam the open oceans, each has its place in the intricate web of marine life. As we prepare to witness the next act of creation, take a moment to marvel at the abundance and beauty of life in the waters. The seas, now filled with countless creatures, stand as a testament to God's boundless creativity and love for diversity. With the oceans teeming with life, the stage is set for a new wonder to unfold. As you drift peacefully in this underwater world, feel your curiosity growing. What magnificent beings will God bring forth to soar through the skies above? Chapter 8: Wings on the Wind. Have you ever wondered what it felt like to witness the first bird take flight? Picture a world where the skies were empty, waiting to be filled with the grace and beauty of winged creatures. As we continue our journey through creation, we're about to witness a moment that would change the face of the earth forever. The vast expanse above, once filled only with light and clouds, now stands ready for a new wonder. God's voice resonates through the firmament, commanding birds to take to the skies. The air itself seems to hold its breath, anticipating the miracle about to unfold. Imagine that first moment of stillness, just before the command takes effect. The world pauses, as if gathering strength for the spectacular display to come. Then, in a burst of movement and color, the first bird spreads its wings. It hesitates for just a heartbeat, as if marveling at its own existence, before pushing off from the ground. As that pioneering bird soars upward, countless others follow. The sky comes alive with a dazzling array of shapes, sizes, and hues. Majestic eagles with broad wings ride thermal currents high above the earth. Delicate hummingbirds, their wings a blur of motion, dart and hover with precision. Graceful swans glide serenely over lakes and rivers, while cheerful robins flit from tree to tree. The air fills with a symphony of calls and songs. From the gentle cooing of doves to the haunting cry of loons, each bird adds its unique voice to the chorus. The melodious trill of songbirds mingles with the rhythmic tapping of woodpeckers and the raucous caws of crows, creating a rich tapestry of sound that echoes across the land. As you observe this wondrous spectacle, consider the incredible diversity God has woven into his creation. Some birds, like the ostrich and penguin, may not soar through the sky, but they've been perfectly designed for their unique environments. Others, like the Arctic tern, will embark on incredible migratory journeys, crossing vast oceans and continents guided by an innate sense of direction. Birds play crucial roles in the delicate balance of nature. They disperse seeds, helping forests and plants to flourish across the landscape. They pollinate flowers, ensuring the continuation of countless plant species. As predators, they help control insect and small animal populations, maintaining the equilibrium of ecosystems. As the skies teem with life, God looks upon his creation with pleasure. He blesses the birds, commanding them to multiply and fill the earth. This divine blessing ensures that future generations will continue to marvel at the beauty and wonder of these feathered creatures. The world has been transformed. What was once an empty canvas of blue is now a living, breathing work of art. Every glance upward reveals a new wonder, perhaps a V-formation of geese flying south for the winter, or a lone hawk circling lazily on an updraft. As night falls, the daytime chorus gives way to a different kind of magic. The haunting calls of owls echo through forests, while nightingales serenade the moon with their sweet melodies. Even in darkness, the skies pulse with life, a testament to the completeness of God's design. As we reflect on this day of creation, allow yourself to feel a sense of awe at the intricacy and beauty of the world around us. The next time you hear a bird song or spot a feather on the ground, remember this moment when the skies first came alive. Our journey through creation continues, and the stage is now set for the final acts of God's grand design. As the fifth day draws to a close, the earth brims with life both in the waters and in the air. Yet there's still more to come. The land itself awaits its own unique inhabitants, and the crowning achievement of creation is yet to be revealed. As you drift towards sleep, picture those first birds soaring through pristine skies, and let their peaceful flight carry you into dreams of the wonders yet to unfold. Chapter 9: Beasts of the Earth. Have you ever wondered how the first animals came to be? Imagine a world on the brink of an incredible transformation, where barren land would soon burst forth with a symphony of life. The earth, now adorned with lush vegetation and illuminated by the celestial dance of sun, moon, and stars, awaited its next miraculous change. In this moment of anticipation, God's voice resonated across the land. "Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds," he commanded. Picture the stillness that followed, a pause pregnant with possibility. The ground seemed to quiver with excitement, ready to obey its creator's will. Then, in a display of divine artistry, life began to spring forth. Imagine the wonder of witnessing the first deer stepping gracefully onto soft grass, its eyes wide with curiosity. Nearby, a majestic lion shook its mane, letting out a gentle roar that echoed across the plains. In the distance, a herd of elephants emerged, their trunks raised high as if in celebration of their own existence. As you envision this scene, notice the diversity of God's creation unfolding before your eyes. Small creatures scurried underfoot, rabbits hopping through newfound meadows, mice darting between blades of grass. In the forests, monkeys swung from tree to tree, their playful chatter filling the air. Bears lumbered out of caves, blinking in the sunlight of their first day. Each animal appeared perfectly suited to its environment, a testament to God's wisdom and creativity. Giraffes stretched their long necks to reach leaves high in the trees, while hippos waded into rivers, finding comfort in the cool waters. Overhead, butterflies danced on the breeze, their delicate wings painted with intricate patterns. As the earth teemed with new life, a beautiful harmony began to emerge. Predator and prey, large and small, each creature played its part in the delicate balance of nature. The grazing of herbivores kept the grasslands in check, while carnivores ensured no single species became too numerous. Insects pollinated flowers, spreading life even further across the land. In this moment, we see the incredible foresight of our Creator. Each animal, from the tiniest ant to the towering giraffe, was designed with purpose. Their instincts, their behaviors, Their very forms all work together to create a thriving ecosystem. This intricate web of life showcased God's attention to detail and his love for all his creations. As the day progressed, more and more animals appeared. Horses galloped across open plains, their manes flowing in the wind. Sheep and goats climbed rocky hillsides, sure-footed and curious. In the shadows of dense forests, deer moved silently, their ears twitching at every new sound. Imagine the cacophony of sounds that filled the air: the trumpeting of elephants, the roar of lions, the chirping of crickets, and the low lowing of cattle. Each voice added to the beautiful chorus of creation, a symphony of life that had never before been heard on Earth. As the sun began to set on this extraordinary day, the Earth was transformed. No longer a silent realm of plants and water, it now pulsed with the energy of countless living creatures. The air was filled with the sounds of life, the ground alive with movement, and the waters teeming with new inhabitants. Yet, as magnificent as this scene was, it was not complete. God looked upon his creation, seeing that it was good, but he had one final masterpiece in mind. As the animals settled into their new homes, there was a sense of anticipation in the air. Something, or someone, was still missing from this paradise. As night fell and the newly created animals found rest, the stage was set for the crowning achievement of God's creation. The earth, now bustling with life, awaited the arrival of those who would be tasked with its stewardship. In the quiet of this night, under a sky filled with stars, the world held its breath, ready for the dawn that would bring humanity into existence. Chapter 10: In God's Image. Have you ever wondered what it means to be made in God's image? As we journey through the story of creation, we arrive at a pivotal moment: the formation of humanity. Let's explore the profound significance of this divine act and its implications for our purpose on Earth. Picture the Earth, a vibrant tapestry of life and color. The land teems with creatures of every kind. The seas brim with marine life, and the skies are filled with the graceful flight of birds. Yet, amidst this abundance, there's a sense of anticipation. The stage is set for something truly extraordinary. In this moment, God pauses. He surveys his creation, each element perfectly crafted and in its place. But his masterpiece is yet to come. With infinite wisdom and love, God decides to create beings unlike any other mankind, made in his very own image. Feel the hushed expectancy as the Creator prepares for this momentous act. The air seems to hold its breath, waiting. Can you sense the weight of this moment, the significance of what's about to unfold? Now witness the miracle of human creation. God, with tender care, forms man from the dust of the ground. Imagine the intricate detail as features take shape: eyes that will gaze upon the wonders of creation, hands that will tend the garden, a mind capable of complex thought and creativity. But it's more than just physical form. God breathes into this being the breath of life, imparting his own divine spark. But the creation of humanity is not complete. God, in his wisdom, creates woman. From the man's rib, he forms a partner, a complement, equally bearing the divine image. Together, man and woman stand as the crowning achievement of God's creative work. What does it mean to be made in God's image? It's a profound concept that sets humans apart from all other creatures. This image isn't about physical appearance, but rather about our capacity to reflect God's nature. We're given the ability to reason, to create, to love, and to have a relationship with our Creator. We're bestowed with moral consciousness, the capacity for spiritual communion with God, and the responsibility of stewardship over creation. As you contemplate this, allow yourself to feel the wonder of your own existence. Each of us carries this divine imprint, a reflection of the Creator himself. It's a gift that brings both dignity and responsibility. God looks upon these newly formed beings with deep love and satisfaction. He blesses them, setting them apart for a special purpose. Humans are unique among all creatures, given the capacity to know God, to commune with him, and to represent his character to the rest of creation. This blessing is more than just words. It's an empowerment. God instills in humanity the ability to be fruitful, to multiply, and to exercise dominion over the earth. But this dominion isn't about exploitation. Rather, it's a call to careful stewardship to tend and care for the world God has made. As our journey through creation continues, we stand at a threshold. The stage is set for humanity to step into its role as caretakers of Eden, as representatives of the Creator. What adventures await these first humans? How will they live out their calling to reflect God's image? Let these questions gently simmer in your mind as we prepare to explore God's mandate for humanity. Allow the wonder of your own creation, the miracle of bearing God's image, to fill you with a sense of purpose and peace. As you rest, remember that you too are fearfully and wonderfully made, a living testament to the Creator's love and wisdom. Chapter 11, The Great Commission. What if I told you that the first words God spoke to humanity weren't just a greeting, but a profound calling that would echo through the ages? Let's explore the moment when God bestowed upon mankind a purpose so grand, it would influence every generation to come. Imagine standing in the lush Garden of Eden, the air rich with the scent of blooming flowers and ripe fruit. Adam and Eve, newly formed by the hands of the Creator, stand before Him in awe and wonder. The entire world stretches out before them, a canvas of vibrant colors and teeming life. In this perfect moment, God prepares to entrust them with a responsibility that will shape the course of human history. As God's voice fills the air, Adam and Eve feel the weight of His words settling upon their shoulders. They sense that what they're about to hear will define their existence and the existence of all who will come after them. The animals of the garden grow quiet, as if they too understand the significance of this moment. God's instructions ring out clear and purposeful. Be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. These words carry both a blessing and a command, setting the course for humanity's role in creation. To be fruitful and multiply means more than simply having children. It's an invitation to participate in God's ongoing act of creation, to bring forth new life and nurture it. As you ponder this, imagine the joy and responsibility of raising a family, of passing on knowledge and values from one generation to the next. The command to fill the earth speaks to humanity's ability to adapt and thrive in diverse environments. Picture people spreading across vast continents, scaling mountains, crossing oceans, and making homes in deserts and forests alike. This expansion isn't just physical. It's also about growing in knowledge, culture, and understanding of the world God has made. To subdue the earth and have dominion over it might sound harsh to modern ears, but in this context, it's about stewardship rather than exploitation. God is entrusting Adam and Eve, and by extension all of humanity, with the care and management of His creation. Imagine being given the task of tending a magnificent garden, ensuring that every plant and creature thrives under your watchful eye. This concept of stewardship carries profound implications. It means using the earth's resources wisely, cultivating the land with respect, and protecting the delicate balance of ecosystems. As you reflect on this, consider how you might be a better steward of the environment around you, even in small, everyday ways. The animals mentioned, the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and every living thing that moves on the earth, represent the diversity of life over which humans are given authority. But with this authority comes the responsibility to understand, protect, and coexist harmoniously with these creatures. As Adam and Eve absorb these words, their minds must be racing with possibilities. How will they fulfill this grand purpose? What challenges will they face? What wonders will they discover as they explore and tend to this beautiful world? The anticipation of the adventure ahead fills them with a mix of excitement and reverence. In this moment, humanity is given a unique position in creation, not as tyrants over nature, but as caretakers working in partnership with God to maintain and nurture the world He has made. It's a role that requires wisdom, compassion, and a deep appreciation for the intricate web of life that surrounds us. As we transition from this pivotal moment, let's turn our attention to how God ensures that all His creatures, including the newly commissioned humans, will be provided for in this grand tapestry of creation. Chapter 12, A Bountiful Table. Imagine standing at the edge of a cosmic banquet, where the table stretches as far as the eye can see. What delicacies might God have prepared to nourish the diverse array of creatures he had brought into being? As the sixth day of creation draws to a close, God turns his attention to the sustenance of all living things. The earth, now teeming with life, awaits his provision. Picture the lush landscape before you, verdant forests, rolling grasslands, and crystal-clear waters. Each plant, each tree, each blade of grass holds the promise of nourishment for the myriad creatures that now inhabit the world. God's voice resonates through the air, declaring his provision for all living things. Behold, he says, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is on the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. As his words fade, there's a moment of anticipation, a breath held in suspense as all of creation waits to receive its sustenance. Then, as if responding to an unspoken signal, life begins to move. Imagine the gentle rustle of leaves as a deer reaches up to nibble on tender shoots. Picture a rabbit emerging from its burrow to sample the sweet grass. In the distance, a bear lumbers towards a bush heavy with berries. Above, birds swoop and dive, their keen eyes spotting seeds and fruits among the foliage. The variety of plants God has provided is astounding. There are grains swaying in the breeze, their golden heads filled with nutritious seeds. Fruit trees stand tall, their branches laden with apples, pears, and figs. Bushes burst with berries of every color: red, blue, purple, and black. Leafy greens carpet the forest floor, offering a bounty of vitamins and minerals. In the seas, tiny plants called phytoplankton bloom in countless numbers, forming the base of a vast food chain. These microscopic marvels will feed the smallest fish, which in turn will nourish larger creatures, all the way up to the great whales. As you observe this incredible scene, you begin to perceive the intricate web of life God has woven. Each creature, from the tiniest insect to the largest mammal, has its place in this grand design. The plants provide food for the herbivores, who in turn become sustenance for the carnivores. Even in death, creatures return to the earth, enriching the soil and nurturing new plant growth. This interconnectedness extends beyond mere survival. The bees that feast on nectar help pollinate flowers, ensuring the continued growth of plants. Birds that eat fruit carry seeds to new locations, spreading plant life across the land. Every interaction, every meal, every life cycle is part of a greater balance, a testament to God's wisdom and foresight. As the day progresses, you witness a world in perfect harmony. No creature goes hungry, no plant withers from neglect. The abundance of the earth meets the needs of all its inhabitants, a reflection of God's generous nature and his deep love for his creation. With all living things provided for, God steps back to survey his work. The world he has created pulses with life, each element working in concert with the others. From the depths of the oceans to the highest mountain peaks, from the tiniest seed to the mightiest tree, everything has its purpose, its place, its provision. Chapter 13, The Creator's Delight. Have you ever paused to marvel at the intricate beauty of a single flower or the vast expanse of a starry night sky? Imagine the awe-inspiring moment when the Creator himself surveyed the entirety of his magnificent work, from the tiniest atom to the grandest galaxy. Picture the scene as God stands at the threshold of completion, preparing to assess all that he has made. The universe stretches out before him, a tapestry of light and darkness, land and sea, plants and animals, each element perfectly placed and purposefully designed. In this moment of divine contemplation, a hush falls over creation, as if all of nature holds its breath in anticipation. As God's gaze sweeps across the cosmos, consider the depth of his perception. He sees not only the surface beauty but the intricate workings beneath. Every leaf, every grain of sand, every beating heart is known to him intimately. The delicate balance of ecosystems, the precise orbits of planets, the complex symbiosis between creatures, all of it unfolds before his omniscient eyes. What does it mean for something to be good in the eyes of God? It's more than mere aesthetics or functionality. The goodness of creation speaks to its alignment with God's perfect will and character. Each aspect of the universe reflects a facet of his nature, his creativity, his wisdom, his love. The diversity of life showcases his boundless imagination, while the laws of nature demonstrate his faithfulness and consistency. Feel the harmony that resonates through every corner of creation. The cycle of day and night, the rhythm of seasons, the ebb and flow of tides, all work together in a grand symphony. Plants provide oxygen for animals to breathe, while animals spread seeds for new plants to grow. Even in the unseen realms, microscopic organisms play crucial roles in maintaining the health of the planet. As you relax and breathe deeply, let your mind wander through the wonders of the world. Envision majestic mountains reaching toward the sky, their peaks crowned with snow. Picture lush forests teeming with life, from the forest floor to the canopy above. Imagine the depths of the oceans, where creatures of all shapes and sizes swim through underwater landscapes as alien as they are beautiful. The anticipation builds as God's assessment nears its conclusion. All of creation seems to lean in, longing to hear the Creator's verdict. Will it meet his divine standard? Has each element fulfilled its intended purpose? Then, in a moment of supreme satisfaction, God speaks. His words resound through the cosmos, filling every atom with joy. It is very good, not just good, but very good. This declaration carries the weight of ultimate approval, a stamp of perfection from the one who defines perfection itself. Feel the wave of contentment that washes over the universe at these words. Every star seems to shine a little brighter, every flower to bloom a little fuller. The first humans, Adam and Eve, stand in awe, their hearts swelling with gratitude and wonder at the world entrusted to their care. As God's delight settles over creation like a warm embrace, a new phase begins to unfold. The work of creation is complete, but the story is far from over. God's relationship with his creation, especially with humankind, is just beginning. Allow yourself to rest in this moment of divine satisfaction. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the peace that comes from knowing you are part of a creation that God himself declared very good. Tomorrow, we'll explore the significance of what comes next, a day unlike any other, set apart by God himself. Chapter 14, The Day of Rest. Have you ever wondered why rest is woven into the very fabric of creation? As we turn our gaze to the seventh day, we uncover a truth so fundamental it has the power to reshape our understanding of time itself. Imagine the completed creation, perfect and harmonious. The celestial dance of planets and stars has begun. The earth teems with life, from the tiniest microorganisms to the grandest creatures. Humanity stands in awe, newly formed and filled with wonder. In this moment of perfection, God prepares for something unexpected: rest. As the final echoes of creation settle into silence, feel the transition from bustling activity to profound stillness. The air itself seems to hold its breath, waiting. This is not an emptiness, but a fullness, a sacred pause pregnant with meaning. God, the tireless creator, steps back from his work to simply be present with all he has made. Picture the concept of Sabbath taking shape in this holy moment. It's more than mere inactivity. It's a deliberate embrace of peace and reflection. As you listen, allow yourself to sense the deep significance of this divine rest. God is setting a rhythm for all of creation, a pattern of work and renewal that will echo through the ages. In this rest, there is no anxiety, no rush to accomplish more. Instead, there's a gentle invitation to marvel at the beauty that surrounds us. Imagine God's gaze sweeping over mountains and valleys, oceans and forests, each creature and plant. Feel the warmth of divine satisfaction and love encompassing all of creation. The importance of this rest cannot be overstated. It's a time for reflection, for deepening connection, for finding our place within the grand tapestry of creation. As you picture this scene, consider how often we overlook the power of simply being still, of pausing to appreciate the wonders around us. God's rest on the seventh day is not born of weariness, but of completion and joy. It's a celebration of all that has been accomplished, a moment to savor the goodness that now exists. This divine pause teaches us that rest is not a luxury, but an essential part of the creative process itself. Feel the blessings of this day washing over you. God sanctifies this time, setting it apart as holy. It's a gift to all of creation, a space for renewal, for worship, for strengthening bonds between creator and created. As you relax into this idea, let it soothe your soul and quiet your mind. In blessing the seventh day, God weaves rest into the very structure of time. It's a reminder that we, too, are called to find balance between work and rest, between doing and being. This pattern, established at the dawn of creation, offers a pathway to wholeness and peace in our often frantic world. As God rests, all of creation seems to exhale in contentment. The newly formed trees sway gently, their leaves rustling in quiet praise. The waters lap softly against the shores, a rhythmic lullaby. Even the great beasts of the field settle into tranquil repose, basking in the perfect harmony of this moment. This day of rest is not an ending, but a beginning. It's the start of a new way of being, where creation and creator dance in perfect unity. As you ponder this, allow yourself to feel part of this grand design. Your own need for rest and reflection is not a weakness, but a reflection of the divine patterns set forth in the very first week of existence. As we transition from this moment of cosmic rest, let's carry its peace with us. We've witnessed the completion of creation, from the first light to the final blessing. Now, as we prepare to reflect on the whole of this magnificent story, allow the tranquility of the seventh day to settle deep within your spirit. In this restful state, we're ready to see the grand symphony of creation with new eyes, appreciating how each element plays its part in the harmonious whole. Chapter 15. The Symphony of Creation. Have you ever considered the world around you as a magnificent orchestra, each element playing its unique part in a grand symphony? As we explore the intricate melody of creation, prepare to be amazed by the harmonious interplay of all living things. Imagine, for a moment, the entirety of creation as a vast, celestial concert hall. In this divine auditorium, every creature, every plant, every star, and every atom has its own instrument and role to play. The gentle rustling of leaves in the wind forms a soft, rhythmic backdrop. The songs of birds create intricate melodies that weave through the air. The steady pulse of ocean waves provides a constant, soothing bass line. In this symphony of creation, nothing exists in isolation. Each element is intimately connected to every other, forming a web of life so complex and beautiful that it takes our breath away. The tiniest insect pollinating a flower affects the entire ecosystem, just as a single note in a symphony can change the entire mood of the piece. Picture the delicate dance of bees as they flit from flower to flower, collecting nectar and spreading pollen. Their seemingly simple act ensures the continuation of plant life, which in turn provides food and shelter for countless other creatures. This intricate interplay extends far beyond what we can see with our eyes. Beneath the soil, a vast network of fungi connects trees and plants, allowing them to communicate and share resources in ways we're only beginning to understand. The beauty of this grand symphony lies not just in its complexity, but in its diversity. Just as an orchestra is made richer by the variety of instruments it contains, so too is creation made more wonderful by the sheer range of life it encompasses. From the towering sequoias to the tiniest microorganisms, from the graceful flight of eagles to the lumbering gait of elephants, each form of life adds its unique voice to the chorus. As we contemplate this intricate tapestry of life, we can't help but be filled with a sense of wonder at the complexity of the universe. Consider the delicate balance that allows our planet to sustain life. The perfect distance from the sun, the precise mix of gases in our atmosphere, the magnetic field that shields us from harmful radiation. Each of these factors, and countless others, work together in perfect harmony to create the conditions necessary for life to flourish. Yet this symphony extends far beyond our planet. The vast expanse of the cosmos plays its own part in this grand composition. The nuclear fusion at the heart of stars creates the elements necessary for life. The gravitational dance of planets and moons creates the tides that shape our world. Even the darkness between the stars has its role to play, providing the contrast that allows the light to shine all the brighter. In this miraculous symphony, all of creation works together in perfect harmony. From the smallest quark to the largest galaxy, everything has its place and purpose. This harmony isn't static or unchanging, but dynamic and ever-evolving, like a jazz improvisation that continually creates new patterns and melodies while remaining true to its underlying structure. As we drift off to sleep, let's carry with us this image of the world as a grand symphony. Allow the realization of your place in this cosmic concert to fill you with a sense of peace and belonging. For just as every instrument in an orchestra is essential to the overall performance, so too are you an integral part of this beautiful creation. Tomorrow, as you go about your day, try to listen for the music of creation all around you. In the song of a bird, the rustle of leaves, or the laughter of a child, you might just hear echoes of that divine symphony. And as we prepare to explore our unique role in this grand composition, remember that you too have a beautiful melody to contribute to the ongoing symphony of creation. Chapter 16, Guardians of Eden. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to walk in the Garden of Eden, not just as a visitor, but as its appointed guardian? Imagine the profound responsibility and privilege of tending to God's perfect creation, nurturing its beauty and abundance with your own hands. As you picture this scene, allow yourself to feel the soft grass beneath your feet and the gentle breeze on your skin. The air is filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers and the earthy scent of rich soil. Here, in this pristine paradise, you stand as a steward of God's masterpiece, entrusted with a sacred duty. Reflect on the immense responsibility given to humanity in those first days of creation. God, in His infinite wisdom, chose us to be the caretakers of this magnificent world. He bestowed upon us the honor of tending to the garden, nurturing its growth, and maintaining its delicate balance. This was not a task given lightly, but a divine calling that speaks to the very essence of our purpose. Yet, as you consider this role, you may feel a tension rising within you. How does one balance the concept of dominion with the gentle touch of stewardship? God granted us authority over the earth and its creatures, but this power was never meant to be wielded carelessly. Instead, it calls for a deep sense of responsibility and care. Imagine yourself carefully pruning a tree, your actions guided by love and respect for the life in your hands. With each mindful touch, you're not just maintaining the garden, you're participating in the ongoing act of creation. In this way, we become co-creators with God, nurturing and shaping the world around us in harmony with His divine plan. As you tend to the garden, consider how this ancient wisdom applies to our modern world. The principles of sustainable living and environmental care are not new concepts, but echoes of our original purpose. Just as Adam and Eve were called to care for Eden, we too are entrusted with preserving the beauty and resources of our planet. Picture yourself planting seeds, not just for today's harvest, but for future generations. Each action you take, no matter how small, ripples outward, affecting the delicate balance of nature. As you water a young sapling, you're not just nourishing a single tree, but contributing to the health of entire ecosystems. In our role as guardians of creation, we're called to be wise and loving stewards of the earth. This means making conscious choices in our daily lives, reducing waste, conserving resources, and treating all living things with respect and care. It's about seeing the interconnectedness of all creation and recognizing our place within this grand tapestry. As you continue to explore the garden in your mind, let the peace and harmony of Eden fill your heart. Allow it to remind you of the beauty that still exists in our world today, waiting to be nurtured and protected. In the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of birds, hear nature's call to embrace your role as a guardian of God's creation. As we transition from this idyllic scene, carry with you the sense of purpose and connection you've experienced. Consider how you can apply these principles in your own life, no matter where you are. Whether tending to a small houseplant or making eco-friendly choices, each action is an opportunity to honor our divine calling as caretakers of the earth. In the quiet of this moment, as you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the ways you can be a guardian of creation in your daily life. Let the peace of Eden stay with you, inspiring you to see the world through the eyes of a loving steward, always mindful of the precious gift we've been entrusted to protect. Chapter 17, Echoes of Eden. Have you ever noticed a fleeting moment where the world seemed perfect? As we explore the echoes of Eden still present in our world, you might discover that paradise isn't as far away as you think. Close your eyes and imagine a world of untouched beauty. Picture a lush forest, its canopy filtering soft, golden light. The air is crisp and clean, filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the melodic songs of birds. A crystal-clear stream meanders through moss-covered rocks, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight. Can you feel the peace settling over you? This vision of perfection may seem far removed from our daily lives, but remnants of Eden's glory still surround us. Creation, despite the wear and tear of time, continues to reflect its original splendor. The delicate petals of a wildflower, the intricate patterns on a butterfly's wings, or the majestic sweep of a mountain range, all whisper of a divine artist's touch. Yet, we can't ignore the contrast between this ideal and the reality we often encounter. Our world bears the scars of human impact and natural disasters. Pollution clouds once pristine skies, and concrete jungles replace verdant forests. This tension between beauty and brokenness serves as a poignant reminder of our responsibility as stewards of God's creation. Despite these challenges, we can still experience and appreciate the wonder of creation in our daily lives. Take a moment to truly observe the world around you. Notice the way sunlight filters through leaves, creating ever-changing patterns on the ground. Listen to the symphony of birdsong that greets each new day. Feel the gentle caress of a breeze on your skin. These simple acts of mindfulness can reconnect us with the awe-inspiring beauty that surrounds us. Nature has a unique ability to bring peace and renewal to our souls. There's a reason why we often feel refreshed after a walk in the woods or a day at the beach. The natural world invites us to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to remember our place in the grand tapestry of creation. In these moments of connection, we can find echoes of the peace and harmony that existed in Eden. As you go about your day, consider ways to intentionally connect with God through His creation. Perhaps you could start a small garden, nurturing plants and watching them grow. Or maybe you could make time for regular walks in nature, using this time to pray and reflect. Even bringing elements of nature into your home, like houseplants or a small water feature, can create a sense of peace and connection to the natural world. Developing a habit of gratitude for the beauty around us can also deepen our appreciation for creation. Take time each day to thank God for something you've noticed in nature: the warmth of sunshine, the refreshing coolness of rain, or the vibrant colors of autumn leaves. This practice not only increases our awareness of God's handiwork, but also cultivates a sense of wonder and joy in our hearts. Remember, we can still find echoes of Eden in the world around us. They may be subtle: a perfect snowflake, a breathtaking sunset, or the miracle of new life. But they're there, reminding us of the paradise God created and the new creation He promises. These glimpses of perfection serve as beacons of hope, pointing us towards a future where all of creation will be restored to its original glory. As we conclude our exploration of Eden's echoes, let's carry this renewed sense of wonder with us. Allow it to inform how we interact with the world, how we care for our environment, and how we connect with our Creator. For in appreciating and preserving the beauty of creation, we honor the one who spoke it all into being. Now, as we transition to our next topic, let's consider how these echoes of Eden relate to the concept of new creation. What might it mean for God to make all things new? How does our current experience of nature's beauty and brokenness inform our understanding of this promise? Chapter 18, The New Creation. In the grand tapestry of God's plan, there's a thread of hope that weaves through every age. It whispers of a time when all that was broken will be made whole again. As we settle into the peace of night, let's contemplate the breathtaking vision of a world renewed, the new creation that God has promised to all who believe. Imagine a world where the very fabric of creation has been transformed. The Bible speaks of new heavens and a new earth, a realm where the imperfections and struggles of our current existence fade away. This isn't just a slight improvement or a fresh coat of paint on the old world. No, this is a complete renewal, a restoration so profound that it's hard for our minds to fully grasp. Picture a place where the thorns and thistles that have long symbolized the curse on creation are no more. The ground no longer resists our efforts but eagerly brings forth abundance. Rivers flow with crystal-clear water, their banks lush with vibrant vegetation. The air is pure and sweet, untainted by pollution or decay. In this new creation, every breath fills your lungs with life and vitality. As you ponder this scene, feel the anticipation building in your heart. Creation itself, the Bible tells us, has been groaning as if in childbirth, eagerly waiting for this moment of freedom from decay. The trees that have stood witness to centuries of human history now stretch their branches towards a sky that shimmers with new glory. The animals, no longer driven by survival instincts, coexist in perfect harmony. In this renewed world, the distance between heaven and earth has vanished. God's presence is no longer a distant concept, but a tangible reality that permeates every aspect of existence. The veil that once separated us from the full experience of God's love and glory has been lifted. Here, in the new creation, we finally see face to face, knowing as we are fully known. This vision of restoration extends beyond the natural world to encompass all of human experience. Relationships, once marred by misunderstanding and conflict, now flourish in an atmosphere of perfect love and trust. Work, rather than being a burden, becomes a joyful expression of creativity and purpose. Even our bodies, freed from the limitations of mortality, are transformed into glorious new forms, capable of experiencing life in ways we can hardly imagine. As we contemplate this promise of renewal, we're filled with hope and a sense of purpose. The new creation isn't just a distant dream. It's a reality that begins to take shape in our lives even now. Every act of kindness, every effort to heal and restore, every choice to love in the face of hatred, these are like seeds of the new creation planted in the soil of the present. God invites us to be active participants in this grand story of renewal. As we align our hearts with His vision for creation, we become agents of restoration in our own spheres of influence. Whether it's through caring for the environment, working for justice, or simply showing love to those around us, we play a part in bringing glimpses of the new creation into the here and now. As you drift towards sleep, let the promise of the new creation fill your heart with peace and anticipation. Rest in the knowledge that God's plan for restoration is unfolding, even in the midst of life's challenges. The same power that will one day renew all of creation is at work in you, transforming you day by day into the image of Christ. Tomorrow, as you open your eyes to a new day, carry with you the vision of the new creation. Let it inspire you to see the world around you with fresh eyes, recognizing the potential for renewal in every person and situation you encounter. For in God's grand design, each of us has a role to play in the unfolding story of creation's restoration. Chapter 19, Living in Wonder. Have you ever stopped to truly marvel at the intricate details of a flower petal or the vastness of a starry night sky? As we explore the concept of living in wonder, we'll discover how rekindling childlike awe can transform our daily lives and deepen our connection to the divine. Imagine yourself stepping outside on a crisp morning, the world around you bathed in the soft light of dawn. As you breathe in the cool air, you notice a single dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. In that tiny sphere, you see the entire world reflected, a miniature masterpiece of God's creation. This moment of wonder, so simple yet profound, has the power to shift your entire perspective. The creation story we've journeyed through isn't just a tale of the past. It's an invitation to see the world anew each day. Every sunrise becomes an echo of that first, "Let there be light." Every gentle breeze whispers of the Spirit that moved over the waters. As you allow yourself to truly see and feel these everyday miracles, you begin to experience the world as God intended, a place of beauty, mystery, and endless discovery. Yet in our busy lives, maintaining this sense of wonder can be challenging. The demands of work, family, and daily responsibilities often drown out the quiet voice of awe. We rush past blooming flowers without a glance, barely notice the changing seasons, and forget to look up at the star-studded night sky. Our hearts, once wide open to the marvels around us, can become dulled by routine and familiarity. But there are simple ways to reawaken our sense of wonder. Begin by slowing down and paying attention. As you walk through your neighborhood, notice the intricate patterns in tree bark or the delicate veins of a fallen leaf. Listen for the symphony of birdsong in the early morning or the soothing rhythm of rainfall. These small acts of mindfulness can open your eyes to the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. Practice gratitude for the simple gifts of creation. Thank God for the warmth of sunlight on your skin, for the nourishing food on your plate, for the air that fills your lungs. As you cultivate thankfulness, you'll find yourself more attuned to the countless blessings that surround you each day. Allow yourself moments of childlike curiosity. Ask questions about the world around you. Why do leaves change color in autumn? How do bees know how to build their intricate hives? As you seek answers, you'll uncover layer upon layer of complexity in God's design, deepening your appreciation for His wisdom and creativity. Engage your senses fully in nature. Feel the textures of different types of bark. Smell the earthy aroma after a rainstorm. Taste the sweetness of fresh fruit. By immersing yourself in the sensory experiences of creation, you'll forge a deeper connection to the natural world and its creator. As you cultivate this sense of wonder, you'll find your faith growing deeper roots. The psalmist wrote, "The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of His hands." When you look at the world with eyes of wonder, every sunset becomes a canvas painted by the divine artist, every thunderstorm a display of His power, every newborn child a miracle of His love. Living in wonder doesn't mean ignoring the challenges and pain in the world. Rather, it provides a foundation of hope and perspective. Even in difficult times, the beauty of creation reminds us of God's faithfulness and the promise of renewal. The cycle of seasons teaches us that after every winter comes spring, after every night comes dawn. As we close this exploration of living in wonder, remember that we are called to be not just observers of creation, but active participants in its care and celebration. Let your wonder lead to worship, your awe to action. Care for the earth as a precious gift. Share the beauty you see with others, inviting them into a deeper appreciation of God's handiwork. May your eyes remain open to the daily miracles that surround you. May your heart never cease to be amazed by the intricate dance of creation. And may you find, in each moment of wonder, a deeper connection to the one who spoke the universe into being and who continues to create anew each day. Chapter 20, A Lullaby of Creation. In the quietness of night, a profound truth emerges. Sleep itself is a daily reminder of our trust in the Creator. As we explore this final chapter of our creation story, let's discover how surrendering to rest mirrors our faith in the God who crafted the cosmos and cradles us in His care. Imagine the story of creation as a gentle lullaby, its rhythmic cadence soothing your mind and body. The words "and God said" become a soft refrain, each phrase a tender note in this cosmic melody. As you listen, feel the tension in your muscles begin to release, your breathing becoming slow and steady. This narrative of creation, with its order and purpose, brings a deep sense of peace and comfort. Consider how each day of creation unfolded with intention and care. Just as God separated light from darkness, allow your thoughts to settle, the worries of the day fading into the background. As the waters gathered and dry land appeared, let your mind find solid ground in the assurance of God's design. As you transition from wakefulness to restful sleep, picture the first sprouts of green pushing through the earth. Let this image of new life and growth remind you of the renewing power of rest. The lights in the sky, sun, moon, and stars become a celestial night light, their steady presence a comfort in the darkness. In this peaceful state, explore the idea of finding rest in God's creative power. The same voice that called forth teeming waters and flying birds now whispers an invitation to rest. As creatures great and small found their place in creation, allow yourself to sink into the place of rest God has prepared for you. Sleep, in its own way, reflects the rhythm of creation. Each night, as we close our eyes, we echo the trust of those first humans in the garden. We surrender our consciousness, knowing that the world will continue without our active participation. This daily act of letting go serves as a powerful reminder of God's constant care and provision. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how our need for rest aligns with God's own example. On the seventh day, God rested from all His work. This divine pause wasn't born from exhaustion but from completion and satisfaction. When we rest, we participate in this holy pattern, acknowledging both our limitations and God's limitlessness. In these quiet moments, a sense of peace and security in God's hands begins to envelop you. The psalmist's words may come to mind. "In peace I will lie down and sleep, for you alone, Lord, Make me dwell in safety. Psalm 4 verse 8. This promise of protection extends beyond physical safety to a deep, soul-level assurance. As your breath becomes even and your thoughts slow, remember that as we rest, we trust in the God who never slumbers. The prophet Isaiah reminds us, He will not grow tired or weary. Isaiah 40 verse 28. While we cycle through wakefulness and sleep, God's watchful care never ceases. This constant vigilance allows us to truly rest, knowing we are held in the hands of the one who set the stars in place. Let the story of creation be the lullaby that carries you into peaceful slumber. From formless void to vibrant life, from cosmic expanse to the intimacy of the garden, this narrative reminds us of our place in God's grand design. As sleep beckons, know that you rest in the care of the Master Creator, the one who spoke light into darkness and breathed life into dust. As we conclude our journey through the days of creation, may this understanding of rest as a sacred trust fill you with tranquility. Allow the peace that surpasses understanding to guard your heart and mind as you drift into restful sleep, cradled in the loving hands of your Creator. As our journey through the days of creation comes to a close, take a moment to reflect on the magnificent tapestry of life we've explored together. From the first whisper of light to the intricate dance of creatures great and small, we've witnessed the unfolding of God's masterpiece. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the wonder of creation. Let it open your eyes to the beauty that surrounds you each day. May you find God's handiwork in the gentle rustling of leaves, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, and the intricate patterns of a butterfly's wing. May your dreams be filled with the peace of Eden, and may you awaken with renewed awe for the world around you. Rest now, beloved child of God, in the embrace of the one who crafted the cosmos yet knows you by name. The story of Cain and Abel. Chapter 1. The garden's fading memory. Picture a world where the whisper of Eden still lingers in the air. The lush gardens and perfect harmony may be gone, but their memory casts a bittersweet glow over everything. Adam and Eve, now outside the gates of paradise, carry the weight of their choices like a heavy cloak. Every step they take in this new, harsher world reminds them of what they've lost. But life goes on, doesn't it? And with life comes new beginnings. Cain and Abel enter this world, bright-eyed and full of wonder. As they grow, their parents weave tales of a perfect garden, a place where God walked among them and every need was met. Can you imagine the awe in the children's eyes as they hear of talking serpents and trees of knowledge? These stories become the backdrop of their childhood, shaping how they see the world around them. The brothers' curiosity about Eden is insatiable. They pepper their parents with questions. What did the tree of life look like? How did it feel to walk with God? Adam and Eve do their best to paint a picture of paradise, but some things are beyond words. How do you describe perfect harmony to those who've only known a fallen world? As the boys grow older, something strange happens. The memory of Eden begins to blur, like a dream fading in the morning light. Adam and Eve find it harder to recall the exact shade of green in the garden or the precise melody of the birds' songs. It's as if paradise is slipping through their fingers all over again. Meanwhile, the family faces new challenges in this harsher environment. The ground is stubborn, reluctant to yield its fruits without a fight. Adam's brow is often damp with sweat as he coaxes life from the soil. Eve feels the sting of thorns as she gathers berries, a constant reminder of the curse. The changing seasons bring new worries. Will there be enough food to last the winter? Will predators threaten their safety? Cain and Abel grow up watching their parents struggle and adapt. They learn to be resourceful, to find beauty in imperfection. But there's always an undercurrent of longing, a sense that things should be different. Can you feel the weight of that knowledge? The constant awareness that this isn't how it was meant to be? As you rest there, let your mind wander to Adam and Eve's new life. How different it must have been from the paradise they knew. No longer could they simply reach out and pluck fruit from any tree. Now they had to plan, to sow seeds and nurture crops. The earth, once their willing partner, now required coaxing and care to produce food. The relationship between Adam and Eve changed too. In Eden, they were equals, perfectly in tune with each other. Now, in the aftermath of the fall, tension sometimes crept in. Blame and regret could surface in moments of frustration. Yet, their shared experience also bound them together in a new way. They were partners in this strange new adventure, relying on each other more than ever before. And what of their connection to God? It was different now, more distant. No longer could they walk with him in the cool of the day. Prayer became their lifeline, a way to reach out across the chasm that sin had created. Can you imagine the mix of love and sorrow they must have felt each time they called out to their Creator? Despite the hardships, there were moments of joy too. The first time a seed they planted sprouted into a healthy plant. The wonder of holding their newborn sons. The simple pleasure of a warm fire on a cold night. These small victories reminded them that even in a fallen world, beauty and goodness could still be found. As Cain and Abel grew, they absorbed not just the stories of Eden, but the resilience of their parents. They learned to find purpose in work, to create rather than simply consume. The stage was set for a story of longing and the search for meaning. These boys, born outside of paradise, would have to forge their own paths in a world that was both wondrous and dangerous. So, as you drift towards sleep, ponder this. How did life change for Adam and Eve after leaving Eden? It became harder, yes, but also richer in many ways. They discovered the satisfaction of creating something with their own hands. They experienced the deep bond that comes from facing challenges together. And they learned that even in imperfection, there is room for growth, for love, and for hope. Their story, and the story of their sons, reminds us that paradise isn't just a place we've lost. It's also something we carry within us, a memory and a promise that shapes how we see the world and how we choose to live in it. Chapter 2. Childhood in a Fallen World. While Adam and Eve's story was one of loss, their son's tale began with wide-eyed wonder. Imagine a world where every discovery is tinged with both awe and an inexplicable sense of absence. For young Cain and Abel, this was not just childhood. It was the dawn of humanity's true journey. Picture little Cain, his eyes bright with curiosity, as he takes his first steps into the world beyond the family shelter. Every leaf, every stone, every creature is a new marvel to him. He runs his fingers through the soil, feeling its texture and coolness. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying scents he's never encountered before. Can you see the wonder on his face as he watches a butterfly emerge from its chrysalis, its wings unfurling like a living miracle? Not far behind, toddling on unsteady legs, comes Abel. He watches his big brother with a mixture of admiration and eagerness. Abel's world is filtered through Cain's experiences. When Cain points excitedly at a colorful bird, Abel's eyes light up too. The younger brother's laughter echoes Cain's, a joyful harmony in this new world. Their earliest memories are a tapestry woven with the vibrant threads of nature's beauty. Imagine the boys chasing each other through fields of wildflowers, their bare feet cushioned by soft grass. They splash in clear streams, marveling at the fish darting between their legs. At night, they gaze up at a sky ablaze with stars, more numerous than they could ever count. Yet, amidst all this wonder, there's a whisper of something missing. It's in the furrow of Adam's brow as he pauses in his work, looking at something only he can see. It's in the wistful sigh that escapes Eve's lips as she gathers fruit, her hands remembering a time when the task was effortless. The boys don't understand it fully, but they feel it, a shadow that occasionally dims the brightness of their world. As Cain and Abel grow, their parents' teachings shape their understanding of God and the world around them. Picture the family gathered around a fire in the cool of the evening. Adam's deep voice rises and falls as he recounts tales of Eden. Eve adds details, her eyes shining with the memory of perfect communion with their Creator. The brothers listen, spellbound. They hear of talking animals, of fruit that granted knowledge, of walks with God Himself. Can you imagine how these stories must have fired their young imaginations? In their minds, Eden becomes a shimmering dream, just out of reach. This concept of paradise lost becomes a central part of Cain and Abel's identity. It colors how they see the world around them. When Cain struggles to coax plants from the stubborn earth, He remembers the stories of effortless abundance in Eden. As Abel tends to the first animals they've managed to domesticate, he wonders about the harmony that once existed between all creatures. So, what were Cain and Abel's earliest memories of childhood? They were a mixture of joy and an unnameable longing. The excitement of discovering a nest full of speckled eggs. The frustration of thorns piercing tender skin while reaching for berries. The comfort of their mother's embrace after a frightening encounter with a wild animal. The pride of helping their father build a shelter to protect them from storms. These memories were also shaped by the rhythm of their days. Dawn brought the gentle wake-up call of birdsong and the scent of dew on grass. Mornings were filled with chores, gathering food, tending to young plants, learning to make tools. Afternoons might find them exploring further from home, always within the protective gaze of their parents. Evenings were for stories, for questions about God and Eden, for gazing at the stars and wondering about their place in this vast world. As Cain and Abel grow, the seeds of their future paths begin to take root. Cain finds satisfaction in working the soil, in nurturing seeds into plants that provide food for the family. His hands become calloused, his back strong from bending over rows of crops. Abel, gentler in nature, shows a gift for understanding animals. He learns to read the body language of the creatures around them, to anticipate their needs and behaviors. These early inclinations are like tender shoots, reaching towards the sun. Neither brother knows yet how these seeds will grow, or how their choices will shape not just their own lives, but the course of human history. For now, they are simply two boys, born into a world of beauty and challenge, carrying within them the echoes of a lost paradise and the potential for an unknown future. As you rest there, let your mind wander through the childhood of Cain and Abel. Feel the mix of wonder and subtle longing that colored their days. Their story reminds us that even in a fallen world, there is room for discovery, for joy, and for the first stirrings of the unique paths we are meant to follow. Chapter 3: Diverging Paths. The scent of freshly turned earth mingles with the soft bleating of lambs. Two brothers stand side by side, yet their hearts are pulled in opposite directions. What unseen currents were already shaping their destinies? As Cain and Abel take their first steps into adulthood, a question hangs in the air. Can two paths, both born of paradise lost, lead to the same place? As young men, Cain and Abel find themselves at a crossroads, their childhood curiosity blossoming into distinct passions. Imagine Cain, his hands deep in the rich soil, a look of intense concentration on his face. The earth seems to speak to him in a language only he can understand. Each seed he plants is a promise, a pact between him and the ground beneath his feet. For Cain, cultivation becomes more than just a way to provide food. It's a form of creation, a way to bring forth life from the very dust. Can you picture the satisfaction in his eyes as he watches the first green shoots push through the soil? There's a sense of control, of mastery over nature that appeals to his strong-willed personality. Now, shift your gaze to Abel, standing amidst a flock of gentle sheep. His touch is light, his movements calm and reassuring. The animals respond to him with trust, sensing his innate kindness. Abel's work as a shepherd allows him to nurture and protect, qualities that resonate deeply with his compassionate nature. These choices in occupation aren't merely about practicality. They reflect the very essence of who Cain and Abel are becoming. Cain's work demands patience, yes, but also a certain forceful determination. He must battle against the whims of weather, coaxing life from a sometimes reluctant earth. This shapes him into a man of action, someone who believes in the power of his own efforts to yield results. Abel's path, on the other hand, requires a different kind of strength. As a shepherd, he must be ever vigilant, yet gentle. His days are spent in quiet communion with his flock, attuned to their needs and the subtle rhythms of nature. This fosters in Abel a deep sense of empathy and an ability to find joy in the simple moments of life. Can you feel the growing contrast between the brothers? Cain, with his calloused hands and sun-weathered face, stands tall and proud of his accomplishments. The fields he tends are a testament to his hard work and ingenuity. Abel, with his peaceful demeanor and watchful eyes, moves with a grace that speaks of his harmony with the natural world. As the seasons pass, these differences become more pronounced. Cain's personality takes on an edge of intensity. He thrives on the challenges his work presents, each successful harvest a personal victory. There's a fire in him, a drive to prove himself not just to his family, but to the very earth itself. Abel, in contrast, grows ever more attuned to the gentle rhythms of life. His days are marked by the bleating of lambs, the changing of seasons, the ebb and flow of life within his flock. This nurtures in him a deep sense of humility and gratitude. Where Cain sees obstacles to be overcome, Abel sees miracles to be cherished. How did these different career paths shape Cain and Abel's personalities? The answer lies in the very nature of their work. Cain's cultivation of crops required him to impose his will upon nature, to bend it to his purposes. This fostered in him a sense of pride in his own abilities, a belief that through sheer determination, he could shape the world around him. Abel's shepherding, on the other hand, demanded a different approach. He had to work in harmony with nature, to understand and respect the needs of his flock. This cultivated in him a spirit of cooperation and a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of all living things. As you rest there, picturing these two brothers, consider how their chosen paths might set the stage for future events. Cain, with his strong will and desire for control, might struggle with situations beyond his influence. Abel, with his gentle nature and acceptance of life's ebb and flow, might face challenges when confronted with conflict or aggression. These diverging paths, born from the same soil of their childhood, would lead Cain and Abel to very different places, not just in terms of their daily lives, but in their understanding of the world, their relationship with each other, and ultimately their connection to the divine. As night falls and the brothers retire to their separate dwellings, Cain to his sturdy home near the fields, Abel to his simple shelter among the grazing lands, a sense of anticipation fills the air. Their choices have set them on distinct trajectories, each with its own trials and triumphs. How will these paths intersect in the days to come? And what role will their differing approaches to life play in the unfolding drama of humanity's early days? Let these thoughts settle in your mind as you drift towards sleep. The story of Cain and Abel reminds us that our choices, even those that seem simple or natural, can shape not just our own destinies, but the very course of history itself. Chapter 4. The First Offerings. Imagine the world holding its breath as Cain and Abel prepare to present their first offerings to God. The air is thick with anticipation, and the brothers' hearts race with a mix of excitement and nervous energy. This moment, seemingly simple, will set in motion events that will echo through millennia. As the day of offering arrives, Abel surveys his flock with careful eyes. His gentle hands move over the animals, each one known to him by sight and temperament. He's not just looking for any sheep, he seeks the very best, the firstborn of his flock. Can you picture the tenderness in his gaze as he selects a lamb, perfect in form and without blemish? Abel's heart swells with gratitude as he prepares his offering. He thinks of the countless ways God has blessed him, the fertile grazing lands, the safety of his flock, the joy he finds in his work. Each of these gifts feels like a personal kindness from the Creator. As he leads the chosen lamb to the altar, Abel's steps are light, his spirit buoyed by a deep sense of reverence. The moment Abel presents his offering, something extraordinary happens. The air around him seems to shimmer, as if the veil between heaven and earth has grown thin. There's a palpable sense of God's pleasure, a warmth that envelopes Abel and his gift. Can you feel the energy in the air, the almost electric charge of divine approval? What is it about Abel's offering that pleases God so much? It's not just the outward perfection of the lamb, though that certainly plays a part. It's the heart behind the gift, Abel's sincere gratitude, his willingness to give his very best. In this moment, Abel's offering becomes more than just an animal on an altar. It's a physical expression of his love and devotion to God. As the offering is accepted, Abel feels a profound connection to the Creator. It's as if, for a brief moment, he catches a glimpse of the harmony that existed in Eden. The distance between himself and God, always present since his parents' expulsion from the garden, seems to shrink. Can you imagine the joy that fills Abel's heart? The sense of being truly seen and known by the divine? This act of worship, simple yet profound, sets a standard that will echo through time. Future generations will look back on Abel's offering as an example of true devotion. It will become a touchstone for those seeking to understand what it means to give one's best to God. The impact of this moment extends beyond just Abel and his relationship with God. It ripples outward, touching everyone around him. Adam and Eve watch with a mixture of pride and wistfulness, perhaps reminded of their own walks with God in the garden. And Cain? Well, Cain's reaction is a story for another moment. As the glow of divine approval lingers, Abel stands in quiet awe. He's experienced something transcendent, a connection to the divine that he'll carry with him always. This moment will shape his understanding of worship, of gratitude, of what it means to live in right relationship with the Creator. The sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the land. The day of offerings is drawing to a close, but its effects will be felt long into the future. As you rest there, picturing this pivotal scene, consider the power of a gift given with a full and grateful heart. How might Abel's example inspire us in our own acts of devotion? Let the warmth of this moment wash over you as you drift towards sleep. The story of Abel's offering reminds us that true worship isn't about grand gestures or elaborate rituals. It's about the sincerity of our hearts, our willingness to give our very best to the one who gives us everything. Chapter 5. Cain's disappointment. Have you ever felt the sting of rejection, especially when you thought you'd done everything right? Cain approaches his offering with confidence, but God's response will shake him to his core. What could possibly go wrong when presenting a gift to the Creator? Picture Cain, his arms laden with the fruits of his labor. The sun-warmed produce gleams with vibrant colors: ripe tomatoes, golden wheat, and plump figs. Each piece represents countless hours of toil, a physical testament to Cain's dedication and skill. As he arranges his offering, a sense of pride swells in his chest. Surely, he thinks, God will be pleased with this bounty. Cain's eyes flicker towards the spot where Abel's offering was accepted. The air still seems to shimmer there, a lingering reminder of divine favor. With a deep breath, Cain presents his own gift. He waits, expecting to feel that same rush of warmth, that unmistakable presence of God's approval. But something is amiss. The moments stretch on, and the air remains still. There's no shimmering light, no sense of divine pleasure. Cain's confident smile begins to falter. He glances around, wondering if he's missed something. Surely God just needs a moment to fully appreciate the quality of his offering. The silence that follows is deafening. It presses in on Cain from all sides, growing heavier with each passing second. Can you feel the weight of that silence? The creeping sense of dread as Cain realizes something has gone terribly wrong? Confusion clouds Cain's mind. He looks down at his offering, still beautiful and bountiful. How could this not be enough? He's given the best of his harvest, the fruits of his sweat and toil. In Cain's eyes, this offering represents everything he is: hardworking, skilled, devoted to mastering the earth as God commanded. Yet, as the silence stretches on, it becomes painfully clear. Cain's offering has fallen short in God's eyes. But why? This question burns in Cain's mind, growing hotter with each moment of divine indifference. He thinks of Abel's accepted offering, of the obvious pleasure God took in his brother's gift. The contrast is stark and cutting. A mixture of emotions begins to churn within Cain. Confusion swirls together with a growing sense of anger. How could God reject his honest work? Doesn't he see the effort Cain has poured into cultivating the land? A bitter taste forms in Cain's mouth as he struggles to understand this apparent injustice. As you rest there, try to imagine the turmoil in Cain's heart. The pride that had buoyed him just moments ago now feels hollow, leaving behind a gnawing emptiness. In its place, resentment begins to take root. It's a small seed at first, barely noticeable amidst the shock and confusion. But it's there, nestled in the fertile soil of Cain's wounded ego. So why was Cain's offering rejected by God? The answer isn't as simple as the quality of the gift itself. Remember how Abel chose his offering with reverence, gratitude, and a willingness to give his very best. Cain's approach, in contrast, seems to have lacked that same spirit of true devotion. Perhaps Cain saw his offering as a transaction, a way to earn God's favor through his own efforts. He may have been so focused on the outward appearance of his gift that he neglected the state of his heart. God, who sees beyond the surface, recognized this disconnect. This moment becomes a pivotal point in Cain's life. The seed of resentment planted by this rejection will grow, nurtured by comparison and jealousy. It will twist Cain's understanding of himself, his brother, and his relationship with God. As the day fades into evening, Cain is left standing alone with his rejected offering. The fruits that once seemed so perfect now appear dull and lifeless to his eyes. He gathers them up, each piece a reminder of his unexplained failure. As he walks away, the weight of the produce is nothing compared to the heaviness in his heart. This experience will shape Cain's actions in the days to come. The confusion and anger simmering within him are dangerous emotions, capable of driving him towards choices he might never have considered before. As you drift towards sleep, consider how a single moment of disappointment can set in motion a chain of events that will change not just one life, but the course of human history. Chapter 6. The Root of Jealousy. In the quiet aftermath of the offerings, a shadow begins to creep across Cain's heart. The sun still shines brightly, but for Cain, the world has lost its luster. He watches Abel from afar, unable to look away as his brother basks in the warm glow of divine approval. Can you feel the weight settling on Cain's shoulders, the bitter taste forming in his mouth? With each passing day, the contrast between the brothers grows starker. Abel moves through life with a newfound lightness, his eyes shining with the joy of one who knows they are truly seen and loved. His work as a shepherd seems effortless now, blessed by an unseen hand. Cain, on the other hand, finds himself sinking deeper into a quagmire of conflicting emotions. Remember the days of their childhood, when Cain was the protective older brother, guiding Abel through their new world? Those memories, once treasured, now turn sour in Cain's mind. He thinks of how Abel used to look up to him with wide-eyed admiration. Now, it seems Abel has surpassed him in the most important arena of all, God's favor. As you rest there, try to imagine the tangle of thoughts swirling through Cain's mind. Envy wraps itself around his heart like a thorny vine, its tendrils reaching into every corner of his being. Questions plague him day and night. Why Abel and not me? What makes his offering so special? Am I not working just as hard, if not harder? These thoughts chip away at Cain's sense of self-worth. The pride he once took in his work as a cultivator of the earth begins to crumble. Every successful harvest, once a source of joy, now feels hollow in comparison to Abel's divine blessing. Can you sense the growing desperation in Cain's spirit, the need to prove himself worthy? Cain's perception of his brother undergoes a troubling transformation. Where he once saw a beloved sibling, he now sees a rival. Abel's every success, every moment of happiness, becomes a perceived slight against Cain. The brotherly bond that once seemed unbreakable begins to strain under the weight of comparison. Picture the two brothers working side by side in the fields. Abel offers a kind word, a gesture of help, unaware of the storm brewing in Cain's heart. But Cain can only see these actions as condescension, further proof of his own inadequacy. The gap between them widens with each passing day, though only Cain seems aware of the growing chasm. How did Cain's jealousy of Abel grow over time? It was a gradual process, like a slow-acting poison seeping into his soul. At first, it manifested as simple disappointment and confusion over God's rejection. But as days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, that initial hurt festered into something far more dangerous. Cain began to scrutinize every interaction, every blessing that came Abel's way. He convinced himself that Abel was flaunting his favored status, though in reality, Abel remained as humble and kind as ever. Cain's world became a distorted mirror, reflecting back only his own insecurities and resentments. The jealousy twisted Cain's memories, recoloring his entire history with Abel. Childhood games became competitions he had lost. Shared laughter morphed into mockery at his expense. Even their parents' love, once thought equal, now seemed unfairly balanced in Abel's favor. Can you feel the suffocating grip of these warped perceptions closing in around Cain? As time passed, Cain's jealousy began to manifest physically. His shoulders hunched under invisible weight, his brow furrowed in constant contemplation. The easy smile that once graced his face became a rare sight. He withdrew from family gatherings, unable to bear the apparent ease with which Abel moved through life. This festering emotion set the stage for a tragic confrontation. Like a pot left too long on the fire, Cain's inner turmoil was bound to boil over. The brotherly love that should have been a source of strength and support had become corrupted, twisted into something unrecognizable. As you drift towards sleep, consider the power of unchecked jealousy. How it can take root in the fertile soil of disappointment and grow into something monstrous. Cain's story serves as a stark reminder of the importance of guarding our hearts against the poison of comparison. The tragic path Cain now walks was not inevitable. At each step, there was a choice to reach out, to seek understanding, to let go of resentment. But blinded by his own pain, Cain could not see these alternatives. And so, with each passing day, he moved closer to a moment that would change not just his life, but the course of human history. Chapter 7. Divine Warning. Just when it seems Cain's jealousy has spiraled beyond control, a divine presence makes itself known. Imagine standing in Cain's sandals as the creator of the universe addresses you directly. What would God say in such a moment? His message is both chilling and hopeful, offering a glimpse into the very nature of sin itself. God's infinite wisdom sees the darkness growing in Cain's heart. Like a loving parent watching a child teeter on the edge of a dangerous cliff, he cannot stay silent. With boundless compassion, God speaks directly to Cain. Can you feel the weight of this moment? The air grows thick with anticipation as the divine voice breaks through the turmoil of Cain's thoughts. God's words are a delicate balance of warning and invitation. He doesn't condemn Cain for his feelings, but instead offers a path forward. Picture the gentleness in his tone as he acknowledges Cain's struggle. "Why are you angry?" he asks. "And why has your countenance fallen?" These aren't accusatory questions, but an invitation for Cain to examine his own heart. Then comes a vivid image that will echo through the ages. God speaks of sin as a predator, crouching at the door of Cain's heart. Can you see it in your mind's eye? A shadowy beast, muscles coiled and ready to pounce. This is no mere metaphor, but a stark warning of the very real danger Cain faces if he lets his jealousy fester. But God doesn't leave Cain without hope. In the same breath as his warning, he reminds Cain of his own strength. "You should rule over it," God says of the sin waiting to consume him. These words are a powerful affirmation of Cain's free will, a reminder that he is not helpless in the face of temptation. Can you feel the surge of potential in this divine vote of confidence? As you rest there, pondering this pivotal moment, consider the crossroads at which Cain stands. Will he heed this divine counsel? The choice he makes next will ripple through time, shaping not just his own fate, but the course of human history. God has laid bare the nature of sin and the power of choice. Now it's up to Cain to decide which path he'll take. What exactly did God say to warn Cain about his anger? His words were few, but profoundly impactful. "If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door. And its desire is for you, but you should rule over it." In these two sentences, God encapsulates the entire human struggle with temptation and the power of choice. The first part of God's message is an encouragement. He reminds Cain that acceptance or divine favor is still within reach. All Cain needs to do is do well. It's a call to examine his actions, his motivations, and most importantly, the state of his heart. Can you imagine the spark of hope this might have ignited in Cain's troubled soul? But God doesn't shy away from the harsh reality of Cain's situation. The warning about sin lying in wait is a sobering reminder of the consequences of giving in to jealousy and resentment. It's a vivid illustration of how our negative emotions, if left unchecked, can become a force that threatens to overpower us. Yet even in this dire warning, there's an underlying message of empowerment. God tells Cain that he should rule over sin. This isn't just a suggestion. It's a divine acknowledgement of Cain's capacity to choose right over wrong. It's a reminder that no matter how strong the temptation, the power to resist ultimately lies within us. As the echo of God's words fades, Cain is left with a monumental decision. Will he embrace the path of doing well, letting go of his jealousy and finding acceptance? Or will he allow the crouching sin to pounce, giving in to the darkness growing in his heart? The tension in this moment is palpable. Can you feel the weight of this choice pressing down on Cain? The consequences of Cain's decision will stretch far beyond this single moment. His choice will set in motion a chain of events that will leave an indelible mark on human history. As you drift towards sleep, ponder the power of choice in your own life. How often do we stand at similar crossroads, faced with the decision to nurture love or give in to darker impulses? God's warning to Cain serves as a timeless reminder of our own struggles with temptation and the strength we have to overcome it. It's a message that resonates through the ages, speaking to the very core of what it means to be human. As you close your eyes, let these divine words settle in your heart, a beacon of hope and a call to choose wisely in the face of life's challenges. Chapter 8. The Fatal Invitation. As God's warning fades, a chilling silence descends. Cain's mind churns with conflicting emotions, but one thought rises above the rest. What if he could rid himself of his brother once and for all? The path he chooses next will irreversibly alter the course of human history. Imagine Cain standing alone in the field, his hands clenched into fists as he wrestles with the divine words still echoing in his ears. The sun beats down mercilessly, mirroring the intensity of his inner turmoil. Can you feel the weight of his decision pressing down, heavier than the humid air surrounding him? As Cain's eyes scan the horizon, they land on Abel tending his flock in the distance. A plan begins to form, dark and insidious. He knows he must get Abel alone, away from the watchful eyes of their parents and the protective circle of his sheep. The field, once a place of growth and abundance, now holds a sinister potential in Cain's twisted imagination. With forced casualness, Cain approaches his brother. Abel, he calls out, his voice carefully controlled to hide the storm raging within. Would you walk with me in the field? I could use your help with something. The words taste like ash in his mouth, but Cain forces a smile. Picture Abel's face lighting up at his brother's invitation. Unaware of the danger lurking behind Cain's eyes, he agrees without hesitation. Can you see the trust in Abel's expression? The eagerness to spend time with the brother he still loves and admires? It's a stark contrast to the darkness swirling in Cain's heart. As the brothers set off towards the field, tension builds like a gathering storm. Cain's steps are heavy, each one bringing him closer to a point of no return. Abel, oblivious to the danger, chatters happily about his day, his flock, his latest prayers. His words wash over Cain, barely registering through the roar of blood in his ears. The field stretches out before them, a sea of green under the vast blue sky. It's a place that should represent life and abundance, but today it holds a darker purpose. With each step, the brothers move further from the safety of home and deeper into Cain's trap. Cain's words become a mask, hiding his true intentions. He asks Abel about his flock, feigning interest in his brother's work. Tell me, he says, his voice strained, how do you choose which lamb to offer? How do you know what will please God? The questions are barbed, each one designed to remind Cain of his own rejection. As you rest there, try to imagine the growing dread in the air. It's like the calm before a violent storm, when animals grow quiet and the wind holds its breath. Can you feel the wrongness of this moment, the way it goes against everything brothers should be to each other? How did Cain lure Abel to the field where the murder would take place? It was through a simple invitation, cloaked in the guise of brotherly companionship. Cain played on Abel's trust, his willingness to help, his desire to mend the rift that had grown between them. In Abel's eyes, this walk could be a chance to reconnect, to bridge the distance that had formed since their offerings. But for Cain, each step brings them closer to a moment that will change everything. The weight of his decision presses down on him, growing heavier with each passing second. Part of him still wrestles with God's warning, the chance to turn back from this dark path. But jealousy and resentment have taken too firm a hold, drowning out the voice of reason. As they reach the heart of the field, far from any prying eyes, Cain steps slow. The moment of truth approaches, hanging heavy in the air between them. Abel, still unaware of the danger, turns to his brother with a smile. "What did you need help with, Cain?" he asks, his voice filled with genuine concern. It's a question that hangs unanswered as Cain's resolve hardens. The field, once a symbol of life and growth, now stands witness to a moment that will shatter the innocence of creation. The brothers' fateful journey has led them to the precipice of an act that will echo through millennia. As night begins to fall, casting long shadows across the land, the stage is set for a confrontation that will change the course of human history. The trust between brothers, the bond of family, stands on the edge of a knife. What happens next will leave an indelible mark on the world, a stain that can never be fully washed away. Chapter 9. The Unthinkable Act. The night air grows thick with tension as Cain and Abel stand alone in the field. The stars above, once a source of wonder, now seem to dim, as if sensing the tragedy about to unfold. Can you feel the weight of this moment, suspended in time like a held breath? In a heartbeat, everything changes. Cain's jealousy, long simmering beneath the surface, erupts with volcanic force. His eyes, once filled with brotherly love, now burn with a rage that consumes all reason. Before Abel can react, Cain's hand reaches for a nearby stone, hefting its weight with deadly intent. Time seems to slow as Cain's arm arcs through the air. The stone, once a simple part of God's creation, becomes an instrument of destruction. It strikes Abel with a sickening thud, and the world as they know it shatters. Abel's eyes widen in shock and betrayal. Can you see the confusion etched on his face as he stumbles backward? This is his brother, his protector, now turned aggressor. The pain that blossoms is more than physical. It's the agony of a trust irreparably broken. As Abel falls, the earth beneath him seems to cry out. This same soil, which Cain had tended with such care, now receives an offering it was never meant to hold. Abel's blood seeps into the ground, staining it with the mark of humanity's first murder. In the aftermath, a terrible silence descends. The usual nighttime chorus of crickets and distant animal calls falls eerily quiet, as if all of creation holds its breath in horror. Can you feel the wrongness of this moment? How it goes against the very fabric of the world God made. Cain stands alone, his chest heaving with exertion and emotion. The rage that propelled him drains away, leaving behind a hollow emptiness. As the full weight of his actions crashes down upon him, his knees buckle. He falls to the blood-soaked earth, hands trembling as the realization of what he's done takes hold. The world has changed irrevocably in this single tragic moment. The bond between brothers, meant to be a source of strength and love, lies shattered beyond repair. The earth itself seems to mourn, the once fertile soil now tainted with innocent blood. As you picture this scene, let the gravity of it settle in your mind. The first murder in human history has just occurred, and with it, the last remnants of Eden on earth have crumbled away. Can you sense the shift in the very air, as if the universe itself has tilted on its axis? Cain's hands, once instruments of creation as he tilled the soil, are now stained with his brother's blood. He stares at them in horror, unable to comprehend the magnitude of his actions. The stone, now discarded, lies nearby, a silent witness to humanity's fall from grace. In this moment, the innocence of humanity is lost forever. The potential for such violence, once merely a divine warning, has become a terrifying reality. The harmony of creation, already fractured by Adam and Eve's disobedience, now lies in ruins. As the night wears on, Cain remains frozen in place, unable to tear his gaze from Abel's lifeless form. The body of his brother, once full of life and love, now lies still as a statue. Can you imagine the torment in Cain's mind as memories of their shared childhood flash before his eyes? Every laugh, every shared secret, every moment of brotherly love now tainted by this unthinkable act. The consequences of this moment will ripple through time, shaping the course of human history. In this field, under the cold light of the stars, the concept of murder has entered the world. It's a darkness that will haunt humanity, a shadow cast across the generations to come. As dawn approaches, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the beauty of the new day stands in stark contrast to the horror of the night. Cain, still rooted to the spot, must now face the aftermath of his actions. The world awakens, unaware that everything has changed. But for Cain, there is no going back. The path ahead is dark and uncertain, forever altered by this single, devastating choice. Chapter 10. The Divine Response. As the first rays of sunlight touch the blood-stained earth, a deeper darkness descends. The very air seems to thicken, pressing down on Cain with an unseen weight. What force could make even the morning light feel ominous? The answer is about to shatter Cain's world once more. Imagine the heavens above growing dim, as if a great shadow is passing over the sun. The birds fall silent, and even the wind holds its breath. Can you feel the shift in the atmosphere, the electric charge of a divine presence drawing near? This is no gentle whisper of God in the garden. It's the approach of the Almighty, coming to confront the first murderer in history. God's voice breaks the eerie silence, filled with a sorrow deeper than any human heart could fathom. Cain, he calls out, the name hanging heavy in the air. It's not a shout of anger, but a question laden with grief. Can you hear the pain in that single word, the disappointment of a creator whose creation has turned to violence? In this moment, God's omniscience is crystal clear. He knows exactly what has transpired in that lonely field. The blood of Abel cries out from the ground, a silent witness that cannot be ignored. Yet, in his infinite mercy, God gives Cain a chance to confess. "Where is Abel your brother?" he asks, offering Cain an opportunity to unburden his soul. Picture Cain standing there, his hands still stained with his brother's blood. The weight of God's gaze presses down on him, more crushing than any physical burden. The air around him feels thick, almost unbreathable. Can you sense the turmoil in Cain's heart? The desperate desire to hide warring with the futility of trying to deceive an all-knowing God? God's words cut through Cain's feeble attempts at deception like a sword of truth. "What have you done?" he demands, his voice resonating with the power that spoke the universe into existence. It's not really a question, but a command to acknowledge the horrific reality of Cain's actions. What was God's immediate reaction to Abel's death? It wasn't a bolt of lightning or an earthquake to swallow the murderer. Instead, it was a response of profound sorrow and disappointment. God, who had walked with Adam and Eve in the cool of the day, now faced the grim reality of how far humanity had fallen. His creation, made in his own image, had turned to violence against itself. This divine confrontation sets the stage for Cain's judgment. But it's more than just a precursor to punishment. It's a moment that reveals the very heart of God, a being of perfect justice, yes, but also of unfathomable mercy. Even in the face of the first murder, God offers Cain a chance to come clean, to take responsibility for his actions. As you rest there, try to imagine the weight of this moment. The creator of the universe, face to face with the first murderer. The air crackles with divine power, yet it's tempered with a father's grief. Can you feel the tension between justice and mercy playing out in this cosmic confrontation? God's response to Abel's death teaches us something profound about his nature. He doesn't turn away from humanity's evil, pretending it doesn't exist. Neither does he react with blind rage, destroying the offender without a second thought. Instead, he engages, he questions, he offers a chance for repentance even in the darkest of moments. This interaction between God and Cain will echo through the ages, a testament to both the seriousness of sin and the boundless mercy of the divine. It sets the stage not just for Cain's judgment, but for God's ongoing relationship with humanity, a relationship that will be marked by justice and consequences, Yes, but also by unending love and the constant offer of redemption. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, its warmth unable to touch the chill in Cain's soul, the stage is set for divine judgment. But even as that judgment approaches, the offer of confession, of unburdening the soul, remains open. It's a pattern that will repeat throughout human history. The interplay of human sin, divine justice, and the ever-present opportunity for repentance and redemption. Chapter 11. Cain's futile deception. The warmth of the sun can't penetrate the chill in Cain's soul, but something far colder is about to grip him. In the next breath, he'll attempt the impossible, to deceive the one who knows all. What drives a man to lie to God himself? Panic rises in Cain's chest as he faces divine scrutiny. The weight of God's gaze presses down on him, more crushing than any physical burden. Can you feel the rapid beating of his heart, the cold sweat breaking out on his brow? In this moment, Cain stands at a crossroads. Will he confess his terrible deed, or will he try to hide behind a veil of lies? With desperation clouding his judgment, Cain chooses deception. His voice trembles as he utters those infamous words. "Am I my brother's keeper?" It's a feeble attempt at deflection, a question meant to shift responsibility away from himself. Can you hear the false bravado in his tone, the way his voice cracks on the last syllable? But Cain's words ring hollow in the face of God's omniscience. The air itself seems to recoil from his lie, as if creation itself is offended by this attempt to deceive its maker. The futility of his deception becomes painfully clear. How could he have thought, even for a moment, that he could hide the truth from the one who sees all? Picture Cain standing there, his hands still stained with Abel's blood. The evidence of his crime is etched into his very being, visible to the all-seeing eyes of God. As the seconds tick by, the weight of truth bears down on him. Can you feel the suffocating pressure of guilt and fear closing in around him? In this moment, Cain faces the full reality of his actions. The gravity of what he's done crashes over him like a tidal wave. It's not just the act of murder that condemns him, but this futile attempt to hide it. The innocence lost in that fateful moment in the field seems to pale in comparison to this deliberate choice to lie to God himself. How did Cain try to hide his terrible deed from God? It was through a simple question, a deflection meant to avoid responsibility. "Am I my brother's keeper?" These 5 words, spoken in a moment of panic, would echo through history as a testament to humanity's capacity for self-deception. But they were more than just words. They were a desperate attempt to maintain a facade of innocence, to pretend that the unthinkable hadn't happened. Cain's strategy was to feign ignorance. By questioning his responsibility for Abel's whereabouts, he hoped to create doubt. Perhaps, in his fear-addled mind, he thought he could convince God that he simply didn't know where Abel was. It was a child's tactic, really. If I close my eyes, you can't see me. But in this case, the eyes Cain was trying to avoid were those of the all-knowing Creator. As you rest there, contemplating this pivotal moment, consider the desperation that must have driven Cain to such a futile act. Can you imagine the turmoil in his soul? The frantic search for any way out, any escape from the consequences of his actions? It's a very human response, isn't it? When faced with our worst mistakes, how often do we too try to hide, to deflect, to avoid taking responsibility? But Cain's failed deception paves the way for God's judgment. His lie, rather than shielding him, only serves to compound his sin. It's as if each word he speaks digs his hole deeper, burying him under the weight of his own deceit. The momentary relief he might have felt in denying his crime quickly crumbles, leaving behind a crushing sense of inevitability. In this moment, Cain stands naked before God, stripped of all pretense. His futile attempt at deception has only served to highlight the enormity of his crime. As the last echoes of his lie fade away, the stage is set for divine judgment. The air grows heavy with anticipation, charged with the weight of what's to come. Let these thoughts settle in your mind as you drift towards sleep. Cain's story reminds us of the futility of trying to hide our actions from God, and the power of facing our mistakes with honesty. It's a lesson that resonates through the ages, speaking to the very core of our relationship with the divine. Chapter 12. The Weight of Judgment. In the stillness that follows Cain's failed deception, God's voice rumbles like thunder across the land. Can you feel the ground trembling beneath your feet, the very air vibrating with divine power? This is the moment of judgment, when the full weight of Cain's actions comes crashing down upon him. God's words cut through the air, sharp and unyielding. What have you done? He demands, his voice filled with sorrow and righteous anger. Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Can you imagine the horror that grips Cain's heart as he realizes the true magnitude of his crime? The earth itself bears witness against him, the soil stained with Abel's innocent blood. As God continues to speak, the severity of Cain's punishment unfolds. The very earth that Cain has tended with such care now turns against him. When you work the ground, God declares, it will no longer yield its crops for you. Picture the fields Cain once nurtured, now barren and unyielding under his touch. The soil that once brought forth abundance now refuses to cooperate, as if recoiling from the hands stained with brotherly blood. But the punishment doesn't end there. Cain, once rooted to the land as a tiller of the ground, is now condemned to a life of restless wandering. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth, God proclaims. Can you feel the weight of these words settling on Cain's shoulders? His entire identity, his connection to home and family, is stripped away in an instant. The severity of this divine decree reflects the gravity of Cain's crime. It's not just about the act of murder, but about the shattering of the sacred bond between brothers. God's judgment echoes the ripple effects of Cain's actions. Just as he disrupted the natural order through violence, now the natural world disrupts his life in return. Yet, even in this moment of harsh judgment, there's a surprising note of protection in God's words. As Cain cries out in fear of retribution, God places a mark upon him. I will put a mark on Cain, he says, so that no one who finds him will kill him. Can you picture this mysterious sign, both a brand of guilt and a shield of divine protection? It's a complex mercy, ensuring Cain will live to face the full consequences of his actions. As the full impact of God's words sinks in, Cain begins to grasp the far-reaching consequences of his sin. The life he knew, the future he had imagined for himself, crumbles away like sand through his fingers. Can you sense the despair washing over him as he realizes how one moment of violent rage has altered the course of his entire existence? What punishment did God give Cain for his sin? It was multifaceted, touching every aspect of Cain's life. First, his connection to the earth was severed. The ground that once responded to his care would now withhold its strength, refusing to yield crops. Second, he was condemned to a life of wandering, cut off from the stability of home and community. And finally, he was marked protected from death, yes, but also branded as one who had committed an unthinkable act. This divine decree shapes the course of Cain's life in ways he could never have imagined. From a respected tiller of the ground, he becomes an outcast, forever seeking a place to belong. The skills he honed over years of farming become useless as the earth refuses to cooperate with his efforts. Can you imagine the loneliness of his existence, carrying the weight of his crime and God's judgment wherever he goes? As you ponder these events, let the gravity of Cain's punishment settle in your mind. It's a stark reminder of the consequences our actions can have, not just for ourselves, but for the world around us. God's judgment on Cain serves as a timeless warning about the destructive power of unchecked anger and jealousy. Yet, even in this harsh sentence, we see glimpses of God's complex nature. His justice is tempered with protection, his punishment aimed not at destruction but at forcing Cain to face the reality of his actions. As you drift towards sleep, consider how this ancient tale speaks to our own lives. How often do our choices ripple out, affecting not just ourselves but the world around us? And how might we, like Cain, face the consequences of our actions with the knowledge that even in judgment, there is still a thread of divine mercy? Chapter 13. The family torn apart. The whispers of tragedy travel on the wind, carrying the unthinkable news to Adam and Eve. Can you picture their faces as they first hear of Abel's death? The shock, the disbelief, the desperate hope that it's all some terrible mistake. But as the truth sinks in, their world shatters all over again. Imagine the anguish that grips their hearts as they learn not only of Abel's death, but of Cain's role in it. The pain is twofold: one son lost to death, another to exile and sin. It's a grief unlike anything they've known before, deeper even than their expulsion from Eden. Can you feel the weight of it pressing down on them, threatening to crush their very souls? Adam and Eve cling to each other, their bodies racked with sobs. The memories of their sons as children flash through their minds. Cain's first steps, Abel's gentle laugh. How could it have come to this? The consequences of sin, which they thought they understood, now reveal themselves in ways they never could have imagined. As night falls, Adam and Eve sit in silence, the darkness a fitting backdrop for their sorrow. The world around them seems muted, as if all of creation mourns with them. Can you sense the emptiness in their home, the gaping void left by their son's absence? The places where Cain and Abel once sat, the tools they used, the beds they slept in, all serve as painful reminders of what's been lost. In the quiet hours before dawn, Adam's mind wanders back to Eden. Those perfect days in the garden now feel like a distant dream, more unreachable than ever. He remembers walking with God in the cool of the day, the harmony of all creation surrounding them. Now that harmony lies shattered, broken by an act of violence he never could have foreseen. Eve's thoughts turn to the moment she first held each of her sons. The joy she felt, the hopes and dreams she had for their futures. Now those dreams lie in ruins, replaced by a nightmare she can't wake from. Can you imagine the questions that torment her? Did she fail as a mother? Could she have done something to prevent this tragedy? As the first rays of sunlight pierce the darkness, Adam and Eve face the harsh reality of their new world. Their family, once whole and full of promise, now bears a wound that will never fully heal. The empty places at their table, the silence where there was once laughter, these daily reminders will be a constant ache in their hearts. How did Adam and Eve react to the loss of both their sons? With a grief so profound it seemed to age them overnight. Their eyes, once bright with the lingering light of Eden, now carry a sadness that will never fully fade. They move through their days as if in a fog, going through the motions of living while their hearts remain trapped in that moment of awful revelation. Yet, even in the depths of their sorrow, there are moments of bitter sweetness. They cling to memories of happier times, Abel's kindness, Cain's determination. These recollections are both a comfort and a torment, reminding them of what they've lost while keeping the love for their sons alive in their hearts. This tragedy reshapes Adam and Eve's understanding of the fallen world in ways they never anticipated. The consequences of their own disobedience in Eden now extend far beyond themselves, touching their children and all future generations. Can you sense the weight of responsibility settling on their shoulders? The knowledge that their actions have set in motion a chain of events with far-reaching consequences. As days turn to weeks, and weeks to months, Adam and Eve learn to carry their grief like a familiar burden. They find new purpose in tending to the earth, in nurturing the life around them. It's a small act of defiance against the death that has touched their family, a way of honoring Abel's memory and hoping for Cain's redemption. In quiet moments, they reach out to God, their relationship with Him forever changed by this tragedy. Their prayers are different now, less confident, more pleading. They ask for strength to face each day, for comfort in their loss, and for hope that someday, somehow, their family might be whole again. As you rest there, pondering the depth of Adam and Eve's loss, consider how this ancient tale of grief speaks to our own experiences of sorrow and resilience. Their story reminds us that even in our darkest moments, when loss seems unbearable, we can find the strength to go on. It's a testament to the enduring power of love, hope, and the human spirit's capacity to find light even in the deepest darkness. Chapter 14. The Mark of Protection. As the weight of God's judgment settles upon Cain, a new fear grips his heart. The vast, unknown world stretches before him, and the enormity of his exile becomes painfully clear. Can you imagine the terror coursing through his veins as he realizes he must face this harsh new reality alone? Cain's voice trembles as he cries out to God, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." The desperation in his words is palpable. Can you feel the anguish in his plea, the realization that his actions have cut him off not just from his family, but from God himself? But even in this darkest moment, a flicker of divine mercy shines through. God, in his infinite wisdom and compassion, responds to Cain's fear with an unexpected act of protection. "Not so," he declares, his voice resonating with authority and care. "Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over." And then, something extraordinary happens. God places a mark upon Cain. Picture this moment, the creator of the universe reaching out to touch the first murderer, not in punishment, but in an act of complex mercy. What might this mark have looked like? A physical symbol etched into Cain's skin? A mysterious glow that surrounds him? The Bible doesn't provide these details, leaving room for centuries of speculation and wonder. This sign serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it's a brand of guilt, a visible reminder of Cain's terrible deed. Wherever he goes, this mark will set him apart, a testament to the consequences of his actions. Can you imagine the weight of carrying such a visible sign of one's worst moment? The constant reminder of what was lost in that fateful moment of rage? Yet, this same mark also acts as a divine shield of protection. It's a warning to others, a clear message that despite Cain's crime, his life remains under God's jurisdiction. Anyone seeking to harm Cain would face severe consequences. It's a paradox, isn't it? The very thing that brands Cain as a murderer also ensures his safety as he wanders the earth. The nature of this mark has sparked countless debates and theories throughout history. Some have imagined it as a physical deformity, others as a supernatural aura. There are those who believe it might have been a distinctive tattoo or even a unique way of speaking. The mystery surrounding this mark invites us to ponder the complexities of divine justice and mercy. As you rest there, contemplating this moment, consider the depth of God's response to Cain. Even in the face of the first murder, God's justice is tempered with protection. It's a powerful reminder that no sin, no matter how grave, places us beyond the reach of divine mercy. Can you feel the weight of this truth settling in your heart? This mark stands as a testament to the intricate balance between consequence and compassion in God's dealings with humanity. It ensures that Cain will face the full impact of his actions, wandering the earth as an outcast. Yet it also preserves his life, offering a glimmer of hope for potential redemption. It's a vivid illustration of how God's ways often defy our simple understanding of justice. With the mark upon him, Cain sets out into the unknown. Picture him taking those first steps away from everything he's ever known, his shoulders hunched under the weight of his guilt and God's judgment. The familiar lands of his childhood fade behind him as he ventures into a world forever changed by his actions. Can you sense the mix of fear and resignation in his heart as he begins his life as a wanderer? So, what mark did God place on Cain and why? While the exact nature of the mark remains a mystery, its purpose is clear. It was a sign of God's complex justice, a visible reminder of Cain's sin that simultaneously ensured his protection. This mark would follow Cain throughout his wanderings, a constant testament to both the gravity of his crime and the enduring mercy of God. This final interaction between God and Cain closes one chapter of human history and opens another. The age of innocence is truly over, replaced by a world where violence has entered the human story. Yet even in this darker world, God's mercy remains a constant thread, offering protection and the possibility of redemption even to those who have fallen furthest. As Cain disappears into the distance, his solitary figure a stark reminder of how far humanity has fallen, we're left to ponder the complexities of divine justice and mercy. His story, marked by tragedy yet touched by God's protection, serves as a timeless reminder of the intricate dance between consequence and compassion in our relationship with the divine. Chapter 15. A new era begins. As Cain's solitary figure disappears into the distance, the world seems to hold its breath. The dust settles on the first act of murder, but its effects ripple outward like waves on a once tranquil pond. Can you feel the shift in the very air, as if the universe itself has tilted on its axis? The concept of violence has entered human consciousness, a dark seed planted in the fertile soil of free will. No longer is conflict limited to harsh words or hurt feelings. Now, the specter of physical harm looms over every disagreement, every flash of anger. Picture the way this knowledge changes even simple interactions. A raised voice carries new weight. A clenched fist becomes a potential weapon. Humanity's relationship with God and each other is forever altered. The trust that once flowed freely between brothers now carries an undercurrent of caution. Parents look at their children with a mixture of love and worry, wondering what capacity for both good and evil lies dormant in their hearts. Can you imagine the conversations around evening fires, as elders try to make sense of this new reality? The story of Cain and Abel spreads, carried on whispers and weighted glances. It becomes a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of jealousy's destructive power. Young ones listen with wide eyes as they learn of brotherly love twisted into something unrecognizable. The tale serves as both a warning and a mirror, inviting each listener to examine the darkness that might lurk in their own hearts. Yet, even in this shadow, a glimmer of hope remains. The mark of protection God placed on Cain speaks to a mercy that transcends human understanding. It's a reminder that no one, not even a murderer, is beyond the reach of divine compassion. Can you feel the comfort in this knowledge, a lifeline in a world that suddenly seems much harsher? As Cain wanders eastward, a new chapter in the human story unfolds. The simple life of Eden's earliest days gives way to something more complex. Families grow warier, communities more guarded. The need for rules and consequences becomes apparent as people grapple with the knowledge that one of their own could turn violent. But this primal tragedy also gives birth to new depths of human resilience. Picture the way Adam and Eve cling to each other, finding strength in shared grief. Imagine the conversations that must have taken place as people sought to understand and prevent such a tragedy from happening again. In facing this darkness, humanity discovers reservoirs of compassion and wisdom they never knew they possessed. The ripple effects of the first murder spread through creation in unexpected ways. Animals, once peacefully coexisting with humans, now sense a change in their caretakers. Some grow warier, while others draw closer, offering silent comfort to a species grappling with its own capacity for destruction. Can you picture a faithful dog, sensing its owner's distress, offering a comforting nuzzle? As generations pass, the story of Cain and Abel takes on mythic proportions. It becomes a foundational tale, shaping how people understand the nature of good and evil. Parents use it to teach their children about choices and consequences. Leaders reference it when crafting laws and systems of justice. The simple facts of what happened in that field become interwoven with deeper truths about human nature. How did this event change the course of human history? In ways both profound and subtle. It introduced the concept of murder, yes, but it also sparked the development of ethics and morality as we know them. The need to prevent such a tragedy from happening again led to the creation of the first laws, the earliest forms of justice systems. The exile of Cain led to the spread of humanity across wider territories. As he wandered, he would have encountered new landscapes, new challenges. Picture Cain, marked and alone, learning to survive in unfamiliar terrain. His journey, born of tragedy, became a reluctant exploration that paved the way for future migrations. This event also deepened humanity's spiritual understanding. The complex interplay of justice and mercy in God's response to Cain invited people to ponder the nature of the divine in new ways. It challenged simple notions of reward and punishment, introducing the idea of a God who could both judge and protect, even in the face of the gravest sin. As you rest there, contemplating this pivotal moment in human history, let its weight settle in your mind. The story of Cain and Abel marks the end of humanity's infancy and the beginning of a more complex existence. It's a tale of loss, yes, but also one of resilience, of the human spirit's capacity to find light even in the darkest moments. This new era, shaped by primal tragedy, sets the stage for all the triumphs and struggles that will follow in the grand narrative of human existence. Chapter 16. Echoes through time. Imagine the story of Cain and Abel as a pebble dropped in a pond. The ripples spread outward, touching shores far beyond that first tragic field. As you rest there, picturing those expanding circles, consider how this ancient tale has shaped our understanding of human nature for thousands of years. The story of two brothers, one act of violence, and its terrible consequences has become a powerful metaphor for the conflicts that plague humanity. In every generation, people have seen reflections of Cain and Abel in their own lives. The jealousy that festered in Cain's heart, the misguided attempt to win God's favor through violence. These themes resonate across cultures and centuries. Religious traditions have grappled with the implications of this story for as long as it's been told. Jewish scholars have debated the nature of Cain's sin and the meaning of his punishment. Christian thinkers have seen in Abel a prefiguration of Christ, the innocent victim. Muslim interpretations have emphasized the importance of repentance and God's mercy. Can you feel the weight of centuries of contemplation, as countless minds have turned over every detail of this brief but profound tale? The story raises questions that cut to the very heart of what it means to be human. It challenges us to consider the nature of free will and responsibility. Was Cain's act of murder an inevitability, given the fallen nature of humanity? Or was it a choice, one he could have resisted if he'd heeded God's warning? As you ponder these questions, imagine generations of philosophers and theologians wrestling with the same ideas, seeking to understand the delicate balance between divine sovereignty and human agency. Perhaps the most enduring power of the Cain and Abel story lies in its ability to serve as a mirror. When we look into this ancient tale, we see reflections of both the good and evil that dwell within our own hearts. It's a sobering reminder of the capacity for darkness that lurks even in those who seem most blessed. Yet it also highlights the potential for compassion, for the kind of selfless love Abel showed in his offerings to God. Can you picture a parent, centuries removed from that first fratricide, using the story to teach their child about the dangers of jealousy? Or a judge, weighing the fate of a modern-day Cain, reflecting on the complex interplay of justice and mercy shown in God's response? The narrative has taken on a life of its own, evolving and adapting to speak to each new generation's struggles and questions. What lessons can we learn from this tragic tale of brotherly conflict? The answers are as varied as the people who have pondered them, but some themes emerge again and again. We're reminded of the destructive power of unchecked jealousy and the importance of mastering our own emotions. The story teaches us about the far-reaching consequences of our actions, how a single moment of violence can forever alter the course of history. There's a lesson, too, about the nature of divine justice and mercy. Even in the face of the gravest sin, God's response to Cain shows a complex balance of punishment and protection. It challenges us to consider how we might extend that same mercy to those who have wronged us, breaking cycles of violence and retribution. As you let these thoughts settle in your mind, consider how the relevance of this story endures, speaking to the human condition across vast stretches of time. In a world still plagued by conflict, where brother still turns against brother, the tale of Cain and Abel remains painfully relevant. It reminds us of our shared humanity, our common struggles with temptation, and our capacity for both great good and terrible evil. The story continues to evolve, finding new interpretations in literature, art, and popular culture. From John Steinbeck's East of Eden to contemporary films exploring themes of sibling rivalry, the echoes of that first brotherly conflict resound through our creative expressions. Can you sense the power of this narrative, its ability to speak to something fundamental in the human experience? As night falls and you prepare for sleep, let the story of Cain and Abel rest gently in your thoughts. It's a tale that has comforted and challenged, warned and inspired countless generations before us. In its enduring relevance, we find a thread that connects us to our ancestors and to future generations yet unborn. All of us, in our own ways, grappling with the same fundamental questions of good and evil, choice and consequence, that Cain faced in that lonely field so long ago. Chapter 17. The Legacy of Choice. As the still of night settles around you, Picture Cain standing at the crossroads of his fate. His decision in that moment, born of jealousy and rage, echoes through time as a testament to the incredible power of choice. Can you feel the weight of that decision, how it changed not just Cain's life, but the course of human history? Cain's story serves as a stark reminder that our actions ripple outward, touching lives far beyond our own. Imagine the consequences of that single violent act: a family torn apart, a brother lost, and a world forever changed. It's a sobering thought, isn't it? The choices we make, even in our darkest moments, can shape the world in ways we might never have imagined. As you rest there, let Cain's tale challenge you to look inward. What motivations drive your own choices? Are there seeds of jealousy or resentment taking root in your heart? The story of Cain and Abel calls us to examine ourselves with unflinching honesty. It's not always a comfortable process, but it's one that can lead to profound growth and understanding. This ancient narrative serves as a powerful call to action. It urges us to resist the pull of jealousy and instead cultivate compassion. Imagine how different the outcome might have been if Cain had chosen to celebrate Abel's success rather than resent it. Can you picture a world where we lift each other up instead of tearing each other down? The struggle between our better and worse natures is as old as humanity itself. Cain's story brings this internal battle into sharp focus. We all face moments of temptation, times when anger or jealousy threaten to overwhelm our better judgment. But Cain's tragic choice reminds us that we have the power to master these impulses, to choose a higher path. Yet even in the darkness of Cain's sin, a glimmer of hope shines through. God's response, a punishment tempered with protection, speaks to the possibility of redemption. It's a powerful reminder that no matter how far we may fall, the chance for a new beginning is never completely lost. Can you feel the comfort in that knowledge, the assurance that even our worst mistakes don't define us forever? The story of Cain and Abel continues to guide and warn us, thousands of years after it was first told. Its lessons resonate in courtrooms and classrooms, in places of worship and family homes. Picture a judge weighing a difficult case, drawing wisdom from this ancient tale of justice and mercy. Or imagine a child learning about the consequences of actions, their eyes wide as they hear of Cain's fateful choice. As you drift towards sleep, consider how the lessons of this story remain deeply relevant in our quest for a more just and peaceful world. It challenges us to confront the roots of conflict, to seek understanding instead of retaliation. The tale of two brothers reminds us that we are all connected, all part of the human family. What might change if we truly embraced that knowledge? Cain's legacy is complex, a cautionary tale, yes, but also a testament to the enduring nature of hope and the possibility of redemption. It invites us to reflect on our own choices, to consider how we might shape a better future through our actions. As you close your eyes, let these ancient truths settle in your heart. How might you carry the lessons of Cain and Abel into your own life, your own choices? In the quiet of night, ponder the power you hold to choose compassion over conflict, understanding over anger, and love over fear. As we close this ancient tale, let its wisdom settle in your heart like a gentle rain. Picture yourself standing at the crossroads of choice, much like Cain did so long ago. Can you feel the weight of responsibility, the power to shape not just your own life, but the world around you? The story of Cain and Abel reminds us of our shared humanity, our capacity for both great love and terrible darkness. As you rest there, contemplating their fateful choices, consider how their struggles mirror our own. How often do we face the temptation of jealousy, the pull of anger? Yet in those moments, we also hold the power to choose differently. May this timeless narrative inspire us to cultivate love in our hearts, to resist the siren call of hatred. Imagine a world where we celebrate each other's successes rather than resenting them, where we face our darker impulses with courage and compassion. As you drift towards sleep, let these thoughts guide you towards a brighter tomorrow, one choice at a time. The story of Noah's Ark. In a time long ago, in a world cradled by ancient hills and wide-open skies, there lived a man named Noah. He dwelled in a tranquil landscape, a harmonious realm where nature and spirit intertwined seamlessly. The sun rose slowly over the horizon each morning, casting a soft, golden light across lush valleys and towering trees. The air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers, and the melodies of birds filled the atmosphere with songs of joy. In this idyllic setting, Noah found his peace, a serene existence intertwined with the rhythm of creation. Noah was a man of deep faith, a gentle soul who listened intently to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves. His heart beat in time with the pulse of the earth, and he moved through the landscape with reverence and gratitude. Each day, he would wander through the fields, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin and the cool breeze dancing through his hair. As he walked, he marveled at the beauty around him, pausing to admire the intricate patterns of flowers or the majestic flight of an eagle soaring above. In this sacred space, Noah cultivated a deep connection with God. He often found solace in quiet moments of prayer, sitting beneath the expansive branches of an ancient tree that had witnessed countless seasons. With eyes closed, he would listen, allowing God's voice to seep into his heart, guiding him like a compass pointing true north. It was in these moments of stillness that he felt the gentle touch of divine presence, urging him to trust and obey the path set before him. But this tranquil existence was not merely for his own contentment. Noah understood that he was a steward of the earth, chosen to care for the creation around him. With each act of kindness toward the animals and each seed sown in the fertile ground, he honored the Creator who had breathed life into everything. His heart swelled with purpose as he tended to the land, nurturing it as a beloved garden, reflecting the love he felt from God. Yet, even in this peaceful haven, there was an undercurrent of anticipation. Noah sensed that the winds of change were on the horizon, whispering of a journey yet to unfold. It was during one of these quiet moments that he felt a profound stirring within him, a calling that beckoned him to embark on a journey of faith unlike any he had ever known. The voice of God resonated in his heart, urging him to prepare, to build, and to trust in a plan that lay beyond his understanding. As the days turned into weeks, Noah devoted himself to listening and reflecting on this divine calling. He spent long hours in contemplation, seeking wisdom from the Creator and understanding the significance of the task ahead. With every passing day, he felt the pull of faith growing stronger, a quiet assurance that guided him through uncertainty. His wife and children often joined him on his walks, sharing in the beauty of their surroundings, unaware of the weight of the calling Noah was beginning to bear. They laughed together, their voices mingling with the symphony of nature, blissfully unaware that their lives were about to change forever. But Noah felt it in his bones, a stirring that resonated with his spirit, urging him to prepare for what was to come. As he walked along the banks of the gentle river, Noah paused to observe the water glistening under the sun, reflecting the beauty of the sky above. In that moment, he understood the importance of this journey, a journey not just for himself, but for all of creation. He sensed that God was preparing a path that would require courage, obedience, and an unwavering faith that he could rely on to guide him through the storm. "Lord," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the soft babbling of the river, "I am ready to follow your lead. I will trust in your wisdom, no matter how daunting the path may seem." In his heart, he made a vow to embrace the journey ahead, to step into the unknown with faith as his compass and love as his guide. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and gold, Noah felt a sense of calm wash over him. He knew that he was being invited to participate in something far greater than himself, a sacred calling that would intertwine his destiny with the destiny of all living creatures. The beauty of the landscape around him served as a reminder of God's creation, a promise that life would continue even through the storms that lay ahead. With each passing day, the invitation to this journey of faith became clearer, and Noah resolved to share his heart and hopes with his family. He understood that they would need to unite in purpose and trust, as they were about to embark on a journey filled with both trials and triumphs. Together, they would navigate the waters of uncertainty, guided by the steady hand of God. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Noah returned home, his heart brimming with anticipation. He was ready to embrace the unknown, to trust in the guidance he had received, and to step boldly into the journey that awaited him. With the soft night air wrapping around him, he felt a sense of peace settle in his soul, a quiet assurance that he was not alone in this endeavor. In the days to come, as the journey unfolded, Noah would hold fast to the belief that every step taken in faith would lead to the fulfillment of God's promise. And so, he opened his heart to the adventure ahead, ready to follow where the divine would lead, with trust, obedience, and love lighting the way. In the stillness of a clear, quiet evening, Noah stood on the edge of the fields surrounding his home, gazing out at the distant hills bathed in the soft glow of twilight. He marveled at the beauty of the world around him, the sky painted with hues of amber and violet, the peaceful rustling of the leaves, the distant calls of birds as they settled into the trees. Yet beneath this serenity, Noah felt a subtle heaviness, a sense that something profound was about to unfold. As he breathed in the evening air, he whispered a quiet prayer, asking for guidance and strength, unaware that soon his life would take a path he could never have imagined. In the midst of this quiet moment, Noah felt a presence, a warmth that surrounded him like a gentle embrace. He felt as though he was no longer alone, as though he was standing in the presence of something vast and holy. His heart began to beat steadily, and his mind stilled, quieting under the weight of the sacred. It was then that he heard God's voice, not a loud or overwhelming sound, but a steady, deep whisper that seemed to resonate within his very soul. "Noah," the voice said, calm yet filled with a gravity that Noah couldn't ignore. "The earth has grown full of violence, and all creation is suffering under the weight of sin. I am grieved by what I see, for mankind has turned away from my ways and embraced paths of destruction. Yet, among all who walk the earth, you have remained faithful. You have walked with me, and you have held fast to righteousness." Noah's heart swelled with awe and reverence as he listened. He understood that God's words carried both sorrow and compassion, and he felt the weight of them deeply. He thought of the world around him, of the choices others had made, the harm that had come to so many. The world had indeed changed from what it was meant to be, and Noah felt a surge of compassion as he sensed the deep sadness in God's words. Then, as Noah stood silent, God revealed a plan that would alter the course of history. "I will send a flood upon the earth, a cleansing of all that is corrupt and broken. All flesh shall perish in the waters, save for those who take refuge within the ark you shall build. This ark will be a place of safety, a shelter from the storm, a promise of my covenant with all who seek me. You, Noah, and your family will be the ones to carry forth this hope, to preserve the life I have created." Noah's mind spun as he absorbed the words. A flood, an endless expanse of water that would cover the land. It was difficult to imagine, a force beyond anything he had ever seen. Yet as he felt the steady assurance of God's presence, Noah knew with all his heart that these words were true. He understood that this was no ordinary task, but a calling that would demand his full trust, his faith, and his obedience. Without hesitation, Noah lowered his head, bowing in humble reverence. "Lord," he replied softly, his voice steady with conviction, "I will do as you have commanded. I will build the ark. I will follow your guidance and place my trust in your will, even though I do not fully understand. Your wisdom is beyond all understanding, and I will walk in faith." God's instructions continued, filling Noah's heart with both purpose and awe. With careful detail, God described the dimensions of the ark, a massive structure built to house not only Noah's family, but pairs of every living creature that walked, crawled, flew, or swam on the earth. Each measurement was precise, each step clear, as if God himself was placing the blueprints of this sacred vessel into Noah's hands. The ark would be constructed of gopher wood, and Noah would coat it inside and out with pitch to make it watertight. It would have 3 levels, each designed to hold the vast number of animals that would seek shelter within. There would be a door on the side and a window set high to let in light and air. God's plan was detailed, deliberate, each instruction a testament to his wisdom and care for even the smallest creature that would be saved. As the night deepened, Noah remained in silent awe, absorbing each word. He felt a great sense of purpose rising within him, a knowledge that he was being called to participate in something far beyond himself. He could see the challenge ahead, the hard work it would demand, but he felt no fear. He understood that God was not merely calling him to build a vessel. He was calling him to build a place of hope, a promise of new beginnings. Noah rose each morning before dawn, his spirit filled with a sense of reverence and purpose. He walked quietly through the forests and across the rolling fields, knowing that each step brought him closer to fulfilling God's command. The air was crisp, and the world around him seemed to pause, as if even nature itself was aware of the task at hand. Noah carried a simple but sharp axe, its blade glinting faintly in the morning light, and a heart filled with humble devotion, ready to begin the sacred work set before him. The trees towered above him, strong and steadfast, their branches reaching high toward the heavens. Noah walked among them with reverence, searching carefully for the right trees to cut. He ran his hand over each trunk, feeling the life coursing within, and offered a silent prayer of gratitude for each one. He knew that the wood would form the body of the ark, each plank a piece of protection for him, his family, and the countless creatures that would shelter within. The trees were not just resources. They were gifts from God, part of the land's bounty, and he treated them with utmost care. As he selected each tree, Noah would pause to consider it thoughtfully, whispering a few words of thanks before lifting his axe. He struck with skill, each swing careful and deliberate, and as the wood gave way, he felt a profound connection to the earth and to the Creator who had brought this world to life. As each tree fell, he saw it not as destruction, but as transformation, a willing offering to God's plan, one that would help protect life from the storm to come. Each fallen tree seemed to whisper its acceptance, becoming a part of something far greater than itself. By midday, Noah would carry the harvested wood back to the clearing where the ark would soon take shape. He worked tirelessly, pulling each log and plank through the forest paths, the weight heavy on his shoulders yet lightened by his spirit. His 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, joined him, their faces resolute and hands willing. Together, they moved with quiet efficiency, their footsteps falling in unison as they carried the beams and shaped each piece to fit the ark's growing frame. They understood the magnitude of this task, and as they labored together, their hearts were filled with gratitude for the chance to serve this greater purpose. As they worked, the townspeople watched with curiosity. They had noticed Noah's efforts, the steady construction of the enormous wooden vessel taking shape on the edge of town. Whispers spread among them, a mixture of wonder, doubt, and even disbelief. Some were intrigued, sensing that something extraordinary was unfolding. Others dismissed it as foolishness. After all, why would anyone build such a massive structure on dry land, miles from any sea or river? One afternoon, a group of curious townspeople approached Noah as he paused from his work. "Noah," one of them called out, "what is this that you are building? Such a vessel belongs on the ocean, not here among the fields and trees. What purpose does it serve?" Noah turned to them, his eyes kind and steady, and answered simply, "It is an ark, a place of refuge, built in obedience to God's command. It will shelter my family and the creatures of the earth, a safe haven from the floodwaters that will cover the land." The people looked at one another, some with concern, others with skepticism. "A flood, you say?" another asked. "But the skies are clear, and the rivers run as they always have. How can you be certain?" Noah smiled softly, understanding their confusion. He had asked similar questions himself when he first heard God's voice, but he had found his answer in faith. "I do not know the ways of God, but I trust in his wisdom," Noah replied. "This ark is his design, and I am only the hands that build it. My heart is filled with peace, for I know that his purpose is greater than any I could see or understand." Some in the crowd nodded thoughtfully, while others shook their heads in disbelief. Yet Noah's calm confidence left an impression, a quiet ripple that stirred within their hearts. They walked away with much to ponder, and though many could not comprehend his actions, Noah's faith planted a seed within their spirits, a glimmer of hope, a reminder of something larger than themselves. As the days turned into weeks, Noah continued his work, rising with the dawn and laboring until the stars filled the night sky. His hands grew calloused, his muscles weary, yet his spirit remained strong. Each piece of wood was carefully measured and cut, every joint fitted with precision, as if he were crafting not just a vessel, but a work of devotion. The ark became a symbol of his faith, a testament to the trust he placed in God's plan. With each plank and beam, he felt his heart lifted, filled with a sense of joy and peace that carried him through even the most difficult moments. In the evenings, Noah and his family would gather around a small fire, their faces illuminated by its gentle glow. They shared simple meals, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the forest, their hearts united by the journey they shared. They spoke of their hopes and dreams, of the future they could not yet see but trusted would come. And in those quiet moments, they felt God's presence among them, a loving assurance that their work was not in vain. One night, as they sat together, Noah spoke to his sons, his voice soft yet filled with conviction. "This ark is not only a vessel of wood and nails," he told them, "but a promise of life, a testament to the hope that lies within us. We are building not just for ourselves, but for every creature that walks upon this earth, every bird that flies through the sky, and every fish that swims in the sea. It is a reminder that we are all part of God's creation, bound together by his love and grace." Shem, Ham, and Japheth listened with reverence, understanding the depth of their father's words. They felt a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that they were part of something extraordinary, a story that would be remembered for generations to come. Their hearts swelled with gratitude, for they knew that they were not alone. God's hand was upon them, guiding each step, shaping each moment. In the following days, the ark began to take its final shape. Its massive frame stood tall and strong, a mighty vessel rising from the earth as if born from the soil itself. The townspeople marveled at its size, at the craftsmanship and care with which it was built. And though many still questioned its purpose, they could not deny the dedication they saw in Noah's eyes. As Noah placed the final beams, he stepped back and gazed upon the ark, his heart filled with a quiet sense of accomplishment. He knew that this was not the end, but the beginning of a journey that would lead them into the unknown. He felt a deep peace within, a calm assurance that God's promise would be fulfilled. And as he looked upon the ark, he offered a silent prayer of gratitude, his spirit lifted by the knowledge that he was exactly where he was meant to be. He knew that the ark was more than just a structure. It was a symbol of faith, a testament to the hope that lies within the heart of every living being. It was a reminder that, even in the face of uncertainty, there is always a place of refuge, a place where love and grace can be found. One quiet morning, as the sun cast soft light over the clearing where the ark stood, Noah awoke to a remarkable sight. From the forest and plains surrounding their home, animals of every shape and size began to appear, each moving toward the ark with calm, deliberate steps. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding them, drawing them from their habitats and nests, urging them to journey to this place of refuge. Noah felt his heart swell with awe at the sight. The gathering of creatures was a living testimony to God's hand in all of creation. Noah called to his family, and together they stood in wonder, watching as animals of all kinds made their way into the clearing. Birds with feathers of every color flew in from the trees, their wings flashing in the sunlight. Eagles soared with grace, sparrows flitted from branch to branch, and even the rarest of birds, with plumage like fire and gold, settled peacefully around the ark. They perched in clusters on nearby trees, filling the air with a gentle, harmonious chorus that sounded like nature's own song of praise. From the plains and rivers, creatures great and small appeared. Elephants, majestic and strong, lumbered forward, their trunks swaying with each step, while gazelles moved in graceful bounds beside them, their eyes wide but calm. Noah watched in amazement as lions padded through the grass, their golden eyes gleaming, yet showing no signs of hunger or aggression. Beside them walked antelope, unafraid, as if they, too, were filled with a peace that transcended the natural instincts that usually kept them apart. The family stood in silence, observing the miracle that unfolded before them. Never before had they seen such harmony, such unity among the creatures of the earth. Wolves moved alongside lambs, bears padded beside deer, and mighty rhinoceroses stepped carefully beside smaller animals, aware of their presence and taking care not to harm them. It was as if all creation had been woven together by a gentle, invisible hand, knitting them into a single, peaceful procession. In the skies above, flocks of birds circled, their wings creating a gentle breeze that carried a feeling of serenity across the clearing. The doves, pure white and graceful, landed near Noah and his family, cooing softly as if to reassure them of God's promise. Parrots, toucans, and even brightly colored macaws rested in the trees, adding their vibrant colors to the scene, like living flowers adorning the branches. As each group of animals reached the ark, they paused briefly, as though paying respect to the vessel that would soon carry them. One by one, they began to find their places, settling calmly in the areas Noah had prepared. Noah felt his heart fill with gratitude and wonder as he observed their patience and obedience. This was more than a simple gathering of creatures. It was an act of faith, an acknowledgement of God's presence and protection, even for the smallest among them. Noah's sons moved among the animals, guiding them gently into their designated places, marveling at the gentleness with which even the largest beasts responded. Shem carefully led a pair of leopards, their sleek coats gleaming in the sunlight, into a quiet area where they could rest. Ham, with steady hands, guided a pair of towering giraffes, their heads held high, into a space where they could reach branches and leaves he had gathered for them. Japheth, too, moved through the crowd, offering gentle words and gestures to calm the animals as they found their places. He was particularly taken by a pair of elephants, their massive forms moving with surprising grace. He whispered to them as he led them forward, his words soft and reassuring. The elephants lifted their trunks, as though acknowledging his kindness, and followed him willingly, their deep, wise eyes filled with trust. As the animals settled in, a profound stillness filled the air. It was a silence not of absence, but of peace, a quiet that held within it the murmurs of life, the gentle rustling of feathers, and the soft breathing of the creatures as they found comfort in their new surroundings. Each animal seemed to understand its place in this extraordinary gathering, resting peacefully beside its natural companions and even those who, in another setting, might have been rivals or prey. Noah felt tears gather in his eyes as he observed this scene of perfect harmony. It was a glimpse of creation as it had been in Eden, a return to a time before strife and conflict, when all creatures lived in peace under the care of their Creator. He looked toward the heavens, his heart filled with gratitude and awe, knowing that this was a blessing beyond measure, a sign of God's love for every living being. As evening drew near, the sky deepened into shades of rose and violet, casting a gentle glow over the ark and the gathered animals. Birds tucked their heads beneath their wings, settling down for the night, while lions and tigers stretched out in the grass, their bodies relaxed, their eyes closing in peace. Deer curled up beside wolves, bears lay beside sheep, and even the smallest creatures, the mice and rabbits, found places to rest safely among the giants. The sounds of the animals' breathing and the rustling of leaves became a lullaby, a gentle symphony that rose and fell with the rhythm of nature. Noah and his family moved quietly among the animals, offering water and food to those in need, making sure each creature was comfortable and safe. They felt the privilege of their task deeply, understanding that they were caretakers of this remarkable gathering, chosen to protect and preserve God's creation. In the final moments of twilight, Noah stood at the edge of the clearing, his heart overflowing with gratitude and wonder. He looked out over the peaceful scene, feeling as though he were witnessing a moment of divine harmony, a glimpse into the heart of God. The ark, filled with the gentle sounds of life, stood ready to fulfill its purpose, a symbol of hope and renewal that would carry them through the coming storm. Noah offered a quiet prayer of thanks, his words a soft murmur that blended with the sounds of the forest and the night. He thanked God for his guidance, for his love, and for the chance to serve as a guardian of this precious gathering. He prayed for strength, for courage, and for the grace to protect each creature entrusted to his care. And in the stillness, he felt God's presence, a gentle assurance that they were not alone, that his hand was upon them, guiding and sheltering them through each step of the journey. As night fell and the first stars appeared in the sky, Noah and his family settled down beside the ark, their hearts filled with peace. They listened to the soft rustle of feathers, the quiet breathing of the animals, and the gentle sigh of the wind as it moved through the trees. It was a moment of perfect stillness, a pause in time where all creation seemed to hold its breath, united by a single purpose, a single hope. They knew that the days ahead would bring challenges, that the waters would rise and the storms would come. But in that moment, they felt the strength of God's love surrounding them, a shield of peace that would carry them through whatever lay ahead. And as they closed their eyes, they rested in the assurance that they were exactly where they were meant to be, held in the hands of the Creator, safe within His plan. The day had finally come. As dawn's first light stretched across the sky, casting a soft glow over the land, Noah and his family gathered in the shadow of the great ark, preparing themselves for what lay ahead. The ark towered above them, a symbol of safety and purpose, yet stepping into it meant leaving behind everything familiar. The fields they had tended, the friends and neighbors they had known, even the lands they had walked upon for so many years, all would remain on the other side of the door. There was a solemnity in the air, a quiet acknowledgement of the world they were about to leave behind. As Noah stood with his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives, they gazed one last time at the place they had called home. Though they felt a deep peace in their hearts, knowing they were following God's call, the farewell was bittersweet. The trees where they had played as children, the hills they had climbed, the streams they had fished in, all these familiar sights seemed to glow with a gentle beauty as the family took in the scene one last time. They knew that once they entered the ark, they would be leaving behind the land they had loved, stepping into a future unknown, guided only by faith. The animals, too, seemed to sense the gravity of the moment. Pairs of creatures from across the earth had gathered, and they now stood quietly around the ark, as if in silent understanding of the journey they were about to undertake. Lions stood beside lambs, eagles perched beside doves, each creature calm and composed, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. They had come by God's command, drawn from forests, plains, and mountains, and now they awaited the signal to enter the ark. It was a sight both humbling and awe-inspiring, a reminder of the harmony God intended for all living things, a glimpse of a world without fear or division. Noah's wife approached him and took his hand, her gaze steady and filled with unspoken trust. She had been by his side through all the years of work and sacrifice, and now, as they prepared to board the ark, she stood with him once more, ready to face the unknown. Together, they looked upon their family, taking in the expressions of their sons and daughters-in-law, each carrying their own mix of anticipation and reflection. Noah stepped forward, and in a quiet, steady voice, he addressed them. "My beloved family," he began, his voice strong yet gentle, "we have been chosen to carry forward God's promise. Today, we say goodbye to what we have known and step into the protection He has provided. Let us give thanks for the lives we have lived and trust in the path He has set before us." With a nod, his sons and their wives knelt, bowing their heads in prayer. Together, they offered words of gratitude and supplication, each prayer rising like incense to the heavens. They prayed for the courage to face the days ahead, for the grace to trust in God's wisdom, and for the peace to accept whatever lay beyond the horizon. They thanked God for the beauty of creation, for the life they had been given, and for the strength to serve as stewards of His covenant. After the prayer, Noah embraced each of his sons, his heart swelling with pride and love. He knew that they, too, had left behind much: friends, memories, a familiar way of life. Yet they had each chosen to follow, to walk in faith alongside him, trusting in the promise that lay within the ark's wooden walls. He clasped their hands, one by one, whispering words of encouragement and love, reassuring them that they were not alone, that God's presence would guide them through whatever challenges lay ahead. The time had come for the animals to enter the ark. Noah's sons moved among them, offering gentle guidance, helping each pair find their way inside. The elephants moved with slow, steady steps, their great forms casting long shadows as they passed. The birds took flight, swooping into the ark in flocks, filling the air with the sound of wings. Even the smallest creatures, the mice and squirrels, scurried forward, finding their places within the ark's shelter. It was a remarkable sight, a procession of life moving in harmony, each creature taking its place within the vessel of hope. As Noah watched the animals enter, he felt a deep sense of wonder. This was more than an exodus. It was an act of faith, a testament to the unseen hand that had called them. The lions moved beside deer without a hint of aggression. The doves nestled beside hawks in peaceful companionship. The ark's doors, tall and wide, stood open, inviting all who came in peace to enter and find refuge. With the animals safely inside, it was now time for Noah and his family to board the ark. Noah turned to his wife and sons, his heart filled with a mixture of sorrow and anticipation. He knew that once they crossed the threshold, their lives would be forever changed. Together, they took a final look at the world outside, at the trees swaying gently in the breeze, the familiar paths they had walked, and the sky stretching vast and endless above them. As they stepped forward, Noah placed his hand on the sturdy wood of the ark, feeling the rough texture beneath his fingers. This vessel, built with his own hands and by the grace of God's guidance, would soon carry them through the great flood, a shelter from the storm. He took a steady breath, feeling the strength of God's presence surrounding him, filling him with peace and assurance. One by one, his family entered the ark, each step taken with quiet faith. As they crossed the threshold, they felt the weight of the moment, the finality of leaving behind all they had known. They were entering a new chapter, a journey into the unknown, guided only by their trust in the one who had called them. Together, they took their places within the ark, surrounded by the sounds of the animals, the warmth of their family, and the quiet hum of life itself. When they were all inside, Noah stood by the door, looking out one last time. The world outside was peaceful, the sky clear, the air filled with the scent of earth and trees. But he knew that this tranquility would soon give way to something far beyond his understanding. With a final, steady breath, he whispered a silent farewell, a prayer for those who remained outside, and a blessing over the journey that lay ahead. In that sacred moment, the door of the ark began to close, moved by an unseen force, as if God himself was sealing them inside. As it shut, a profound silence filled the ark, a stillness that settled over them like a cloak of peace. They were now enclosed within the vessel that would carry them through the flood, a vessel held in the hands of the Creator. Noah and his family looked at one another, their faces filled with both awe and humility. They were not alone. They were surrounded by life, by the creatures entrusted to their care, by the promise of a new beginning. Together, they bowed their heads in prayer, lifting their hearts in gratitude and hope, trusting in the shelter of God's love. And so, within the ark's walls, they waited. They listened to the gentle sounds of the animals settling in, the quiet murmur of life breathing in harmony. The world outside had grown still, as if holding its breath. And as they sat in that holy silence, Noah and his family knew that they were safe, held within the embrace of God's promise, sheltered by his grace as they prepared to face the unknown journey ahead. Inside the ark, a peaceful quiet had settled over Noah and his family. They moved through the spacious corridors of the vessel, checking on the animals, ensuring that each creature was comfortable in its place. The days since they had entered had been calm and uneventful, and although they knew what was to come, there was still an air of uncertainty. Noah's family carried a quiet readiness, preparing their hearts and minds for the beginning of the great flood. All around them, the sounds of life filled the ark, a soft murmur of animals stirring, birds softly cooing from their roosts, a calm symphony of creation resting in peaceful expectation. Then, early one morning, a soft pattering sound broke the silence. Noah looked up, listening closely. The sound was subtle, a gentle rhythm that seemed to echo through the ark's walls. He moved toward the window, his heart stirring with recognition. Rain. The first raindrops had begun to fall. Tiny droplets danced against the wooden planks, leaving faint trails on the window and running down in slender, glistening lines. For a brief moment, Noah simply watched, his heart filled with a deep sense of awe and reverence. It had begun, the rain that would grow to encompass the entire earth, that would fulfill God's promise. The raindrops began to fall faster, growing into a steady, drumming rhythm. Outside, the world was enveloped in a gentle mist, softening the landscape, blurring the edges of trees and hills. From the windows of the ark, Noah and his family watched as the rain turned the earth to a glistening canvas, painting the world in shades of gray and silver. Each drop that fell seemed to carry the weight of divine purpose, a reminder of the covenant that had led them here. As the hours passed, the rain grew heavier, transforming from a gentle shower to a steady downpour. The earth drank in the water, its thirsty soil absorbing every drop, darkening as it became saturated. Pools began to form, small at first, then growing into wide, shimmering sheets that reflected the gray sky above. Streams overflowed, spilling over their banks, joining together to form wide currents that wound through the landscape like rivers. The rain beat steadily, unyielding, filling every hollow, every low-lying valley. The sound of it was mesmerizing, a constant, rhythmic pulse that seemed to echo within the very walls of the ark. Noah's family gathered near the window, their eyes wide with wonder. They had never seen rain like this, steady, unrelenting, as though the heavens had opened and were pouring out all the waters of the sky. There was something both beautiful and humbling in the sight, a reminder of the power and majesty of the one who had commanded the flood. Together, they watched as the waters began to rise, creeping slowly across the land, covering the familiar paths and fields, transforming the earth into a vast, endless expanse of water. Inside the ark, the animals stirred, sensing the change in the air. The birds ruffled their feathers, shifting on their perches as they listened to the steady drumming of rain on the roof. The larger animals lay quietly, their eyes reflecting a quiet understanding, as if they too knew that they were part of something far greater than themselves. Each creature seemed to settle into the rhythm of the rain, accepting the journey ahead with the same peace that filled Noah's heart. The rain continued through the night, unceasing, as the waters rose higher and higher. Rivers overflowed, streams swelled, and soon the landscape was a vast sea, stretching endlessly in every direction. Trees became small islands, their branches dipping low as the waters climbed higher, swallowing the ground beneath them. Hills and valleys alike were submerged, until the earth itself seemed to vanish, hidden beneath the endless, swelling waves. The ark, built upon solid ground, began to shift, its weight lifting as the waters rose to meet it. Noah felt the ark sway gently, a soft, rhythmic rocking that reminded him of a cradle, as if the hand of God himself was lifting them above the waters. The first gentle rocking gave way to a stronger pull as the ark floated freely, carried by the currents that now swirled around them. Inside, Noah's family held fast, feeling the power of the water as it lifted them higher, carrying them away from the world they had known. They could feel the motion, the steady rise of the ark as it ascended with the waters, and in their hearts, a deep peace settled, a trust that they were safe, held within the embrace of God's promise. Outside, the rain poured without ceasing, each drop a testament to the might and mercy of the Creator. The ark was their sanctuary, a place of safety and peace amid the rising waves. They could feel the presence of God surrounding them, a sheltering warmth that filled the vessel with calm. As they moved through the ark, caring for the animals, checking on one another, they felt a sense of unity, a shared purpose that bound them together in faith. The days turned into nights, and the nights back into days, yet the rain did not stop. The steady rhythm of water against the ark became a familiar sound, a backdrop to their lives within this vessel of hope. As the ark drifted, Noah and his family found comfort in the routine they had established. They rose each morning to tend to the animals, to care for one another, to offer their prayers of gratitude and trust. Their lives became a cycle of simple tasks, each one a reminder of their purpose, their calling, and the faith that held them together. With each passing day, they grew accustomed to the gentle sway of the ark, to the sounds of the animals resting peacefully beside them, to the quiet stillness that filled the vessel. They were far from the world they had known, yet within the ark, They felt a deep sense of belonging, a reassurance that they were exactly where they were meant to be. The rain continued to fall, but they no longer feared it. They had come to understand that it was part of the plan, a cleansing that would prepare the earth for a new beginning. As the ark drifted on the endless sea, Noah would often pause, gazing out at the waters that stretched as far as the eye could see. He marveled at the sight. The vast expanse that had once been fields and valleys now transformed into a rolling, boundless ocean. It was both humbling and awe-inspiring, a reminder of the power of God's word, of the might of the one who held all creation in his hands. And yet, within that vastness, Noah felt a profound peace, a knowledge that they were never alone. Inside the ark, the days took on a rhythm of their own. There was work to be done, yet it was a labor of love, an offering to the one who had guided them, protected them, and brought them safely this far. Noah's family found joy in each moment, in the simple tasks of caring for the animals, in the warmth of each other's company, in the steady presence of the Creator who watched over them. They knew that the journey would not be easy, that the days ahead would hold challenges they could not yet see, but they trusted in the one who had called them, believing that he would bring them through. And so, day by day, the rain fell and the waters rose, covering the earth in a blanket of deep, quiet calm. The ark drifted upon the waves, carried by the currents of faith and promise, a symbol of hope amid a world transformed by water. Within its walls, Noah and his family waited, their souls anchored in the knowledge that they were held within the embrace of God. As the rain continued to fall, the days stretched into weeks, and the weeks melded into the rhythm of time within the ark. Each morning, Noah awoke to the steady sound of water drumming on the roof, a gentle reminder of the promise and purpose that had guided them to this sanctuary. The rain was relentless, pouring down from the heavens in an unending cascade, transforming the world outside into an endless sea, while within the ark, life pulsed steadily on. The first days of the downpour had been filled with wonder and anticipation, but as time wore on, a sense of solemnity settled over the family. They found themselves counting the days, marking each one on the rough wooden beams of the ark, noting the passing of time and the growing depth of the waters. Noah's heart swelled with a mixture of gratitude and concern. He had been chosen for a divine purpose, yet the weight of it pressed heavily upon him as the rain continued to fall day after day. The ark, their floating sanctuary, had become a bustling haven of life. Inside, Noah and his family worked together, caring for the myriad of animals that had taken refuge with them. Every task was vital: feeding the creatures, cleaning their spaces, and ensuring that each one was healthy and calm. The family had formed a rhythm, a harmonious dance of labor and love that filled the ark with purpose. They shared laughter, stories, and moments of quiet reflection, forging bonds that would strengthen them for the journey ahead. Yet outside, the rain grew stronger, relentless in its pouring. It seemed to come from every direction, as if the sky itself had opened wide, pouring forth the very waters of creation. Each drop that struck the surface of the ark sent a shiver through the wooden structure, a reminder of the power of the storm raging beyond their haven. The sound of the rain became a constant companion, a deep, rhythmic pulse that resonated through the vessel, wrapping them in its embrace. As the days passed, the landscape outside transformed into a vast ocean. Trees, once proud and tall, now stood half submerged in water, their branches reaching out like arms grasping for salvation. Fields that had once flourished with crops became distant memories, hidden beneath the rising tide. The world as Noah had known it was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of water that seemed to stretch on forever. The realization of what had come to pass weighed heavily on Noah's heart. Yet within the walls of the ark, a profound sense of safety enveloped them. Noah often gathered his family together in the spacious central area of the ark, sharing stories of the days before the flood, of the beauty of creation, and of the kindness that had once flourished among the people. He spoke of the importance of hope, of faith, and of the promise that lay ahead. The stories filled the air with warmth and light, reminding them of the world outside and the beauty that still existed, even if it was now hidden beneath the waves. As the rain continued to fall, It marked the passage of time with a solemn cadence. The first week had faded into the second, then into the third, and soon the fourth week unfolded with the same unyielding rhythm. The family counted the days, their hearts filled with a mix of wonder and anxiety as they faced the reality of their situation. They prayed together, offering their concerns and hopes to God, seeking His guidance and comfort amid the tumult. Throughout this time, Noah was a steadfast anchor for his family. He often stood at the ark's windows, gazing out into the endless rain, watching as the waters continued to rise, swallowing the remnants of the world he had known. Each time he looked out, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him, knowing that he was chosen not just for his family's survival, but for the continuation of life itself. During one particularly stormy night, as the rain lashed against the ark with furious intensity, Noah gathered his family close. "We have been given this time for a reason," he said, his voice steady despite the storm. "We are safe here. God has chosen us to carry forward His creation, to honor the beauty of life even in the midst of this flood. Let us hold fast to our faith, to one another, and to the promise that lies ahead." The family nodded, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of the oil lamps. They felt the strength of Noah's words, a lifeline in the midst of the storm. They knew that their journey was far from over, and that they would have to rely on one another and their faith to weather the days ahead. As the rain continued to pour, Noah and his family remained vigilant, caring for the animals and tending to each other's needs. They shared moments of joy and laughter, finding comfort in the small things. A new animal born within the ark, the laughter of the children, and the quiet moments of prayer that connected them to the divine. Each day, they remained watchful, prepared for whatever lay ahead, knowing that they were held within the promise of God. Then, as the 40 days and nights unfolded, the rain began to change in character. It shifted from a fierce downpour to a steady drizzle, the relentless torrent becoming a gentle patter that soothed the stormy waters outside. Noah stood by the window, watching the clouds begin to part, the darkness giving way to soft hues of gray and hints of blue. For the first time in weeks, he felt a stirring of hope, a reminder that the rain would not last forever. "Look," one of his sons exclaimed, pointing toward the horizon. "The sky is clearing." And indeed, as they gathered by the windows, they could see the faintest glimmers of sunlight breaking through the clouds, illuminating the waters below with a shimmering glow. A sense of relief washed over the family, filling their hearts with anticipation. They had endured, they had held fast, and now it seemed that the storm was beginning to pass. As the last of the rain fell, Noah gathered his family once more, taking their hands in his. "We have made it through the flood," he said, his voice filled with emotion. "Together, we have weathered this storm. Let us give thanks to God for His protection, for His guidance, and for the promise of new beginnings." And so they prayed, their hearts united in gratitude, as the waters began to recede, marking the end of a long and arduous journey. Within the ark, hope blossomed anew, a reminder that even in the darkest storms, the sun would eventually shine again. As the last droplets of rain fell from the sky, a serene stillness enveloped the world outside the ark. The once fierce torrents that had poured down day and night were now mere whispers, fading into a gentle hum. The wind had calmed, and the skies began to clear, revealing soft shades of blue and wisps of white clouds drifting lazily across the horizon. A hush fell over the landscape, a profound silence that was almost palpable, as if the very earth was taking a deep breath after the long storm. Noah stood at the window, his heart swelling with a mix of awe and gratitude. The waters, once a raging sea, had settled into a smooth, glassy surface, reflecting the sky above in shimmering hues. It was a breathtaking sight, one that spoke of renewal and rebirth. The ark floated serenely upon this vast expanse of water, a beacon of hope in a world transformed. Outside, everything was still. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of the water against the hull and the faint rustle of the animals within the ark, who had settled into a quiet rest. As the family gathered near the windows, they felt the weight of the moment. This was a time of reflection, a pause between the chaos of the storm and the promise of what was to come. Noah's heart was filled with a deep sense of peace as he gazed out at the world that lay before him. The trees, once proud and strong, were now surrounded by water, their branches dipping low, but they still stood tall, resilient against the elements. Nature had endured, and in this stillness, there was an echo of God's promise that life would continue. Within the ark, there was an unspoken understanding among Noah and his family. They had faced the storm together, and now they would face the aftermath as well. Each person took a moment to reflect, considering what the flood had meant not just for them, but for all of creation. They felt the weight of responsibility that came with survival, the knowledge that they were the chosen ones to carry forward the legacy of life itself. In this moment of calm, they recognized the gravity of their task ahead. The world outside was transformed. Once vibrant fields were now submerged, and the familiar landscape had vanished beneath the water. Yet, amid this change, there was beauty to be found in the stillness. The sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays that danced across the surface of the water, creating a breathtaking panorama of light and reflection. Noah smiled softly at the sight, recognizing the artistry of creation even in its most challenging moments. This quiet world was a blank canvas, waiting for new life to paint its vibrant colors once more. As they stood there, taking in the sights and sounds of this new beginning, the family felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. They had been sheltered from the storm, preserved within the ark, and now they were on the cusp of a new chapter. The waters would recede, revealing the earth once more, and with it, the promise of growth, of renewal, and of life. There was much work ahead, but in this tranquil moment, they could rest and find solace in the knowledge that they were together. Noah called his family to gather in a circle. "Let us offer our thanks," he said, his voice steady and calm. They held hands, forming a chain of unity, their hearts connected in purpose and faith. With eyes closed, they offered their prayers, thanking God for his protection, for the strength they had found in one another, and for the promise of new beginnings that lay ahead. In the stillness, they felt the presence of the divine enveloping them, a reminder that they were never alone in their journey. The animals, too, seemed to sense the change. Quietly, they rested in their enclosures, their eyes bright and curious, attuned to the stillness that had settled around them. The birds chirped softly, breaking the silence with their gentle melodies, as if to celebrate the end of the storm. Noah marveled at the way creation responded to the ebb and flow of life, the way the rhythm of nature continued, undeterred by the trials it faced. There was a sacredness in this moment, a reminder that life was resilient, and in every challenge lay the seeds of new beginnings. Outside, the waters began to recede slowly, inching back from the trees and fields, revealing patches of earth that had been hidden beneath the surface. Each day brought with it the promise of revelation, as the ground began to emerge from its watery grave. Noah felt a stirring within him, an anticipation for what was to come. He knew that with each receding wave, the landscape would change, and life would once again take root in the rich soil that had been nourished by the waters of the flood. As they settled into this new rhythm, the family spent their days observing the world around them. They took turns watching for changes outside, eagerly anticipating the moments when the earth would reappear. Together, they discussed the future, the possibilities that lay ahead, and the importance of nurturing the life they would bring forth. Noah reminded them of the beauty of creation, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and the sacred trust they had been given to care for the earth. In the evenings, they would gather once more, sharing stories and laughter, allowing their spirits to lift as they connected with one another. The storm had tested them, but it had also united them in ways they could never have imagined. They had emerged from the darkness of the flood, and now they were stepping into the light of a new dawn. With each passing day, the sun climbed higher in the sky, warming the waters and coaxing the earth to awaken from its slumber. The family felt a deep sense of purpose driving them forward, knowing that their journey was far from over. The promise of life awaited them, a gift that they would honor with every breath they took. The stillness of the world outside was not an ending. It was merely the beginning of something profound. And so, They waited, filled with hope and anticipation, ready to embrace the new life that awaited them beyond the ark. As the waters settled, a sense of calm enveloped them, whispering of the beauty of creation that was yet to unfold. The world, once tumultuous and stormy, had been washed clean, and now it lay in quiet stillness, waiting for the moment when it would bloom anew. As the days passed and the waters continued to recede, a gentle excitement filled the air within the ark. The time had come for Noah and his family to take the first steps towards discovering what lay beyond the confines of their floating sanctuary. The world outside had transformed into a mysterious landscape, one still blanketed in calm waters, but now teeming with the promise of new beginnings. With each sunrise, the golden light poured over the tranquil sea, illuminating the remnants of the world they had once known. Noah, always the steady leader of his family, felt a stirring within his heart. He knew it was time to seek signs of life beyond the ark's sturdy walls. With a sense of purpose, he gathered his family together, their spirits buoyed by hope. "Today we will send forth a dove," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "This little creature will help us discover if the waters have receded enough for the earth to support life again." The family nodded in agreement, their faces bright with anticipation. They had waited long for this moment, eager to catch a glimpse of the world that lay beyond. Noah chose a gentle dove, one that had been raised within the safety of the ark. Its feathers were soft and white, a symbol of peace and renewal. He held the dove close for a moment, feeling the warmth of its small body, and whispered a silent prayer for guidance. With a deep breath, Noah opened the window of the ark, feeling the fresh air wash over him. The dove flapped its wings in anticipation, eager to take flight. "May you find a place to rest," Noah said softly as he released the dove into the open sky. The creature soared into the air, its wings catching the light of the sun as it rose higher and higher, dancing among the gentle clouds. The family watched in silence, their hearts filled with hope as they saw the dove disappear into the vastness above. The moment felt sacred, a connection to the promise of God and the unfolding of life. They waited, filled with a sense of wonder, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the dove's return. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity as they shared in their anticipation. The ark floated peacefully on the still waters, a haven amid the beauty of creation. The sun shone brightly, casting sparkling reflections on the surface, while the soft sound of the gentle waves lapping against the hull created a soothing rhythm that calmed their nerves. Noah's heart was a mix of hope and anxiety. He longed for good news, a sign that the earth was ready to embrace life once more. At last, after what felt like hours, they spotted a small figure appearing on the horizon. With a collective breath held tight in their chests, they watched as the dove gracefully approached the ark, its wings beating steadily as it made its way back to them. Relief washed over the family like a warm wave, and Noah felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. As the dove landed softly on the edge of the ark, Noah carefully reached out, cupping it in his hands. The dove cooed gently, a sound that resonated with tranquility. Noah's heart raced as he observed that in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf, a vibrant green symbol of hope and renewal. The sight filled his spirit with joy. This was a clear sign that life was returning to the earth. Noah held the dove close, feeling the pulse of life within it. He turned to his family, their faces alight with excitement and wonder. "The dove has found a place to rest," he said, his voice filled with reverence, "and it brings with it a sign of hope. The olive leaf tells us that the waters are receding, that the earth is beginning to heal." They gathered around Noah, their hearts swelling with gratitude. This simple act of releasing the dove had brought them a profound message, that even after the greatest storms, life would find a way to flourish once more. In that moment, they felt a deep connection to the earth and to the promise of God's creation. The world outside, once so tumultuous and chaotic, was slowly awakening, ready to embrace the life that lay ahead. With newfound hope, Noah gently set the dove back on the window, allowing it to stretch its wings and take in the beauty of the world. The family joined him in silence, each of them lost in their thoughts as they envisioned the landscapes that would soon emerge from the depths of the flood. They imagined vibrant fields, blooming flowers, and the songs of birds returning to the skies. Each thought brought with it a sense of joy, a reminder that they were not just survivors. They were the stewards of a new beginning. The dove, now rested, perched quietly as it gazed out at the horizon. Noah felt a sense of unity between the creature and his family, both waiting patiently for the next steps to unfold. They had endured the storms together, and now they would embrace the calm and all the possibilities it held. As they stood together, they offered a prayer of thanks, acknowledging the divine guidance that had led them to this moment. The next day, as the sun rose higher in the sky, Noah decided to send the dove out once more. It had brought them good news, and he felt compelled to seek further confirmation. With the gentle caress of the morning breeze and the warm light flooding the ark, he opened the window once again, watching as the dove took to the skies. As it soared away, the family held their breath, hearts united in prayer and hope. They knew that with each flight, the dove would bring them closer to the truth of the earth's renewal. They stood together, looking out over the peaceful waters, knowing that the day would come when they would step out of the ark and into the world anew. Time seemed to stand still as they awaited the dove's return. In the calmness of the moment, they felt the weight of their journey and the burden of responsibility that came with survival. They had been given a second chance, a rare opportunity to begin again, and it was a gift they would honor with every choice they made. At last, after what felt like an eternity, they spotted the dove returning once again. It flew back toward the ark, its wings fluttering gracefully as it approached. Noah's heart raced with anticipation as he saw that once more, the dove carried an olive leaf in its beak. The family erupted in joyful laughter and cheers, knowing that the earth was ready for them to emerge from the ark. Noah opened his arms wide as the dove landed softly, and he marveled at the beauty of the leaf it bore. "The waters are receding, and the earth is becoming green again," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy. They had received a sign of promise, a beautiful reminder that life would always find a way to flourish, even after the greatest storms. And so, with hearts full of hope and anticipation, they began to prepare for the next chapter of their journey. The release of the dove had opened the door to new possibilities, a promise of a world waiting to be embraced. Together, they would step forward into the light of a new day, ready to nurture the earth and celebrate the beauty of life once more. As the days passed in tranquil rhythm aboard the ark, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air. Noah and his family remained attentive, watching the skies and the waters with unwavering hope. The dove's return had brought them joy, but it also stirred within them a yearning for the land, for the familiar textures and colors that had once painted their world. Each sunrise revealed subtle changes in the landscape, as the receding waters slowly unveiled patches of earth. And with each passing day, hope blossomed anew. One morning, as dawn broke with a gentle light, Noah stood at the window, peering out into the vast expanse of water that surrounded them. The soft glow of the sun illuminated the gentle ripples on the surface, creating a shimmering carpet of light. In that moment, Noah noticed something extraordinary. Shapes and outlines began to emerge from the depths of the water. It was as if the earth was awakening from a long slumber, stretching and unfolding in the soft light of day. Filled with wonder, Noah called his family to join him at the window. "Look!" he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of excitement and reverence. "The land is returning." Together, they watched in awe as patches of soil, rich and dark, began to break through the surface, the water receding further and revealing the contours of what had once been familiar terrain. As the sun rose higher, the family saw the first glimpses of greenery peeking through the soil, tiny shoots of grass and delicate flowers, timidly reaching for the light. The sight brought tears of joy to Noah's eyes, for it was a sign that life was indeed returning to the earth. With every moment, the landscape transformed before their eyes, and a deep sense of gratitude welled up within him. God's promise was unfolding, and they were witnessing the miracle of creation in real time. Noah decided it was time to send the dove out once more, to explore the newly revealed land. He felt a sense of purpose as he approached the window, and with a steady hand, he released the dove into the bright blue sky. The bird took flight, soaring high above the ark, its wings catching the wind as it ventured forth into the new world. The family watched eagerly, their hearts filled with hope, waiting for the moment when the dove would return with news of the earth. As they awaited its return, they turned their attention to the ever-changing landscape outside. The gentle hum of the world began to fill the air. They could hear the soft rustle of leaves and the distant sound of water flowing. Birds chirped joyfully from the trees that had managed to endure the flood, their songs creating a melody of life. The family felt an overwhelming sense of connection to the creation that surrounded them, a bond that deepened with every sound, every sight. Hours passed, and the family gathered near the window, their eyes fixed on the horizon. They felt as if they were on the brink of a great adventure, and the air was thick with anticipation. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the waters. Just when doubt began to creep into their hearts, they spotted a familiar figure soaring towards them. The dove was returning. With bated breath, they watched as the dove flew closer, its wings flapping gracefully. Noah opened the window wide, ready to welcome the messenger of hope back into the safety of the ark. As the dove landed softly on the edge, Noah leaned in, his heart racing with anticipation. He could see that the dove carried something in its beak, and as it drew nearer, he could hardly contain his excitement. In that moment, the dove dropped a small branch adorned with fresh green leaves at Noah's feet. The family gasped in unison, their hearts swelling with joy. It was a sign, a confirmation that the land was not only reappearing but thriving. Noah lifted the branch with reverence, marveling at the tender new growth that adorned it. "The earth is alive," he exclaimed, turning to his family with a radiant smile. "We are ready to step into this new beginning." With laughter and cheers of delight, they celebrated the dove's return and the promise it represented. The olive branch was a symbol of peace and hope, a reminder of God's faithfulness and the cycle of life that continued even after the storm. They gathered around Noah, sharing in the moment, their hearts intertwined with a sense of purpose and belonging. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the water, Noah felt a renewed sense of determination. They had waited long enough. It was time to prepare for their arrival on land. The promise of a new home was beckoning them, and with each passing moment, the vision of what could be began to take shape in their minds. They envisioned lush fields where animals would roam freely, vibrant flowers blooming under the sun, and trees stretching toward the heavens. Noah gathered his family together, his voice steady and calm. "Tomorrow we will step out of the ark," he declared. "We will embrace the world that awaits us and begin to nurture it as caretakers of God's creation." The family nodded in agreement, their spirits soaring with excitement. They spent the evening discussing their plans, the tasks that lay ahead, and the beauty they hoped to cultivate in this new land. That night, they slept with dreams filled with visions of vibrant landscapes, of life in abundance, and of the joy that awaited them. Each member of the family felt a deep connection to the earth, a bond that had been forged through their trials. They had survived the storm, and now they were ready to embrace the light of a new day. As the dawn broke on the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastels, Noah stood at the window, gazing out at the world that lay before him. The ark had been their sanctuary, a vessel of safety and hope, but now it was time to embark on a new journey, a journey into the heart of creation itself. The earth, once submerged, was awakening, and Noah felt an unshakable sense of purpose guiding him forward. With the sun casting its first rays upon the land, Noah called his family to gather. They joined him at the entrance of the ark, hearts racing with excitement and a sense of awe. Together, they stepped out onto the firm ground, feeling the solid earth beneath their feet for the first time in many months. It was a moment of profound joy and gratitude, a celebration of life and the beauty of God's creation. As they stood there, taking in the sights and sounds around them, Noah felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The land had returned, and with it came the promise of renewal, growth, and endless possibilities. They were no longer just survivors of a great flood. They were now the stewards of a new world, entrusted with the care of all living things. Together, they embraced the dawn of this new chapter, ready to nurture the land and celebrate the beauty of life as they stepped forward into the sunlight. The earth was waiting for them, alive with potential, and they were prepared to honor its sacred gift. The morning sun rose gently over the horizon, casting a warm golden glow across the earth. Noah stood at the entrance of the ark, heart racing with a mixture of excitement and reverence. Today was the day they would step onto dry land for the first time since the storm had swept them away. The air was filled with a crisp freshness, carrying the scent of new growth and possibility. Noah took a deep breath, allowing the invigorating aroma to fill his lungs as he gathered his family around him. Today marks a new beginning for all of us, Noah said, his voice steady and filled with conviction. He looked into the eyes of his wife, their children, and their spouses, seeing the shared hope reflected in each of their faces. We have been given a precious gift, the chance to start anew. Let us honor this gift with gratitude and love. With that, Noah stepped forward, leading his family out of the ark. Each footfall felt monumental as they moved from the safety of their floating sanctuary onto the firm, solid ground. The earth, once hidden beneath the tumultuous waters, now stretched out before them in all its glory. The sight was breathtaking. Lush fields of grass danced in the gentle breeze, vibrant wildflowers adorned the landscape, and the sound of birds singing echoed through the air. It was as if the world itself was rejoicing at their return. As they ventured further from the ark, Noah felt a deep sense of connection to the land. It was alive with colors and sounds, a reminder of God's creative power and the beauty of life that persisted even through the darkest of storms. He turned to his family, who were now exploring the terrain with wonder and delight. They marveled at the sight of trees with fresh leaves unfurling and bushes bursting with blooms. It was a sight they had longed for during their time on the ark, and now it was more magnificent than they could have ever imagined. Noah's heart swelled with gratitude as he observed his family, his wife embracing the soft earth with bare feet, his children laughing and chasing one another through the tall grass, and their spouses marveling at the beauty of creation. This was their home now, and the air was thick with potential, waiting for them to nurture it and watch it flourish. As they moved further away from the ark, Noah knew that their first task was to explore the land and assess the resources available to them. He had always felt a deep responsibility toward creation, a duty to care for the earth and all its inhabitants. This land would need their love and attention, and he was determined to lead his family in cultivating it. Let us divide our tasks, Noah suggested, gathering everyone's attention. We will need to plant crops, build shelter, and gather fresh water. Together, we can create a home that honors the beauty of this land. The family nodded in agreement, energized by the idea of working side by side to shape their new lives. Noah took the lead, guiding them toward a nearby stream that sparkled in the sunlight. The water flowed gently, its clear surface reflecting the blue sky above. Here, he said, pointing to the stream, we will find fresh water for drinking and for our future gardens. He knelt beside the water, scooping some into his hands and tasting it, his face breaking into a wide smile. It is pure and refreshing, a true gift from God. His family joined him, each taking a moment to savor the cool, clear water. It was invigorating, a reminder of the life they had been given and the nourishment that lay ahead. Once they had quenched their thirst, Noah led them further into the land, where they discovered an area perfect for planting seeds. Together, they marked out a space in the rich, dark soil, eager to cultivate crops that would sustain them. Noah taught his family how to plant the seeds with care, covering them gently with soil as they whispered words of encouragement. With patience and love, these seeds will grow, he explained. Just as we have grown through our trials, they will flourish and provide for us in the days to come. As they worked, the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm light over their labor. Noah marveled at the teamwork and laughter that filled the air. It was a beautiful symphony of life and renewal. Each family member contributed their strengths. Some planted seeds, while others gathered stones to mark the rows. Together, they were weaving a tapestry of hope and new beginnings. When their planting was complete, they took a moment to step back and admire their work. The land, once a blank canvas, was now dotted with tiny mounds of soil, a promise of the crops to come. They stood together in silence, a collective sense of accomplishment washing over them. It was a humble beginning, but it was theirs, a reflection of their perseverance and faith. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and pink, Noah gathered his family once more. They settled down in a circle, their hearts full from a day of labor and joy. "Let us take a moment to reflect on our journey," he suggested. "We have endured much, but through it all, we have remained strong as a family." They bowed their heads, each offering silent prayers of gratitude for their survival, for the land, and for the chance to begin anew. Noah spoke aloud, his voice steady and filled with emotion. "We are blessed to have this land, and it is our duty to care for it. Let us honor God by nurturing this creation and living in harmony with it." His family nodded in agreement, a sense of unity enveloping them as they made a promise to protect and cherish the earth they had been gifted. As darkness fell, they returned to the ark for the night, but their hearts were light with hope. They knew that each day would bring new challenges and discoveries, but they were ready to face whatever came their way. Together, they would create a life filled with love, laughter, and gratitude, honoring the land and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. In the stillness of the night, as the stars twinkled above them, Noah felt a deep sense of peace. They had stepped onto dry land, leaving behind the storms of the past, and now they were embarking on a journey that would shape their future. It was a new beginning, one filled with the whispers of the earth and the promise of life, and he knew that they were ready to embrace it wholeheartedly. As the sun began to set on their first day upon the dry land, Noah and his family gathered in a small clearing near the edge of the stream. The sky, painted in soft pastels of orange and pink, served as a breathtaking backdrop for the moment they had long awaited. They felt the warmth of the sun's rays on their faces, a gentle reminder of the promise of a new beginning and the life that lay ahead. It was a day filled with labor, joy, and a renewed connection to creation. But now it was time to pause, reflect, and give thanks. Before we retire for the night, I believe it is important that we express our gratitude, Noah said, his voice filled with conviction. We have been guided through storms and trials, and now we stand on the brink of a new life. Let us build an altar to honor God, to remember his faithfulness, and to give thanks for the blessings we have received. His family nodded, their hearts resonating with his words, understanding the significance of this moment. With that, they began to gather stones from the riverbank. Each family member selected a stone, feeling its weight in their hands, and as they did, they contemplated the journey that had brought them here. There was a sense of reverence as they laid the stones carefully in a circle, each one representing a piece of their story, a testament to their resilience, their unity, and their unwavering faith. Once the altar was complete, Noah knelt down in the center, motioning for his family to join him. They formed a circle around the altar, holding hands as they bowed their heads, ready to offer their prayers of thanksgiving. The soft sounds of the stream flowing nearby created a serene ambience, a soothing lullaby that enveloped them, inviting them into a moment of reflection. Noah began, his voice calm and steady. "O Lord, we come before you with grateful hearts. We thank you for guiding us through the storm, for the safety of the ark, and for the gift of this new land. You have protected us, and we are filled with awe at your unfailing love." The family listened intently, feeling the weight of his words as they echoed in the stillness around them. "Today marks a new beginning for us," Noah continued, "and we acknowledge that every blessing we have comes from you. Help us to remember this day as we cultivate the land and nurture the life that will flourish here. May we be faithful stewards of your creation, honoring you in all that we do." The sincerity of his prayer resonated deeply within the hearts of his family, each one silently agreeing with the words spoken. As Noah finished, each member of the family took a moment to voice their own thoughts, sharing their gratitude and hopes. They prayed for strength in the days to come, for wisdom to guide their actions, and for the joy of creation to fill their lives. One by one, they expressed their thankfulness for the bonds of family, for the beauty of the earth, and for the promise of life that stretched before them like the vast expanse of sky. I thank you, God, for the laughter of my children, Noah's wife said, her voice soft and filled with love, for the joy that fills our hearts as we explore this beautiful land. Their children followed, each sharing their own words of gratitude, celebrating the joy of togetherness, the thrill of discovery, and the wonder of life blooming all around them. As they finished their prayers, a profound silence settled over the group. The tranquility of the evening wrapped around them like a comforting blanket, and they felt an overwhelming sense of peace. They had weathered the storm, and now they stood on solid ground, united in faith and love, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. Noah looked up at the sky, now a canvas of twinkling stars. God has blessed us with this moment, and we will honor him with our lives, he said, his voice filled with conviction. Let us remember that we are never alone. He is always with us, guiding us, even in the darkest of times. The family exchanged knowing smiles, hearts intertwined in a shared commitment to trust in God's guidance. In the stillness of that sacred moment, they each made a silent promise to cherish the land, to care for one another, and to live in harmony with all of creation. They understood that this was not just a new beginning for them as a family, but also a continuation of God's creation story, a story of hope, love, and redemption that would unfold in the days to come. As they prepared to leave the altar, Noah took a final glance around, taking in the beauty of the land that now belonged to them. The trees whispered softly in the breeze, the stream bubbled cheerfully, and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds against the deepening night sky. It was a scene of tranquility, a reminder of the goodness of God. With hearts full of gratitude, they returned to their makeshift camp near the ark, ready to rest after a day of labor and love. They settled around a small fire, sharing stories and laughter, their voices mingling with the gentle sounds of the night. The warmth of the flames illuminated their faces, reflecting the hope and joy that filled their hearts. As they drifted off to sleep beneath the vast expanse of stars, Noah felt a profound sense of peace envelop him. They had stepped onto dry land, but more importantly, they had stepped into a new chapter of their lives, a chapter filled with promise, purpose, and the unwavering presence of God. In the days to come, they would work together to cultivate the land, nurture its beauty, and build a life that honored the Creator who had guided them through the storm. Together, they would create a legacy of love, a testament to their faith, and a story that would be passed down through generations. A story of survival, hope, and the beauty of new beginnings. The story of Joseph.
I look back now and recall my earliest years with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. My name is Joseph and my father was Jacob, also called Israel. I grew up surrounded by my many older brothers, the sons my father had before me. In those days, I was the favored child, something that seemed only natural to me then but which I now understand was a source of deep pain for my siblings. It was not that my father disliked his other sons. Rather, he loved me with a particular tenderness that might have come from his special love for my mother, Rachel. As a boy, I assumed this devotion was the way of things, never suspecting that my brother's sidelong glances would one day spell heartache for us all. I was too young and too naive to question my place in the family. Instead, I basked in the warmth of my father's attention, never guessing that it could become an icy wedge between me and my kin. I remember the day my father presented me with a magnificent coat, woven in bright, vibrant colors that glimmered in the sunlight. It was more than just clothing. It felt like a declaration, a statement to the entire household that I held a cherished position in my father's heart. Whenever I wore that coat, my brother's eyes would flicker with something I didn't yet understand. It was an uneasy blend of envy, irritation, and weariness. At the time, I thought they might just be admiring the coat's craftsmanship. But as the months went on, I began to sense that their silent stares were laden with discontent. Still, I was young and headstrong. I delighted in showing off this gift, swirling the robe about me with pride. If only I had known the seeds of discord it was sowing. My father's favoritism was not the only sign of what I believed to be a blessed destiny. From a very young age, I experienced dreams so vivid, they felt as if they were messages whispered from the heavens. In one dream, I found myself in a field with my brothers, each of us binding sheaves of grain. Suddenly, my sheaf rose upright, while theirs circled around mine and bowed low. I awoke breathless, certain that it was no mere fancy but a sign of something profound. Eager and excited, I could not keep such a marvel to myself. I recounted every detail to my brothers, describing how their sheaves seemed to bow before mine. I expected they would share in my wonder or at least be curious. Instead, their faces hardened, and they questioned if I was suggesting that one day I would rule over them. Such a reaction did not discourage me. Perhaps I was too blinded by my youthful enthusiasm to notice how deeply it stung them. I dreamed again, this time of the sun, the moon, and 11 stars, all bowing down to me. I announced this dream at the family table, my hands trembling with excitement. My father's brow furrowed in concern. Had I no sense of restraint? My brothers were glaring, their expressions dark and unreadable. Even my father, who loved me dearly, asked if I believed he and my mother would also bow before me. Yet I could see something flicker in his eyes, something like curiosity or caution. He did not dismiss my dreams entirely. He simply stored them away in his heart. As for my brothers, any doubt they might have had about their growing resentment now crystallized into outright hostility. Life continued in the routines of our family, but the air between me and my brothers felt charged. They worked in the fields, tending the flocks, while I stayed closer to our father, often helping with tasks around the tents or learning from him directly. Whenever I did venture out to join them, I was keenly aware of a thick tension. Their laughter would quiet as I approached, and their conversations shifted to guarded tones. I tried to brush aside these uneasy feelings. I was their younger brother after all. Surely they would protect me if danger arose. But even then, I had moments of clarity, fleeting glimpses of a coldness in them. I told myself it was just my imagination. Though I sensed their disapproval, I still clung to an innocence that believed all would be well. There was, in my mind, no possibility that the family bond we shared could truly break. I admired my father greatly, and I assumed my brothers did the same. I thought that whatever bitterness they felt would pass in time. Perhaps if I had been less vocal about my dreams, the friction might have eased. But my sense of calling felt too strong to hide. I carried these visions within me as if they were glorious secrets, gifts from God that I was meant to share. I had no idea that these very words, which I believed were a testament to my destiny, were stirring up the seeds of disaster. As the seasons turned, my father would sometimes ask after the welfare of my brothers, who would be off grazing the flocks. In those instances, I did not hesitate. I would travel to find them, full of innocence and determination to bring back a good report. I wandered across fields and valleys, never doubting for an instant that I was welcome. This too was part of my youthful assumption, that my brothers, though sometimes stern and distant, still cared for me in their own way. I might recall the shadows of discontent in their eyes, but it did not occur to me to suspect the depths of their bitterness. Looking back, I realize how my father's affection and my own grand dreams made me careless of the tensions I was stirring. Though I was learning the ways of shepherds and growing in my responsibilities, I was still very much a boy, caught up in visions of a radiant future. I could not yet understand the gravity of the envy growing in my brothers' hearts. My father would shake his head at times as if he foresaw trouble ahead. But he never withheld his love, never dimmed his praise for me, and never discouraged me from speaking of my dreams. He might have worried, but he was also proud of the son who, in his eyes, was destined for greatness. I sometimes wonder if there were moments in which my brothers tried to see me as just a child, naive and unaware. Perhaps if I had spoken less about rising above them, if I had only realized how my words fed their anger, we might have come to some understanding. I was blind, or maybe simply too caught up in my wonder. I believed these revelations of bowing sheaves and celestial bodies were meant to be shared. Now, I know they were signposts of what lay ahead, but at the time they only added fuel to the fire. Still, I cherished those dreams. Even when my brothers scoffed, I felt God's presence in them, as though he was whispering promises into my young heart. There were nights I would lie awake, gazing up at the stars, thinking of how one day I might stand in a place of honor. The idea thrilled me. In my youthful arrogance, I did not question whether I was prepared for such responsibility. I simply assumed that it would unfold naturally. Faith, to me, was trusting that what I saw in my dreams would come to pass in its own time. Yet I did not anticipate the winding road that would lead from those quiet nights under a canopy of stars to a journey I could never have imagined. So, here in my later years, I remember the day my father draped that richly colored coat upon my shoulders. I remember the way my brother's stony faces tightened, how a chill ran through the air despite the warmth of the sun. It is like watching a scene from a distance, understanding now what I could not comprehend then. My words about those bowing sheaves, my talk of the sun, moon, and stars, were like kindling waiting for a spark. And though I could not see it at the time, the spark would soon set my life ablaze in ways both terrifying and miraculous. Those dreams, so full of promise, were about to carry me into the darkest of nights. It was there, in that impending darkness, that I would learn the true meaning of faith. But in that moment, young, proud, and certain of my destiny, my heart swelled with anticipation. I felt no caution, only the thrill of believing that God Himself had set me apart. Little did I know that my journey was only just beginning, that the gentle slopes of our homeland would soon give way to unfamiliar territories where my faith would be tested at every turn. For now, I was a dreamer, a favored son in a family that was about to fracture, unaware of the pit, the chains, and the foreign land that awaited me. And so my story truly begins with a coat of many colors, a child's unbridled excitement, and the gathering shadows of a fate none of us could have foreseen. I remember the day my father called me aside and placed his hands gently on my shoulders. His eyes shone with a worry I couldn't quite place. He told me to go and check on my brothers, who were tending our family's flock some distance away. At the time, I did not think it strange that he asked me, rather than sending one of his servants. My father trusted my accounts. I had always brought him honest reports, even when they did not favor my brothers. I recall my father's parting words, "Be careful, my son," echoing in my mind as I set out, unaware of the danger that lay ahead. The morning sun bathed the fields in a warm glow, and I began my journey with a light heart. My colored coat, which my father had given me, fluttered around my ankles. Though I had sensed my brother's resentment in the past, I still believed in the strength of our familial bond. Perhaps I was naive to think they would be pleased to see me. I walked through the countryside, humming quietly to myself, imagining how I would greet them. In my mind, I pictured us returning together as a family to share a meal under our father's tent. When at last I reached the area where my brothers were supposed to be, I found only the echo of wind rustling through the grasses. Growing uneasy, I asked a passerby if he had seen them. He pointed further along the way toward Dothan, so I pressed on, determined to fulfill my father's request. My heart quickened with every step, a strange sense of foreboding settling in my chest. I tried to shake off the feeling, reminding myself that my brothers might only have moved the flocks. Yet a whisper of doubt echoed through my mind, and I could not quiet it. As I crested a small hill, I spotted them in the distance. They were gathered near a cluster of rocks, the sheep grazing in scattered patches of grass around them. A wave of relief washed over me at first, glad to have finally found them. But as I drew closer, I noticed they were watching me. Their postures grew rigid, and they stood in tense silence. I raised a hand in greeting, calling out, "Brothers," with what I hoped was a warm smile. Instead of answering me in kind, I saw their eyes flicker with something dark, like a warning I failed to heed. Before I had time to wonder at their expressions, hands seized me from behind. Rough, calloused fingers gripped my arms, twisting them painfully. Startled, I cried out, but my voice was muffled by a surge of bodies crowding around me. I caught glimpses of my brothers' faces, grim, determined, cold. My heart pounded wildly as panic began to bloom inside my chest. In a sudden swirl of confusion, they stripped off my beloved coat, tearing it from my shoulders as if it were a thing of contempt. I gasped in shock, but words would not come. Their voices, low and seething, buzzed around me like a swarm of angry bees. "Look at him, this dreamer," one hissed. "Father's little favorite," spat another. Every syllable dripped with hatred that I had been too blind to see before. I tried to protest, but they refused to listen. It was then that I realized this was no mere prank or roughhousing. Their anger burned like a fierce flame. I felt the weight of their resentments pounding into my very soul, and fear took hold of me with an iron grip I could not break. Suddenly, they shoved me toward the edge of a deep pit, its darkness yawning like an open mouth in the earth. My legs stumbled against the rim, and before I could regain my footing, I tumbled into the depths below. My breath left me in a harsh gasp as I hit the hard ground, pain radiating through my body. The walls around me were damp and earthen, and when I looked up, all I could see was a sliver of sky framed by their angry faces. The taste of dust clung to my tongue and my mind spun with disbelief. How could my own flesh and blood do this? I pleaded with them from the bottom of that pit, my voice cracking with terror. "Please let me out," I called. "Have mercy, brothers." But their silhouettes remained unmoving against the light. I heard snippets of their conversation drifting down, talk of killing me, of ridding themselves of the child who had dared to claim that one day they would bow to him. My heart hammered in my chest as I realized the depth of their hatred. Tears burned my eyes and I pressed my palms against the cold earth, sobbing quietly, wondering if this would be my tomb. Time stretched in that darkness, my senses magnifying every sound above. I heard footsteps scuffling at the pit's edge, low murmurs, and then one voice urging that they should not kill me outright. I recognized Reuben, who seemed uncertain, suggesting perhaps they should leave me in the pit instead. For a moment, a spark of hope flared in my chest. Maybe they would relent and simply teach me a lesson. Yet even with Reuben's reluctance, I felt no comfort. My other brothers sounded determined to be rid of me for good, and I remained imprisoned, unable to save myself. At some point, I heard the distant rumble of approaching travelers. Camel bells jingled and voices in a foreign tongue drifted on the wind. From the scraps of conversation I could catch, my brothers had spotted a caravan of Ishmaelite traders passing by. The men were heading toward Egypt with their wares. When my brothers discussed selling me, my stomach lurched as if I had been struck. I pressed my hands against the pit's rough walls, trying to climb out in desperation. My fingers slid uselessly in the loose dirt, and a sob rose in my throat. The betrayal was complete. They were willing to trade me for silver, as if I were livestock rather than their own kin. I remember them hauling me out of the pit, my arms and legs trembling so fiercely I could barely stand. I tried to meet their eyes, to find some hint of compassion or regret, but all I saw were faces set like stone. Judah's voice echoed in my ears. "He is our brother, our own flesh, but we should not kill him. Let the Ishmaelites have him, and we will be rid of him forever." My pleas caught in my throat as the traders grabbed me. My wrists were bound and the coarse rope dug into my skin. I felt as though I were caught in a nightmare from which I could not awaken. The Ishmaelite merchants examined me as they might a piece of merchandise, prodding and checking for any sign of defect. My heart raced with dread, yet I could not muster the strength to resist. I looked desperately at my brothers, searching for someone to intervene, but they turned away from my gaze. A few silver coins exchanged hands. The jingle of metal filled my ears, and I knew that I had been sold. Anger, terror, sorrow, they all welled up inside me, threatening to consume me. I wanted to scream, to curse them for what they were doing, but all I could manage was a choked whisper. When the traders led me away, the rough rope biting into my wrists, I called out one last time for my brothers to remember who I was, begging them not to abandon me. They did not reply. It was as if their hearts had turned to ice. Each step away from home felt like 1,000. Dust clung to my cheeks, mixing with tears I could no longer hold back. My body shook, not from cold, but from the sheer horror of what had happened. My world had shattered. I had gone from a beloved son to a slave with no certainty of tomorrow. I wondered in that moment if God could still see me. The dreams I once cherished flashed before my eyes, the sheaves of grain bowing to mine, the sun, moon, and stars paying homage. How hollow those images seemed now, as I stumbled forward under the watchful eyes of foreign traders. My pleas had fallen on deaf ears, and I was left questioning why God would allow such cruelty. Yet, in the midst of my anguish, a faint whisper of faith clung to me, reminding me that even in the darkest place, the Almighty's hand might still guide me. Though the road stretched out before me with uncertainty and fear, I held fast to the faint hope that I was not truly alone. That day stands out in my memory as the moment everything changed. The bond one believed was unbreakable had been severed by jealousy, resentment, and greed. I had no idea what awaited me in Egypt, only that I had lost all that was dear: my family, my freedom, and the life I once knew. With each dusty step, I felt my heart clench in sorrow. I was Joseph, sold by my own kin, betrayed by blood. My journey into the unknown had begun, and I could only pray that one day, I might find an answer to the agony that now consumed me. I remember how the landscape changed gradually as we traveled farther from home. the rolling hills of my father's land giving way to wide stretches of desert under a scorching sun. The traders who had bought me wasted no kindness on a Hebrew boy, and I soon learned the harsh reality of my position. Day after day, I trudged behind them, ankles and wrists chafed by rough bindings. My body ached and my throat felt parched from the relentless heat. I tried to keep my mind focused on the memories of home, my father's gentle voice, the laughter of my youngest brother Benjamin, but all too often these thoughts gave way to despair. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw my brothers' faces, cold and unyielding as they bartered me away. Even so, some distant spark of faith pressed me onward, reminding me that God was still with me even in the desert. When we finally reached the outskirts of Egypt, the sight before me was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Towering structures of stone rose against the sky, while busy roads teemed with caravans and laborers. The air was thick with unfamiliar scents, spices, baked bread, sweat, and smoke from countless fires. In my father's tents, life had been simpler, quieter. Here, everything moved at an urgent pace, and I felt as though I had stepped into a different world. My captors spoke in hushed tones about the prices slaves could fetch in the markets of Egypt, glancing my way as if weighing my worth. I lowered my head, aware that I was about to be sold yet again, the last remnants of my freedom slipping from my grasp. Eventually, I found myself standing in a crowded market, surrounded by men with hardened eyes. They prodded at me, checking my muscles, my teeth, my endurance as though I were no more than livestock. Shame and fear burned within me, but I swallowed them down. Despite the ache in my heart, I resolved to stand firm in the faith my father had taught me. The words of our God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, echoed in my mind. He would never abandon his people, no matter how dire the circumstances. Still, it was difficult to cling to that promise in the face of so many leering strangers. Among those who inspected me that day was a man named Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's guard. He was a powerful figure, and though I could not understand everything he said, I recognized that he commanded respect. His gaze lingered on me, and I sensed an air of calculation in the set of his jaw. When he spoke, the traders snapped to attention, nodding and gesturing. Within moments, a handful of coins exchanged hands. Just like that, I was his property. My heart pounded as I followed him out of the marketplace, flanked by guards who offered me no comfort but at least refrained from the cruel jabs I had grown accustomed to on the journey. I wondered if I had simply traded one prison for another. Potiphar's house stood within an impressive compound in a bustling quarter of the city. High walls surrounded courtyards filled with exotic trees and murmuring fountains. Everything was larger and more ornate than anything I had seen before, reminding me of my lowly status. From the moment I stepped inside, I was put to work carrying water, sweeping floors, and cleaning whatever corner I was assigned. The servants' quarters were cramped, and I shared my space with others from different lands, each with stories of loss and survival. At first we rarely spoke. Suspicion lingered in the air, for trust was a scarce commodity among slaves. Still, in time, we exchanged small words of comfort, forging a tentative bond in the midst of our shared hardship. The days blended into weeks and the weeks into months. I labored from early morning until late at night, my muscles sore and my spirit weary. Yet, somewhere deep within me, the memories of my father's God provided flickers of hope. I recalled the dreams I once had, visions of grain sheaves and heavenly bodies bowing down. Those dreams felt far away now, almost foolish to cling to in my current condition. And yet I could not let go of the possibility that those dreams had meaning beyond my understanding. Each morning, I rose with a silent prayer on my lips, asking the Almighty for the strength to do my tasks well, to retain my integrity, and to trust that I was not forsaken. Slowly, I began to notice something. Despite my circumstances, I was finding small graces. Whenever I finished my duties, I would double-check them, ensuring every corner was spotless, every jug filled. My fellow servants grumbled that I worked too hard, but I believed that doing each task as if unto God himself was the only way I could hold on to my identity. Word of my diligence traveled through the household, eventually reaching Potiphar's ears. One afternoon he summoned me to a part of the house I had never seen. My heart pounded as I entered a spacious chamber adorned with fine linens and gleaming lamps. Potiphar stood there, imposing and stern, yet there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He questioned me through an interpreter, asking about my homeland, my family, and my abilities. I answered as honestly as I could, though I left out the painful details of how I came to be sold. Potiphar listened intently, nodding from time to time. Then, without warning, he instructed one of his attendants to place me in charge of certain household affairs. My hands trembled as I realized he was entrusting me with responsibilities far above a common slave station. It seemed that my reputation for diligence had worked in my favor. Though I did not fully understand it, I sensed that God's favor was upon me, guiding me in this foreign land. In the weeks that followed, I assumed more duties within Potiphar's estate. I managed the storage of provisions, oversaw the comings and goings of other servants, and was even asked to maintain records of certain expenses. With each new assignment, I strove to prove myself worthy, mindful that a single mistake could cost me everything. Yet it felt as if a veil had been lifted from my life. No longer was I confined to the lowest rung in the household. I was entrusted with tasks that demanded integrity, intelligence, and care. Though I was still a slave, I found a seed of hope taking root in my heart, nurtured by my growing sense that the Lord was with me in this place. The loneliness still gnawed at me, of course. At night, lying on a mat in a modest chamber, my thoughts would wander to my father and my younger brother Benjamin. Did they believe I was dead? Had my brothers concocted some story to explain my absence? And if they had, what anguish did my father endure, thinking he had lost his favored son? I tried not to dwell on these thoughts too long, for sorrow would threaten to overwhelm me. Instead I prayed. In those moments, prayer became the one thread connecting me to the life I had known. I prayed for my family that they might be safe. I prayed for my own heart, that it would not harden under the weight of betrayal. And I prayed for guidance, trusting that the God who had given me those childhood dreams still had a plan for me. Little by little, my duties expanded. Potiphar seemed impressed with my ability to organize and maintain order. He began to rely on me, confiding certain matters to my discretion and praising my commitment to honesty. The other servants regarded me with a mix of respect and wariness, but gradually a few became friends, especially those who worked closely alongside me. I realized that in this strange land, where I had been brought against my will, I might still live a life that honored God. Even as I remained bound by the chains of slavery, my soul felt a measure of freedom in knowing my service pleased the Lord and my master alike. Looking back on that period, I recognize it as a time of testing. My faith refined by unfamiliar trials. I had entered Egypt in chains, terrified and forsaken, yet now I found myself managing a powerful man's household. Though the memories of betrayal still haunted me, and the ache for my home remained, I discovered that God could bring a measure of good out of even the darkest circumstances. Each day, I woke with renewed determination to be faithful, to show kindness whenever possible, and to trust that all my steps were directed by a higher hand. In those moments when hope began to blossom again, I recognized that I was changing. My heart, once swollen with pride and youthful dreams, was now tempered by adversity and guided by a humble reliance on the one who never leaves us, no matter how far we stray from the land of our birth. In those days, as I rose through the ranks of Potiphar's household, I believed I was truly starting to understand my purpose here in Egypt. Despite my circumstances as a slave, my responsibilities had grown, and with them came a sense of accomplishment. I managed accounts, oversaw provisions, and supervised other servants with an attention to detail that Potiphar valued. This new position, however, also brought me closer to the inner workings of the household, including members of the family I had previously only glimpsed from afar. Among those who took notice of me was Potiphar's wife, a woman whose gaze lingered far too long whenever we crossed paths. At first, I thought little of it. She was my master's wife, and I assumed she observed me only to confirm that her husband's affairs were in capable hands. Yet before long, I felt an unmistakable tension in her presence. Her eyes tracked my every move, and she would find reasons to speak with me, sometimes drawing me aside to ask questions about trivial matters. Over time, these interactions became less guarded. A certain boldness seeped into her voice, and I soon realized her intentions were anything but innocent. It began with subtle flattery, a remark about my diligence, a lingering glance at my face, an offhand comment on my appearance. Despite my youth, I recognized the danger in her tone, the way she leaned in just a little too close when she spoke. Each time, I tried to redirect the conversation back to matters of the household or to suggest that she speak with Potiphar directly if she had concerns. My heart pounded each time I extricated myself from her presence. uneasy and wary. I was determined to remain honorable and true to the God I served. Still, I was but a slave in this household, and I could not simply demand that Potiphar's wife cease her advances. The imbalance of power weighed heavily on my mind. She was accustomed to getting what she wanted, and I was in no position to defy her overtly, lest she invent some reason to punish me. Day by day her attempts grew bolder. She would find me in the corridors or near the storerooms, contriving reasons to speak privately. If I said I had tasks to attend to, she would order me to stay. If I stood at a distance, she would move closer, lowering her voice and giving me sidelong glances that made my skin crawl. My spirit struggled in that tension between duty to my master and the fear of offending his wife. Yet above all, I could not betray my faith in the God who had guided me this far. Had I given in to her, I would have sinned not only against Potiphar but against the Almighty himself. I remember one afternoon in particular, when the household was uncommonly quiet. Potiphar was away on business for Pharaoh, and most of the other servants were scattered about on their daily errands. I had remained behind to complete an inventory of the storeroom, checking supplies and ensuring everything was accounted for. The warm breeze through the open shutters did little to calm my nerves when I heard the soft shuffle of footsteps behind me. I turned to see Potiphar's wife standing at the threshold, her jewelry catching the faint light from the hall. She regarded me with an intensity that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. She approached, her voice low and coaxing. "Joseph," she murmured, "surely you have no need to busy yourself with these boxes on such a hot day." She spoke my name in a tone meant to entice, leaning closer than ever before. Her intention was unmistakable, and I felt my pulse quicken as she reached out to touch my shoulder. I stepped back, heart pounding, my mind racing to find the right words. I reminded her that I was a servant, that my loyalty belonged to Potiphar. I begged her not to place me in this impossible situation, but she would not listen. She pressed herself nearer, insisting that none would know, that she held the power to ensure my safety and promotion if I complied. A storm of thoughts raged within me, fear of her power, fear of betraying my master, and fear of betraying my God. Yet I could not yield, not even for a moment. Summoning every ounce of courage, I broke away from her grasp. I gasped words that I hoped would make her realize the weight of her request. "My master has entrusted me with everything in this house. He holds back nothing from me except you. How could I commit this wickedness and sin against God?" My voice trembled, but my conviction stood firm. In a sudden burst of anger and desperation, she seized my cloak, her grip tight and unyielding. My heart thundered in my chest as I twisted free, leaving the garment in her hands. Barely aware of my surroundings, I fled into the corridor, my feet nearly stumbling in my haste. Even now, I can still feel the heartbeat thudding in my ears, the stark terror that overshadowed every other emotion. I did not know what she would do, only that I had to escape the snare she had laid. It did not take long for me to learn the outcome of that fateful encounter. Moments after my escape, I heard her shrill cries reverberate through the halls. I froze in place, my mind spinning as I realized what she was doing. She was calling for the servants, for the guards, weaving a story in which I was the aggressor. She clutched my cloak like a piece of damning evidence, claiming that I had tried to force myself upon her before she screamed and scared me away. The gravity of her accusation hit me like a physical blow. Any defense I offered would be overshadowed by her status as the lady of the house. In a matter of minutes, the guards seized me. I struggled briefly, searching desperately for some sign that they might listen to my side of the story. But they had their orders. Potiphar's wife had spun her tale so convincingly, complete with the garment she'd torn from me, that they believed her without question. I tried to speak, my words tumbling out in protest, but I knew it was futile. She had orchestrated the perfect trap, and now I was caught in the snare of her deception. When Potiphar arrived, his face was set in fury. He scarcely allowed me a moment to attempt my defense. I saw betrayal and anger in his eyes, as though he could not comprehend how I, the slave he trusted, could repay him in such a manner. My throat constricted with despair, and I felt tears of frustration prick my eyes. Still, I would not beg for mercy, knowing that my innocence rested in the hands of the Almighty. Whatever sentence Potiphar dealt, I knew my conscience was clear before God, though my heart broke to see how easily my reputation was destroyed. Potiphar's judgment was swift and unyielding. I was to be thrown into prison. Not just any prison, but the place where the king's prisoners were held, a place known for its darkness and hopelessness. The guards dragged me away, rough hands gripping my arms, their words laced with contempt. My feet stumbled over the threshold as I looked one last time at the household I had cared for so diligently. Potiphar turned his back, unable or unwilling to hear any further pleas. The clang of iron gates sealed my fate. As the heavy door closed behind me, plunging me into the dimly lit confines of the prison, I felt my hopes crumble like dust. Gone was the home I had helped manage, gone were the small comforts I had found in service, and gone was the relative favor I had enjoyed under Potiphar's roof. In that moment I felt the weight of injustice threaten to crush my spirit. I was innocent of any wrongdoing, yet I had been condemned by a lie. Doubt assailed me, whispering that perhaps my dreams of destiny had all been illusions, that God had finally abandoned me to the cruelty of circumstance. But in the midst of that darkness, I remembered the faith that had brought me this far. I recalled the countless hours I had spent crying out to the Lord, trusting Him to guide my steps, even when they led to places I never would have chosen. If God could preserve me in the desert and grant me favor in Potiphar's house, perhaps He could also sustain me here within these prison walls. And so, despite the crushing blow of betrayal, I clung to that sliver of hope, knowing that my story was not yet finished. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob had not abandoned me before. In that dim cell, surrounded by darkness and despair, I resolved that I would hold fast to Him still. When I first arrived at the prison, I found it to be a place devoid of light, both literal and spiritual. The walls were thick stone, offering little air and even less hope, and my fellow inmates moved like shadows, their eyes dulled by resignation. Having already experienced so many abrupt turns of fate, I might have believed that nothing could shock me anymore. Yet the darkness of that dungeon weighed on me more heavily than any burden I had carried before. Still reeling from the lies that had cast me here, I wrestled with a swirl of questions. Why had God allowed this? Had I misread the dreams of my youth? Was I destined to die in obscurity without any chance to clear my name? Despite my inner turmoil, I could not shake the deep-seated conviction that God was with me, even in this bleak pit. I had survived betrayal by my brothers, endured slavery in a foreign land, and gained the trust of a powerful man, only to be slandered and discarded. Somehow, even in the face of these trials, I could not abandon the faith that had carried me so far. Each day, I rose from my ragged bedding on the floor of my cell and whispered silent prayers. Although my soul felt raw with grief and anger, I pleaded for a steadfast spirit, reminding myself that the Lord remained sovereign over my circumstances. As I settled into the punishing rhythms of prison life, I discovered that the warden, though stern, was not without discernment. He took note of how I worked alongside the other prisoners, never shrinking from tasks or complaining beyond the usual groans of exhaustion. I found myself performing the chores I had once overseen in Potiphar's house, cleaning corridors, distributing rations, sometimes even tidying the warden's own rooms. To my surprise, he began assigning me greater responsibilities, trusting my ability to organize and remain honest. Over time, his confidence in me grew, and little by little, I was granted a measure of freedom to move throughout the prison, ensuring that the daily work was accomplished. This favor did not erase my sorrow, nor did it absolve me of the sting of injustice. But it did serve as a reminder that God's hand was still upon me. The hours were long and unremarkable. The smell of damp stone and unwashed bodies clung to every corner, and the moans of desperate men echoed through the corridors. Yet, amidst the gloom, I discovered the smallest flickers of hope in the trust the warden placed in me. Often, I recalled my father's teachings and the truths found in our heritage, that wherever God's people find themselves, they may still honor Him by performing their duties faithfully. And so, though my body remained in chains, I determined that my spirit would remain free. It was in that grim setting that two new prisoners arrived, men whose very appearance set them apart from the rest of us. The first was the royal cupbearer, once a trusted servant in Pharaoh's court. The second was the king's baker, whose skill had once graced Pharaoh's table. Whatever transgressions they had committed, real or perceived, Pharaoh had grown angry enough to cast them both into prison. Their fine garments were gone, replaced by worn rags like the rest of us, yet they carried themselves differently than other prisoners. They seemed lost, like men plucked from a life of comfort and power and thrust into a nightmare they could scarcely comprehend. I was assigned to attend them, likely because the warden saw that these men, used to the intrigues of palace life, might need someone more refined than the average convict. Over the following days, I brought them water, food, and blankets. Whenever they asked for something, I did my best to accommodate their requests. They appeared grateful for my efforts, though their eyes often betrayed a deep anxiety about what would happen to them. One evening, I noticed both men wearing troubled expressions. They spoke in hushed tones, glancing around as though they feared someone might overhear. Intrigued, I waited for an opportunity to ask what weighed on them so heavily. The moment presented itself the following morning, when I came upon them pacing restlessly in a small courtyard the warden allowed some prisoners to use. Their brows were furrowed, and they scarcely acknowledged me until I quietly inquired if something was wrong. At first, they exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to trust me. I assured them that I was simply curious, that I had seen them looking distressed and wished to help if I could. The cupbearer, shifting uneasily, finally admitted that each had experienced a disturbing dream the previous night. Neither could make sense of the symbols, and they had no access to the court magicians who might interpret them. In that moment, I recalled my own dreams and the abiding belief that God alone held the power to grant wisdom and interpretation. Something within me stirred, reminding me of the times He had spoken through the visions of my youth. Gathering my courage, I told them that I served a God who reveals the meanings of dreams, not for personal glory but according to His purposes. If they wished, I would attempt to interpret their dreams by appealing to Him. They exchanged startled looks, for they were used to the elaborate rituals of Egyptian soothsayers. Yet their desperation outweighed their skepticism, and they nodded for me to proceed. The cupbearer went first, describing a vine with 3 branches that budded, blossomed, and produced clusters of ripe grapes. He said he took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, placing it in Pharaoh's hand. I closed my eyes, silently asking God to guide me, and then I explained that the 3 branches represented 3 days. In 3 days, Pharaoh would restore the cupbearer to his former position, once again placing Pharaoh's cup into his hand. The man's face brightened at the prospect of returning to favor, and the tension visibly ebbed from his posture. Encouraged by this hopeful interpretation, the baker then recounted his own dream. He had seen himself carrying 3 baskets of baked goods on his head, and in the top basket were all kinds of pastries for Pharaoh. But birds flew down and ate them from the basket. A sinking feeling tugged at my heart, and I felt a deep sorrow on the baker's behalf. I saw clearly, through the understanding given to me, that the 3 baskets likewise represented 3 days. Yet at the end of those days, Pharaoh would not restore him but rather condemn him. The birds devouring the bread signified the terrible fate awaiting him. With a heavy heart, I shared this with the baker, who listened in stunned silence. Both men thanked me in their own ways, though the baker's gratitude was laced with grief. As for the cupbearer, he seemed buoyed by the promise of freedom. I seized the chance to ask him for a kindness. When you are restored to Pharaoh's service, please remember me. Speak of my innocence, for I was stolen from my homeland and falsely accused here. Help me find a chance for freedom. He nodded vigorously, promising that he would do just that. I pressed hope into that promise, hoping it would not be forgotten like so many other pledges made in moments of relief. The next 3 days crawled by, and I found myself wavering between expectation and fear. My heart ached for the baker, who withdrew into himself, resigned to the grim destiny foretold by his dream. Meanwhile, the cupbearer grew more resolute, almost impatient, counting down the hours until his release. Even the other prisoners could sense the tension. On the appointed day, Pharaoh summoned both men to stand before him. Those of us left in the prison watched them depart, uncertain of what news would reach our ears. Sure enough, the dream's interpretations came to pass precisely as the Lord had revealed. The cupbearer was restored to his position, once again placing the cup into Pharaoh's hand. The baker, however, met a bitter end, executed just as the dream had foretold. Word of these events reached me through the whispers of guards and servants. Though my heart was heavy for the baker, I held fast to the hope that the cupbearer would soon speak to Pharaoh on my behalf. Surely, someone who had experienced God's revelation firsthand would keep his word to mention me. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks bled into months, I found no sign that the cupbearer had remembered me. The prison walls felt narrower, the darkness deeper. More than once I was tempted to despair. Could it be that I was doomed to remain here indefinitely, my life a tangled thread in the loom of injustice? Yet I could not shake the certainty that God's purposes were at work even in this season of waiting. Like a seed buried underground, I remained unseen and forgotten by men, but I trusted that the Maker of all things knew precisely where I was. So I continued tending to the tasks assigned me, committed to doing them well. My prayers never ceased. I prayed for the day God would release me from these chains, and I prayed that He would keep my heart from turning bitter in the long wait. Through the gloom of the dungeon and the silence of unmet expectation, I chose to cling to the truth that had sustained me all along. Though men might forget, God would not. And so, in the depth of that prison, I continued to dream, trusting that in time, God would bring His purposes to light. I longed for each new dawn to bring a sign, a message, anything to show that the cupbearer had not forgotten the promise he made. For the first few weeks after he returned to Pharaoh's service, I woke every morning with my heart pounding in anticipation. Perhaps today, I told myself, the guards would unlock my cell and summon me to stand before Pharaoh. Maybe the cupbearer had pleaded my case, explaining how God had revealed the meaning of his dream and spared him from the fate of the baker. I imagined the look on the warden's face as he proudly led me from my prison cell to the halls of power, vindicated at last. But day after day, no such call came. Days slid into weeks, and my initial hope began to wane. Still, I clung stubbornly to the possibility that news traveled slowly or that the cupbearer needed time to gain Pharaoh's ear. I busied myself with my responsibilities, assisting the warden, overseeing supplies, and keeping order among the prisoners. Yet whenever footsteps echoed in the corridor, I felt my heart leap, only to deflate when it was merely a guard on a routine check or another hapless soul being cast into our midst. In my sleepless nights, I replayed the cupbearer's dream in my mind, recalling the vivid symbols and how God had granted me insight to interpret them. I was sure that the Almighty had orchestrated those events so that I might find my own freedom in return. Surely such a plan would not be abandoned. But the weeks stretched on, and the cupbearer seemed to have vanished from my life as thoroughly as if he had never existed. My heart began to ache with disappointment. It was not the first time I had tasted betrayal. My own brothers had cast me into a pit, but the sting of being forgotten felt like a slow, relentless ache rather than a sudden blow. I thought of how earnestly the cupbearer had thanked me. He had looked me in the eye and sworn to speak of me to Pharaoh. Yet, in the comfort of his regained position, he had allowed my plight to slip from his mind. As the months turned into years, a dull resignation seeped into my bones. What if I was never released? The thick stone walls of this dungeon, cold and grim, became my entire world. The meager daylight that filtered through high, barred windows seemed only to mock me, a reminder of the life that continued beyond these walls, lives of men who could walk freely, breathe fresh air, and gaze upon the open sky. I drifted through my duties on a tide of weary acceptance, fighting a mounting bitterness that threatened to corrode my spirit from within. In my darker moments, I found myself struggling with anger at the cupbearer for his neglect, anger at my brothers for their treachery, and, most unsettling of all, anger at God for allowing me to languish in this place. I knew such anger was dangerous, a poison that could eat away at my faith. I tried to combat it by remembering the times God had shown me favor. In Potiphar's house, and even here in prison, where the warden had granted me responsibilities I never dreamed possible for a condemned man. Despite my burdens, there were moments when I sensed His presence still with me. Yet those moments felt like droplets of water upon a parched desert, too few and far between to quench my thirst for hope. Sometimes I would find a quiet corner and close my eyes, recalling my childhood dreams of sheaves bowing and stars paying homage. Back then, I had believed with all my heart that God had a plan of greatness for me. I was so certain those visions were real, guiding me toward a destiny I could not fully comprehend. How was I to reconcile those dreams with my present reality, shackled, forgotten, and alone? Was it possible I had misunderstood the message of those dreams? Had my own pride clouded their true meaning? Late into the night, such questions haunted my thoughts, eroding what little confidence I still held. Yet, in the midst of my turmoil, I found that simple acts of kindness offered small rays of light. I continued to help the warden maintain order, treating the other prisoners with compassion when possible. Many were hardened men, burdened by guilt or fury at the circumstances that brought them here. Some lashed out in violence. Others withdrew into themselves, haunted by their own regrets. But whenever the chance arose, I tried to ease their suffering, offering a soothing word or sharing a portion of my meager rations with those who had none. In time, a few came to trust me to speak of their pasts and their fears. Although I had no power to free them, I hoped to lighten their loads, just as I yearned for someone to lighten mine. The slow drip of time began to dull my senses, yet I clung to prayer like a drowning man grasps for driftwood. There were evenings I felt my prayers were little more than sighs and groans, wordless pleas for deliverance from the silence. I found myself constantly wrestling with the notion that God might have abandoned me, though some deeper part of me persisted in believing otherwise. I recalled stories my father used to tell, how our forefather Abraham waited long years for a promised son, how Isaac had faced famine, how Jacob had endured strife with Laban. Each of them had moments when God's promises seemed distant, yet in the end, his faithfulness never faltered. Still the doubts pressed in. What if I were the exception to that long heritage of God's redemption? What if I died in these prison walls, my dreams unfulfilled? Each new year felt like another nail sealing the coffin of my former aspirations. And whenever the memory of the cupbearer's face crossed my mind, I felt a surge of wounded anger. How easily men forget those who have helped them when they're once again in comfort and safety. There came a time when I no longer counted the passing weeks. My body grew accustomed to the unchanging rhythm of prison life, to the clang of iron gates, to the flickering torchlight that cast dancing shadows on the cold stones at night. I sometimes wondered if the outside world had changed beyond recognition or if my father still lived. I recalled the look of sorrow on his face whenever he feared for my safety. If only he knew how far I had fallen. My brothers, too, did they carry guilt for their actions or had they convinced themselves that I was gone for good? The weight of these thoughts often threatened to crush what remained of my hope. Yet amid the slow erosion of my dreams, I sensed a quiet undercurrent, a gentle prompting that whispered I was not alone. I could not see it or hold it, but something deep within told me that though men might forget, God does not. This certainty stirred me to remain diligent in my tasks, to offer comfort where I could, and to keep my heart tender rather than letting it grow hard and bitter. Perhaps this was the ultimate test, whether I would choose despair or continued faith in a God whose timeline I could not comprehend. Though the darkness pressed in and the silence of unanswered prayers gnawed at my spirit, I resolved to continue trusting that my life still mattered to him. Every time I found myself wondering if my body would someday be carried out of these walls for burial, I would recall the stories of how the Lord delivered our ancestors at precisely the right moment. The difference now was I had no idea when or if my moment would come. I only knew I could not betray the God I had served all my life by giving up in bitterness and anger. And so, in that quiet prison where time seemed to stand still, I found the endurance to live day by day. I would rise before the other prisoners, performing my duties with steady hands, refusing to let resentment consume me. Yes, I felt forgotten by the cupbearer, neglected by the world, and sorely tested by God's silence. But still I prayed, still I believed, and still I hoped, though that hope was now a fragile, flickering ember in the cold chambers of my heart. Day by weary day, year by agonizing year, I held on to the faint belief that one day God would remember me, even if every other living soul had already let me go. Day after day in that bleak prison, I had settled into a resigned routine. The walls seemed as eternal as the troubles that had chained me there. Yet on one morning I will never forget, everything changed. I was going about my usual duties, checking on the other inmates and taking an inventory of the storeroom, when a guard burst in, his expression urgent. He scarcely paused to bark out my name before pulling me away, ignoring the startled questions of my fellow prisoners. My heart thundered, for I had no idea what new calamity might have befallen me. Was I to be punished further or exiled to a worse cell? But the guard spoke only of speed. Make haste. Pharaoh has summoned you. At first I thought I must have misheard. Why would Pharaoh, the ruler of all Egypt, demand to see a Hebrew slave languishing in a dungeon? I hardly dared to ask for clarification, lest I betray how rattled I was by the unexpected development. My mind whirled. Could it be the cupbearer had finally remembered me? Hope flared, tempered by caution. In the corridor, guards ushered me along at a near run, leading me away from the familiar darkness of the prison and up into the brightness of the palace grounds. My eyes stung from the sudden flood of sunlight. The air felt different too, fresher, scented with lilies and incense, a sharp contrast to the stale gloom I had known for so long. I was brought to a chamber where attendants waited with water and razors. Before I could ask questions, they stripped away my tattered garments, washed the grime from my hair, and shaved me clean. They worked briskly, speaking in low voices about Pharaoh's recent turmoil. Something about disturbing dreams, repeated nightly and beyond the skill of the court magicians to interpret. I felt a jolt of recognition. Dreams. My heart pounded with anticipation. Could this be the Lord's way of restoring me, of proving that he had not abandoned me to be forgotten in the bowels of a prison? Arrayed in fine linen, a borrowed splendor that felt alien against my skin, I was led through the palace halls, each more opulent than the last, until we reached the throne room. There, surrounded by courtiers and guarded by massive columns, stood Pharaoh himself. I could scarcely breathe. Though I had once managed Potiphar's estate, I had never glimpsed such grandeur. The very air seemed charged with power. Yet I reminded myself that all authority ultimately belonged to God, not to any human ruler. Steadying my nerves, I bowed low, careful to show respect, for my life hung on Pharaoh's goodwill. Pharaoh's voice, tense with worry, echoed across the chamber. "I have been told," he began, "that you can interpret dreams. My servants say there is a spirit of wisdom in you." I felt every gaze turned toward me, but I did not let pride or fear guide my response. Bowing my head, I answered humbly, "It is not in me to interpret, my lord, but God himself will grant Pharaoh a favorable answer." A murmur rippled among the assembled nobles, but Pharaoh merely inclined his head. Then he described his two baffling dreams, each marked by startling imagery. First, 7 healthy cows emerged from the Nile, only to be devoured by 7 gaunt cows. Next, 7 full ears of grain were swallowed by 7 thin, scorched ears. As Pharaoh spoke, I sensed a stirring in my spirit, the same unmistakable warmth of divine insight I had experienced years earlier. It was as though God whispered clarity into my mind. The 7 healthy cows and 7 full ears of grain symbolized 7 years of abundant harvest, while the 7 gaunt cows and thin ears represented 7 years of devastating famine. Summoning my courage, I relayed this to Pharaoh, speaking boldly. I explained that the repetition of the dream meant the matter was firmly decided by God, and that Pharaoh must prepare swiftly. Shock flickered across the faces of the courtiers, but Pharaoh's dark eyes remained fixed on mine as though weighing every word. When I finished, a hush fell over the throne room. One could almost hear hearts pounding at the severity of the news. I sensed a question forming in Pharaoh's mind, so I pressed on, suggesting that a wise and discerning man be appointed to oversee the gathering of surplus grain during the 7 years of plenty. That grain would then be stored in reserve so that, when the 7 years of famine arrived, Egypt would have enough to sustain itself, and likely profit from selling to neighboring lands. My voice trembled slightly at the daring of advising the king, yet I felt compelled to give him the full counsel I believed God intended. An electric current seemed to pass through the assembly. Pharaoh turned to his officials, a thoughtful expression creasing his brow. Murmurs spread, some voices skeptical, others impressed by the clarity of my words. At last, Pharaoh lifted a hand and silence fell once more. He locked eyes with me and I caught a glimmer of something like awe. "Where can we find another man like this, in whom the Spirit of God dwells?" he asked, though it sounded more like a declaration than a question. No one dared to answer. Then Pharaoh turned fully toward me. "Since God has revealed all this to you, there is no one as wise or discerning. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall obey your commands. Only in regard to the throne will I be greater than you." The chamber erupted in gasps and whispers. I stood stunned, scarcely able to process the magnitude of Pharaoh's words. This was more than a reprieve from prison. It was a catapult to the highest seat of power beneath Pharaoh himself. My mouth felt dry and I stammered out my gratitude, bowing low as if my legs might buckle beneath me. Pharaoh motioned for his servants to bring fine robes, a signet ring bearing his seal, and a gold chain. Before my astonished eyes, they placed these royal tokens upon me, marking me as a ruler in Egypt. I remembered my father's gift of a many-colored coat, back when I was a mere boy dreaming of greatness. Never could I have imagined a scene like this, decked in garments of state at Pharaoh's side. All the while, my heart pounded with a heady mix of joy and trepidation. A swirl of memories engulfed me: my brother's betrayal, Potiphar's household, the prison cell where I languished for so many years. Now, in the blink of an eye, I was being raised to a rank that defied every hardship I had suffered. Yet I knew this ascension was not my doing. God himself had placed me here to fulfill a purpose beyond my understanding. I could sense that my new role was not merely a reward but a profound responsibility, one I must carry out with humility and diligence. Pharaoh, seemingly eager to commence this plan for Egypt's survival, directed me to make preparations at once. His officials, though stunned, quickly offered cautious bows to me, recognizing that I now held authority above them all. My mind whirled with the practical tasks ahead: establishing granaries, organizing labor, drafting instructions on how to gather and store surplus grain. Somewhere beneath this flood of thoughts, I felt the pang of recalling the pain of the prison and the memory of the cupbearer's broken promise. But there was no time for bitterness now. God had acted in a way I had never anticipated, raising me from a pit of despair to a place of influence that could save countless lives. In a daze, I followed Pharaoh's attendants out of the throne room. My newly bestowed regalia felt both weighty and foreign, a symbol of a destiny I still struggled to believe was mine. Everywhere I turned, people bowed or stepped aside, murmuring my new title as though testing it on their tongues. I prayed silently for wisdom, knowing that I was only a man, and a Hebrew man at that, in a foreign land. How could I manage such a daunting task unless the Lord Himself guided me? Yet as I was shown my new quarters and introduced to various overseers, I felt an abiding peace settle over me. At long last, I understood that all the trials, every betrayal, every false accusation, every year in prison, had shaped me for this moment. God's plan was unfolding in the halls of power, and I was His servant to enact it. My voice would direct the might of Egypt, and my faith would be tested as never before. But for the first time in years, I felt the sun of hope shining on my face without shadow. I was Joseph, once a dreamer in a distant land, once a slave in Potiphar's house, once a prisoner in the darkest dungeon, now called forth to stand beside Pharaoh himself, entrusted with the fate of a nation. I often look back on those early days after Pharaoh appointed me as overseer, recalling the flurry of activity as we stored grain during the 7 years of abundance. The fields of Egypt yielded so much that we ran out of places to put it all, and my scribes lost track of the endless stacks in the granaries. We built new storehouses, hired more workers, and strove day and night to gather and record the surplus. Though no one knew how severe the coming famine might be, I felt a weight on my shoulders, an urgency to prepare for what God had revealed. I poured my heart into that task, determined that not one kernel of grain would go to waste. My name had spread throughout Egypt, and many spoke of me as a man guided by divine insight. Yet they did not know the years of hardship that had forged my resolve. When the lean years finally arrived, I witnessed the land of Egypt withering under the relentless sun. Crops failed, rivers and tributaries ran low, and animals grew thin. The once bustling markets turned into forlorn spaces where desperate people crowded in search of grain. Through Pharaoh's edict, they came directly to me. I oversaw the distribution, selling the stored surplus back to the people at a fair price. Thanks to the detailed plan God had guided me to implement, Egypt was not only surviving, it was also becoming a refuge for those beyond our borders. Word spread that grain could be found in Egypt, drawing people from other lands who arrived starving and penniless, hoping for mercy. I sometimes caught myself remembering my boyhood dreams when I saw foreigners bowing before me, pleading for food. Those hazy images from years ago, the sheaves and the stars, sparked a strange ache in my heart. Life had taught me painful lessons since those carefree days under my father's tent. I had suffered betrayal, enslavement, and imprisonment. Yet God had woven each thread into this present tapestry, placing me in a position to save not only Egyptians but countless others as well. Despite all my responsibilities, a restlessness gnawed at me when I thought of my family. My father, my younger brother Benjamin, what had become of them? Though I was a powerful man, I was still a son with unanswered questions about the home I had lost. One afternoon, while I was seated at my official station to oversee the sale of grain, a commotion erupted near the entrance. I noticed a group of men kneeling amid the throngs, waiting for permission to approach. There was nothing extraordinary about their clothes. They looked like weary travelers from Canaan, dusty from the road. But something stirred deep within me, a tug of recognition that made my pulse quicken. I studied their faces, and a tumult of emotions churned in my chest. They were my brothers, the very men who had cast me into a pit so many years before. I felt both an overwhelming longing to rush and reveal myself, and a surge of anger at the memories of betrayal. My heart pounded as I recalled the terror of that day, their cold, merciless eyes. part of me wanted to shout for the guards to seize them. Another part wanted to fall on my knees and weep that my flesh and blood stood before me at last. Yet I could not allow these warring impulses to show. I was now second only to Pharaoh, and the eyes of Egypt were upon me. For a moment I took a breath, steadying my nerves. Then I remembered that God had brought me to this place not merely to survive, but to serve a greater purpose. I thought of the sorrow in my father's face when I was a boy. If I revealed myself too soon, would my brothers retreat into deceit? Had they changed at all? I resolved to test them to see if their hearts were the same as when they sold me for silver. Summoning the guards, I instructed them to bring the strangers before me. My brothers approached, bowing low, exactly as in my old dream. Their voices trembled when they spoke, explaining in halting Egyptian that they had journeyed from Canaan, seeking to purchase grain because the famine ravaged their land. My translator relayed each word, but I hardly needed his service. Though I pretended ignorance, I could understand them perfectly. They did not recognize me in my Egyptian finery and speaking a foreign tongue. Their ignorance allowed me a chance to probe their intentions. "What is your business here?" I demanded through the translator, forcing my voice to sound stern. They answered that they were honest men, all sons of one father, and had come to buy grain. Hearing them say, "honest men," nearly made me choke with bitterness. Where was that honesty when they threw me into a pit? My anger flashed momentarily, and I accused them of being spies. They babbled in protest, each trying to defend their innocence. They insisted their father was still alive and one brother remained at home. My pulse quickened at the mention of Benjamin. My beloved youngest brother was alive. A swirl of relief mingled with longing and sorrow for the years we had lost. But I did not let my emotion show. Instead, I declared that I would test their words. If they were truly telling the truth, they must bring their youngest brother here to confirm their story. I threatened that if they did not comply, they would be treated as enemies. My translator's voice rang loud and final. The men trembled, exchanging fearful glances. They pleaded, claiming their father would be heartbroken if they did not return soon. My own heart softened at the mention of my father, but I kept my expression steeled. After a moment of feigned deliberation, I demanded that one of them remain behind as a hostage, while the rest returned home to fetch their youngest brother. Only then would I believe they were not spies. I could see the confusion and panic clouding their faces. One of them, Reuben, whispered something to the others in Hebrew. He spoke of guilt, recalling their cruelty to me all those years ago. Though I acted impassive, my chest clenched to hear them express regret. They believed these hardships to be a punishment for my supposed death. They spoke of hearing my pleas and ignoring them. My throat tightened as I pretended not to understand. At that moment, I had to turn away to compose myself. The flood of memories, the pit, the caravan, my cries for mercy, threatened to unravel my composure. I returned, stone-faced, and had Simeon bound before their eyes. They watched in horror as their brother was taken away. Then I gave them the grain they needed, instructing them once again to return with this youngest brother they spoke of. Only by meeting him would I allow them safe passage and the chance to redeem Simeon. They left in a swirl of dust and fear, taking with them the sacks of grain they had purchased. I had ordered my steward to secretly return their silver, hiding it in each sack to confound them further. The moment they were gone, I sank onto a bench, my head in my hands. I had yearned to see my family for so long, yet nothing about this reunion felt joyous. Instead, I was consumed by conflicting emotions. Relief that they lived, anger at their past betrayal, sorrow for the years stolen from us, and worry for my father's health. Had their hearts changed? Did they regret their actions, or did their pleas merely reflect self-preservation? And what of Benjamin? Could I dare to hope my younger brother would stand before me soon, allowing me at last to see some spark of love from my family? In the weeks that followed, I busied myself with the unending task of managing the famine relief. Yet my thoughts repeatedly drifted toward my homeland. I prayed for guidance, for courage to continue this test, and for the strength to confront the bitterness that still lingered in my soul. It felt as though God had placed me on a knife's edge, balancing justice and mercy. I had to ensure the well-being of my father and my brother, to see if my other siblings were truly changed. But each day that passed brought a fresh ache. How long before they returned? Though I held power in Egypt, my heart remained bound by the same question that had haunted me from the day of my betrayal. Did my brothers see me as more than a helpless youth to be discarded? Now was the moment to discover the truth. And while fear gnawed at me, a sliver of hope took root, believing that God's plan still stretched ahead in ways I could neither predict nor control. One thing was certain. My past had found me here in the seat of Egyptian authority, and I would have to face it head-on. The famine had brought my brothers back into my life, and I knew that everything was about to change again. I remember the moment I glimpsed my brothers returning to Egypt as though it happened only yesterday. My steward had told me they had come back, bringing their youngest brother, Benjamin, just as I had demanded. Although my heart thudded at the thought of seeing Benjamin again, I concealed my excitement behind the cool demeanor of a high-ranking Egyptian official. In truth, I wanted nothing more than to run to him, to hold him tight, and to assure him that his older brother was still alive. But I had spent years waiting and preparing for a moment like this, and I knew I must keep my composure for a little longer. My brothers bowed low when they entered my presence, each of them visibly anxious. Benjamin stood among them, looking both nervous and curious, his face so like our mother's that it nearly undid me. I inquired after their father, hoping to hear that he yet lived, and they assured me he was well, though old and weary. The mention of my father jolted 1,000 memories loose, but I kept my voice steady, speaking through my interpreter as though I understood not a word of their Hebrew. I invited them to dine with me that evening, a gesture that left them puzzled but hopeful that this stern Egyptian lord had warmed to them at last. At the banquet, my servants arranged the brothers in order of their birth, a small detail that made them exchange astonished glances, wondering how I could possibly know the exact sequence of their ages. I lavished portions upon Benjamin, a sign of favor that did not go unnoticed. All the while, I wrestled with a storm of emotions inside. I could see they were perplexed. Why was this Egyptian minister treating them so strangely? Yet I was not ready to reveal my identity. Not just yet. I had to be certain of the sincerity of their hearts. The final test came the next morning, when I quietly instructed my steward to hide my personal silver cup in Benjamin's sack. After they departed, content with grain for the journey home, I ordered my steward to pursue them. He accused them of thievery and searched their sacks. When the cup was discovered in Benjamin's bag, their despair was palpable. They were forced to return, trembling, to stand before me once more. For a moment, I relived the panic of my own betrayal, how I had pleaded with them from the depths of that pit so many years ago. But this time, instead of casting Benjamin aside to save themselves, they rallied around him, each protesting his innocence. Their voices rang with genuine fear and concern for our youngest brother, who stood trembling at their side. Finally, Judah stepped forward, speaking words that tore at my soul. He offered himself in Benjamin's place, begging me not to take away the only remaining child of our father's beloved wife. I listened, astonished, as he poured out a heartfelt plea, describing how my father would surely die of grief if Benjamin did not return. He spoke of the guilt they all carried over another son once lost. He described how they had witnessed their father's sorrow grow year by year, like a wound that would not heal. Hearing these words, I felt the final barrier in my heart crumble. They were no longer the same men who had callously sold me into slavery. Their remorse was genuine, and their love for our father, and for Benjamin, was undeniable. Overwhelmed, I could no longer maintain my facade. I dismissed every Egyptian servant from the room, unwilling to let them witness the eruption of emotion I felt surging within. My brothers stood before me, confused and fearful. In that hushed moment, I felt tears stinging my eyes, my breath coming in ragged gasps. All the anger, sorrow, and longing I had carried for so many years rose to the surface. It was as if the many-colored robe my father once gave me, the coat I had been stripped of, were draped upon my shoulders again, reminding me of who I truly was. The words tumbled out before I could contain them. I am Joseph. Is my father still alive? My voice cracked, echoing off the walls. My brothers stared at me, their faces blanched. It was as though time itself had frozen, condensing the years of pain, questions, and secrets into that single, piercing revelation. For a moment, none of them spoke. I saw flashes of recognition dart across their expressions, eyes wide, mouths parted in shock. Some reflex made them step backward as if I might strike them down for their past cruelty. But I no longer held anger in my heart. I only felt an overpowering rush of relief that we stood in the same room once more, living and breathing after all these years. Tears streamed down my cheeks and I struggled to steady my voice. Please come closer. I urged, though they seemed rooted to the floor in their astonishment. Slowly, one by one, they approached, uncertainty in their eyes. I saw in their faces the children they once were, the boys who played in the fields and ran laughing after the flocks. We had aged, endured so much, but the bond of family had never truly died. Despite the betrayal, despite the heartbreak, here we stood, miraculously brought together again by the hand of God. Gently, I reached for Benjamin first. He was trembling, unable to believe the stranger before him was the brother he had only heard about in childhood stories. We fell into each other's arms, and a sob tore from my throat that felt as though it had been pent up for decades. He clung to me, his tears soaking into my fine Egyptian robes, and I stroked his hair, whispering, "I have missed you so much, my brother." My heart ached for all the lost years we should have shared. Though I could never recover those seasons of youth, I offered silent thanks that we had at least this moment and hopefully the future. Then I turned to my other brothers. They stood uneasy, clearly expecting wrath. Yet something deeper than vengeance guided me. God had brought good from the evil done to me, using my trials to place me where I could save many lives. I embraced them one by one, my tears mixing with theirs. No words could have fully expressed the flood of emotions I felt: relief, forgiveness, renewed love. In those embraces, the walls of resentment came crashing down. I saw their remorse was real, and I felt the chains of bitterness break away from my soul. Eventually, our voices returned to us. My brothers struggled to form words of apology, but I shook my head, urging them not to be distressed or angry with themselves. "What you intended for harm," I told them, "God has used for good. He sent me ahead of you to preserve life." My tears had slowed, but my heart still felt raw. We stood huddled together like men returning from a battlefield, wounded yet alive, bound by a shared history of pain and regret. I asked them again about our father, my throat closing at the thought of his reaction once he learned I still lived. They assured me he was in Canaan, grieving these many years for the son he believed lost forever. I insisted they must hurry back to him with the news. I would provide every means for them to travel in comfort and bring him, and all our family, down to Egypt, where they would be safe from the famine. My newfound authority, given by Pharaoh's own decree, would ensure they lacked nothing. I pictured my father's face lighting up at the sight of us united, and I nearly broke down again at the thought of embracing him once more. When at last the turmoil of weeping and wonder subsided, I summoned my steward back into the room. He found us all red-eyed and shaken but strangely radiant. I instructed him to make preparations for a caravan. The steward, who knew only part of the story, seemed puzzled but obeyed without question. Meanwhile, my brothers stared at me in something like awe, as though still unsure if this was real or a dream. I led them to dine in a more intimate setting, urging them to share every detail of what had transpired in Canaan since I was taken from them. They, in turn, begged to hear my story, though I spared them some of the harsher details of my years in slavery and imprisonment. That day felt like waking from a nightmare into the gentle light of morning. Where bitterness might have thrived, only forgiveness and renewed love could take root. I marveled at the unexpected paths God's plan had taken, guiding me from a pit in Canaan to a position of authority in Egypt, and now reuniting me with the very brothers who once tore our family apart. Though years of separation still lingered in our eyes, a new chapter began in the heart of that Egyptian palace. It was as if the dreams of my youth, those symbols of sheaves and stars, were fulfilled not in condemnation but in reconciliation. I realized more than ever that God's designs were beyond my comprehension, yet always far more wondrous than I could have imagined. I often find myself reflecting on the winding road that brought me to this place. When I think back to the day my father gave me that multicolored coat, so vibrant, so full of promise, I realize now that it was more than a garment. It was the first sign of a destiny unfolding. At the time, all I could see was the warmth of my father's love and the envy in my brother's eyes. But if I trace every thread of my story through betrayal and slavery, through prison and Pharaoh's palace, I see how God gently wove all of it into a tapestry of mercy. He took the darkest circumstances and turned them into blessings, not just for me but for countless others. When I stood in front of Pharaoh's throne, interpreting dreams that foretold a devastating famine, I had no idea how that chain of events would eventually bring my entire family under one roof again. The heartbreak I endured, being thrown into a pit and sold to strangers, became the very avenue by which I learned to trust God's hand, even when I couldn't see the path. Each sorrow led me to a deeper understanding of faith, each injustice prodding me toward a compassionate heart. There was no instant revelation that made it all clear at once. Rather, it was in the gradual unveiling of events that I recognized the Lord's fingerprints in every chapter of my journey. For a long time, I struggled to understand how my youthful dreams of leadership could align with the pain of slavery. I felt abandoned in Potiphar's house, then doubly so in prison, especially after being falsely accused. My faith was tested to the point of despair. Yet, in that crucible of suffering, my reliance on God became unshakable. Every favor I received, from gaining Potiphar's trust to earning the warden's confidence, felt like a small but vital reassurance that God had not forgotten me. I learned patience the hard way, day by day, as I waited for a rescue only heaven could orchestrate. When, at last, I was lifted out of the shadows to interpret Pharaoh's troubling dreams, I realized how meticulously God had prepared me for that moment. My prior experiences, managing Potiphar's estate, organizing prison affairs, were stepping stones. By the time I took charge of storing grain throughout Egypt, I was no stranger to responsibility and planning. In the depths of my heart, I understood that every trial had shaped me. God does not waste our suffering. Instead, He forges it into tools for His work. And the famine itself, devastating as it was, became the reason my brothers would walk back into my life. Seeing them bow before me as strangers, pleading for food, stirred every emotion: pain, anger, love, and longing. It was hard not to resent them for what they did, but my tears revealed that the bonds of family and faith ran deeper than bitterness. Still, I needed to know if their hearts had changed. I tested them, placing them in difficult positions, observing whether they would abandon one another as they had once abandoned me. The sight of Judah begging for Benjamin's life, willing to sacrifice himself, was the final crack in my guarded heart. Here were men transformed by remorse, bound by love for our Father and for each other. The moment I revealed my identity, declaring, "I am Joseph," remains etched in my memory like a miracle. Seeing the shock on their faces, followed by relief and then tears of remorse, was like a healing balm. We wept and clung to one another, the distance of years collapsing in a single embrace. In that moment, I realized that God's hand had been upon us all along, even when we were consumed by grief and hatred. My brother's betrayal was undeniable, but so was God's grace, using our brokenness for a far greater purpose than any of us could have foreseen. Welcoming my father to Egypt was the culmination of that redemptive arc. When he first set eyes on me, alive and flourishing in Pharaoh's court, words failed us both. We simply held each other and let tears speak for us. I thought of all the nights he must have spent grieving for the child he believed lost, the emptiness he must have felt. And I thought of the heartbreak I carried, imagining he might have passed away without ever knowing the truth. To stand before him once more, no longer a boy but a man entrusted with the welfare of an entire nation, felt like stepping fully into God's promise. I arranged for my family to settle in Goshen, a fertile region in Egypt where they could tend their flocks and be close to me. Pharaoh himself offered his blessing, acknowledging that the same wisdom which saved Egypt could sustain my own people. As I rode out to greet them in their new home, watching them unload their belongings and settle among the green pastures, I felt an overwhelming gratitude. The famine still gripped the land, but because of our foresight and God's guidance, we had enough to feed not just Egyptians, but also my family and many others seeking refuge. Sometimes I wonder what might have happened if I had chosen vengeance instead of reconciliation. What if, in my anger, I had simply thrown my brothers into prison or sent them away empty-handed? It's a chilling thought. I might have fed the bitterness that once threatened to consume me, missing out on the profound healing God intended. In choosing forgiveness, I found freedom, not only for myself but for my brothers as well. It became clear that love and mercy triumph where revenge only breeds more pain. In my final reflections, I see how God's invisible hand guided me through every detour and delay. The path was strewn with challenges, some caused by human cruelty, others by inevitable hardship, but not one step was wasted. Each disappointment taught me humility, each triumph encouraged faith, each loss spurred gratitude. Where I once stood proud in a coat of many colors, dreaming of grandeur, I now stand humbled by God's mercy, grateful for the chance to serve and protect those who once did me harm. The lessons I carry are simple yet profound. Trust God when no path seems open, forgive those who have wronged you, and remain faithful in every task, no matter how small. These are the seeds that grow into great harvests, the quiet acts of faith that move mountains. Looking back, I see a story that only the Almighty could have written. A story of betrayal turned to blessing, despair turned to deliverance, and shattered dreams turned to saving visions. My life is proof that even when everything seems lost, God can bring about a greater good than we ever imagined. And so, here in Egypt, surrounded by my father, my brothers, and the rich tapestry of events that brought us to this place, I find peace. Yes, the famine rages, but we stand united as a family, sheltering under the God who works all things together for good. I once yearned to return to my father's tent as a cherished son, yet God had something far more expansive in mind. I no longer doubt his timing or methods. I simply yield to the truth that his ways surpass our understanding. In every valley, in every triumph, his hand has guided me, and for that I will forever give thanks.
The story of Moses. In a distant time, when the morning sun rose over the land of Egypt, the wide Nile River shimmered beneath its golden light. Lined with lush reeds and tall grasses, the river's banks stretched out like a green ribbon through the desert sands, a lifeline winding through an ancient world. The breeze rustled softly through the reeds, as if whispering secrets held for thousands of years. It was a place of both beauty and mystery, a place that gave life but also held hidden dangers. Birds swooped low over the water, fish rippled beneath the surface, and all around, the hum of life filled the air. In this peaceful scene, the Israelites, a humble, hard-working people, lived as slaves under the rule of the Egyptian pharaoh. They toiled each day, laboring under the scorching sun, bending under the weight of tasks that seemed endless. Yet, despite their suffering, they carried within them the quiet strength of hope. They held to the belief that they were God's chosen people, that one day freedom would come. But for now, their days were filled with toil, and even their children were threatened by Pharaoh's harsh decrees. Pharaoh, fearing that the Israelites might grow too strong and rise against him, ordered that every newborn Israelite boy be cast into the Nile River. The people trembled under this decree, fearing for the lives of their precious children, yet powerless to stop it. The waters of the Nile, once a source of life, now held the shadow of danger and sorrow. Families whispered in fear, mothers held their infants close, and fathers searched for any way to protect their sons. In the midst of this dark time, there was a mother named Jochebed, a woman of courage and deep faith. She had recently given birth to a son, a beautiful, healthy boy with eyes that sparkled like stars. She saw something special in him, a light that gave her strength. As she held him close, her heart filled with a fierce love and a resolve that no danger could shake. She knew she had to protect him, even if it meant risking everything. For 3 months, she kept her son hidden, wrapping him in blankets and keeping him close, so no one would hear his soft cries. Each day, she prayed for strength, asking God for guidance and courage. Yet, as he grew, it became harder to hide him, and Jochebed knew that she had to make a difficult choice. She gathered reeds from the river's edge, weaving them together to create a small basket. She coated it with tar and pitch, making it watertight so it would float like a tiny boat. This basket would be her son's cradle, his lifeline. One morning, as the first light touched the Nile, Jochebed placed her precious child in the basket. Her hands trembled as she set him among the reeds, near the river's edge. She leaned close, whispering a blessing, her voice soft yet filled with love. "God be with you, my son," she murmured, her tears falling like dew upon his face. She prayed that he would be safe, that he would grow strong, and that, somehow, God would protect him. Jochebed's daughter, Miriam, watched nearby, hidden among the tall grasses. She was young, but her heart was full of love and loyalty for her baby brother. Her eyes never left the basket as it drifted gently, rocked by the water's soft current. Miriam was ready to follow, to watch over him, hoping with all her heart that he would be safe. As the morning sun rose higher, the river shimmered in its light. Pharaoh's daughter, a young woman of noble grace, came to the river to bathe. Surrounded by her attendants, she stepped into the cool waters, enjoying the calm and beauty of the early day. Her eyes drifted to the reeds, where the basket lay nestled among the grasses. Curiosity flickered within her, and she gestured to one of her attendants to fetch the basket. When the basket was brought to her, Pharaoh's daughter leaned down and gently lifted the cover. There, lying within the cradle of reeds, was a tiny baby, his eyes wide with wonder, his soft cries filling the air. Her heart softened as she looked upon him, her compassion stirred. She knew he was a Hebrew child, yet she felt a deep desire to protect him. In that moment, she made a choice that would change not only her life but the lives of countless others. She held him close, soothing his cries, and with a heart full of tenderness, she decided to raise him as her own. "This child shall be called Moses," she said softly, "for I drew him out of the water." With that name, Moses, his story began, a story that would carry him from the safety of Pharaoh's palace to the deserts of Midian, and, one day, to the liberation of his people. Watching from the shadows, Miriam's heart filled with relief. Summoning her courage, she approached Pharaoh's daughter, bowing respectfully. "Shall I fetch a Hebrew woman to nurse the child for you?" she asked, her voice calm and steady. Pharaoh's daughter nodded, and Miriam ran to fetch her mother. Jochebed returned, her heart overflowing with gratitude and awe. She took her child in her arms once more, knowing that God's hand had protected him. And so Moses grew up under Pharaoh's roof, nurtured by his own mother, yet surrounded by the riches of the Egyptian court. He would come to know the ways of the palace, yet within his heart, a seed of destiny was quietly growing. He was an Israelite, set apart for a purpose not yet revealed, held safely by the hands of both his earthly and heavenly mothers. As he grew, he would carry with him the love, courage, and faith of the woman who set him upon the waters, trusting in God's protection. With his mother's faith as his foundation and Pharaoh's daughter's compassion as his guide, Moses' journey was only beginning. The quiet reeds along the Nile, the gentle current that carried him, and the tender hands that held him, all were a part of the divine plan that would one day lead him back to his people. And so, the child in the basket drifted into his destiny, guided by a hand unseen but ever present, setting the stage for the incredible journey that lay ahead. Chapter 2: Growing Up in Pharaoh's Court. Moses grew up within the towering walls of Pharaoh's palace, surrounded by grandeur and luxury. As a young boy, he roamed the spacious halls adorned with golden carvings, murals, and statues of the gods of Egypt. Pillars stretched up to the ceiling, seeming to touch the heavens, while intricate mosaics glistened under the light filtering in through high windows. Every corner of the palace exuded an air of majesty, designed to impress upon all who entered the unmatched power of Pharaoh's reign. In every room, rich tapestries hung alongside ornate vases and treasures from distant lands, a testament to Egypt's strength and reach. Here, Moses was clothed in fine linens, attended to by servants, and educated alongside Pharaoh's own kin. As he grew older, Moses was taught to read and write, learning the language of the Egyptians along with the wisdom of their scholars. He studied mathematics, astronomy, and the mysteries of the Nile cycles. His tutors spoke to him of the stars and the seasons, of the gods and the eternal life they believed awaited those who honored them. They taught him to revere Pharaoh as a living god, an idea that cast an aura of both awe and fear over the palace. Yet, despite the elegance surrounding him and the impressive knowledge he absorbed, Moses felt a quiet unease in his heart, a feeling he could not quite understand. There was a part of him that didn't quite fit, a small, persistent tug on his soul. When he looked out from the palace over the lands of Egypt, he would often see the Israelites laboring in the distance, their forms bent low under the scorching sun as they worked on Pharaoh's vast construction projects. Their cries echoed faintly in the distance, the weight of their suffering reaching him even from afar. Though he was raised as a prince, something in Moses' spirit seemed to stir at the sight of his people. He could not yet grasp why, but he felt a deep sympathy for their plight. He would catch himself watching them, longing to understand who they were and why they toiled so relentlessly. Even in his youth, Moses found himself drawn to quiet places where he could think, far from the bustling activity of the palace. He would walk along the cool marble corridors in the early morning or late at night, when the palace was silent and shadows stretched long across the floors. In these peaceful hours, he often felt the faintest whisper in his heart, a voice that seemed to beckon him towards a purpose yet unknown. He didn't speak of this to anyone, for he barely understood it himself. But as the years passed, that quiet voice grew stronger, a gentle nudge that reminded him he was not truly of this world of riches and power. Though he was a prince, Moses never quite embraced the title. He wore the garments of royalty and sat at the feasts with Pharaoh's family, but he often found himself more comfortable in the quieter company of his own thoughts. The noise of the court, the laughter of Pharaoh's sons, and the endless banquets seemed to blur together in his mind. Even when he laughed and joined the games of the royal court, he felt an underlying stillness within him, as if he was waiting for something, though he knew not what. As a young man, he came to know both compassion and inner strength. He was loved by the Egyptians around him, yet he held a quiet sense of humility that set him apart. Pharaoh's daughter, who had raised him as her own, often marveled at Moses' calm, reflective nature. She noticed how he preferred listening to speaking, and how his eyes would grow distant when he looked upon the Israelites from afar. Yet, despite her curiosity, she kept these observations to herself, sensing that Moses' journey was one she could not entirely share. One day, while he was still young, Moses wandered beyond the palace walls, accompanied by a small guard. As they moved through the bustling streets of Egypt, Moses' eyes took in the sights around him with awe and curiosity. He saw merchants selling their wares, children playing, and craftsmen at work. The hum of life in Egypt was vibrant, filled with the smell of spices, the sound of laughter, and the chatter of people in the marketplace. But amid this lively scene, he also caught glimpses of sorrow and hardship, especially among the Israelite slaves. Men and women, their faces lined with weariness, carried heavy burdens, their brows slick with sweat as they labored in silence. At one point, Moses noticed a group of Israelites working under the fierce gaze of an Egyptian overseer. The man barked orders, his voice harsh and unyielding, as he struck the slaves with a whip, urging them to work faster. Moses felt a pang in his heart, a deep sadness mingled with a sense of anger at the injustice he witnessed. Though he was dressed as an Egyptian, a prince of Pharaoh's court, he felt a kinship with those laboring under the midday sun. In that moment, he began to understand that the suffering of his people was not something he could ignore. Returning to the palace that evening, Moses found himself deeply moved by what he had seen. He sat in the quiet of his chamber, staring out over the darkening landscape. The stars began to appear one by one, and as he gazed at them, he felt once more the faint pull of that inner voice. Though he couldn't fully grasp its meaning, he sensed that his life was meant for something beyond the golden halls and marble floors of Pharaoh's palace. His spirit was restless, and he felt as if he stood on the edge of a great journey, one he could not yet see, but which awaited him nonetheless. Each passing day seemed to add to the quiet burden in his heart, and he began to grow more and more detached from the palace life. Pharaoh's court, with all its riches and splendor, felt more foreign to him than ever. The servants, the feasts, the sounds of laughter, all seemed distant, as if he were watching from another world. Moses spent more time walking along the edges of the palace gardens, seeking solitude and silence, his heart full of questions. In these quiet moments, he would reflect on his place in the world, sensing that he was both a part of Egypt and yet entirely apart from it. He was drawn to the river, where he often sat by the reeds, remembering the stories he'd been told of how he was found. He was both prince and wanderer, a young man searching for his purpose, feeling the pull of his heritage like a distant call. It was as if the land itself whispered to him, the earth and sky urging him to remember who he was, even as he struggled to understand his own heart. The young Moses did not yet know the incredible path that lay ahead, nor the trials he would face. But in his heart, he carried the seeds of a deep faith, a faith that would grow with time and experience. He would rise not as a prince of Egypt, but as a servant of his people, chosen for a purpose he could only begin to imagine. And so, Moses continued his days in Pharaoh's court, living as both a prince and a stranger, a young man waiting, listening, and slowly discovering the destiny that lay hidden within his soul. Chapter 3. A Call to Justice. Moses flees Egypt. As Moses matured, his inner restlessness grew, and the quiet but relentless pull toward the plight of his people deepened. The sun blazed down one hot afternoon as he walked beyond the palace walls, his heart heavy yet drawn toward the bustling life of Egypt's streets and fields. Despite being a prince, he felt far more a stranger than ever before, unable to find peace amidst the luxury of the palace or the reverence shown to him by Pharaoh's court. Something within him stirred each time he saw the Israelites laboring under Egypt's oppressive rule, feeling an invisible but unbreakable bond with them. On this particular day, Moses wandered further from the royal grounds, finding himself amid the workers who were bending under the weight of heavy stones and building blocks, each one drenched in sweat, their bodies bruised and weary. His heart clenched as he watched their strained faces and felt the harshness of their reality. Just as he looked away, a shout broke through the air, filled with anger and the snap of a whip. Moses turned quickly, his eyes widening at the scene unfolding before him. An Egyptian overseer was striking an Israelite man, the whip lashing against the man's back with cruel precision, each blow more merciless than the last. The Israelite crumpled beneath the assault, his body bowed with exhaustion, his hands trembling as he tried to steady himself. Moses felt a rush of anger and sorrow so intense it seemed to course through his veins like fire. He had grown up learning the ways of Egyptian justice, of power and command, yet this felt profoundly wrong to him. Here was a man, one of his own people, suffering, humiliated, and beaten without mercy. This was not justice, he thought, but cruelty. Before he could stop himself, Moses stepped forward, his feet moving with a purpose he hadn't known until now. His voice rang out, sharp and commanding. "Stop!" The overseer paused, surprised by the authority in Moses' tone. For a moment, everything fell silent. But in that silence, a surge of rage filled Moses, a sense of responsibility and indignation he had never felt so clearly. As the overseer turned to strike again, Moses seized the man, his hand raised to stop him. A struggle ensued, swift and forceful. And in the heat of that moment, the overseer fell silent, his body still, life slipping away. The realization hit Moses all at once. He looked down at his hands, trembling in the aftermath of his actions, stunned by the turn of events. He hadn't meant for this to happen, yet he could not escape what had just occurred. The Israelites nearby watched in stunned silence, their faces a mix of awe and fear, while whispers rippled through the crowd. Moses looked into their eyes, seeing in them a mix of hope and horror, as if he had done what they dared not imagine. But he also saw fear, the kind that reminded him of the cost of opposing Pharaoh's power. It dawned on him then that he could not stay in Egypt. That night, Moses lay awake in his chamber, his thoughts a torrent of worry, guilt, and uncertainty. He had defended his people, yes, but he had also crossed a line, a boundary that meant he could no longer stay in the land of Egypt without consequence. He knew that by morning, word would reach Pharaoh, and the consequences would be severe. Moses' heart pounded as he wrestled with the weight of his actions and the choice that lay before him. With the first light of dawn, Moses made his decision. He gathered what little he could, leaving behind the silks and jewels that marked his royal status. There was no room for hesitation. He slipped through the palace grounds under the dim morning sky, passing silently among the shadows until he reached the edge of the city. Each step felt heavy with finality, a farewell to the life he had known, to the family that had raised him, and to the luxury he had once taken for granted. But he did not look back. The desert stretched before him, vast and daunting, yet somehow it felt like a welcome freedom after the confinement of the palace. As he ventured into the wilderness, he felt the weight of his past slip away, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Where would he go? What would he do? Yet he could not ignore the whisper in his heart, the call to something beyond Egypt, a call to justice, to truth, and to a life that would one day lead him back to his people. Days turned into nights, and nights back into days, as he journeyed through the barren landscape. The sun beat down relentlessly during the day, and the cold settled in with the stars at night. But Moses pressed on, driven by a purpose he couldn't fully understand. He walked through valleys and climbed rocky hills, his mind replaying the scenes he had left behind. The suffering of his people, the cruelty of their overseers, and his own anger, which had spurred him to act without a second thought. At last, weary and sunburned, he reached the land of Midian, a place far removed from Egypt, where the desert sands stretched on under the wide, open sky. It was there, by a quiet well shaded by palms, that Moses' life would take yet another turn. As he rested, his tired eyes closed for a moment. He heard the voices of shepherds approaching the well with their flocks, their laughter filling the quiet air. He watched as a group of sisters arrived, leading their own small flock, their hands steady and their voices gentle as they tended to their sheep. But the peace was soon shattered as the shepherds pushed the sisters aside, driving their flock away to water their own sheep. Moses, still weary from his journey, felt a familiar stir of injustice in his heart. Without hesitation, he rose and intervened, defending the sisters and helping them draw water for their flock. The sisters, grateful for his kindness, thanked him and invited him to their home. There, he met their father, a wise and welcoming man named Jethro, who took Moses in with open arms. In the land of Midian, Moses found a place of refuge and a chance to start anew. Here, he lived simply, working as a shepherd, finding comfort in the quiet, humble life he now led. He spent his days caring for the flocks, wandering the hills and valleys, and learning the ways of the land. Gone were the lavish garments and the trappings of royalty. Now he wore simple robes, his hands rough from labor, and his heart calm in the solitude of the wilderness. Though far from Egypt, his memories of the past remained with him, like distant echoes that softened over time. Yet he knew that his life had changed irrevocably, that his actions in Egypt had set him on a path from which he could not turn back. In the quiet of the desert nights, under the vast expanse of starlit skies, he reflected on his journey, wondering about the future and the purpose that lay ahead. As Moses tended the sheep, day by day, season by season, he slowly grew in wisdom and patience. The prince of Egypt had become a shepherd in a foreign land, yet a part of him felt closer to home in this simple life than he ever had in Pharaoh's palace. In the wilderness he found peace, the kind that calmed his restless spirit, the kind that allowed him to listen, to himself, to the land, and perhaps even to God. And though he did not know it yet, his time in Midian was only the beginning of a far greater journey, a journey that would one day lead him back to Egypt, back to his people, and back to the heart of his true purpose. The call to justice that had driven him from Egypt still burned quietly within him, a promise waiting to be fulfilled. Chapter 4. A New Life in Midian. In the peaceful land of Midian, Moses found a quiet sanctuary, a life far removed from the relentless noise and burden of Egypt's splendor. Here, the landscape was painted with wide stretches of desert sands, hills that rose gently under the soft sunlight, and valleys filled with wild grasses that swayed in the gentle wind. The air was clean, carrying with it the scent of earth and open skies, filling his lungs with a simplicity he had never known before. As the days turned into weeks, Moses slowly settled into the rhythms of this new life, letting go of the palace's grandeur and embracing the peaceful routine of a shepherd's work. In Midian, Moses was no longer a prince but a humble man living by his own labor. He worked side by side with Jethro's family, especially Jethro's eldest daughter, Zipporah, whose kindness and gentle spirit soon drew Moses' heart. Zipporah was strong, both in body and spirit, with a love for the land and its creatures. She had a quiet wisdom that matched the calm of the desert, and her laughter was as warm as the Midian sun. Together, they tended to the flock, guiding the sheep through the rocky hillsides, searching for patches of green amid the arid landscape. The work was hard, but it was honest. Every morning, Moses rose with the first light, leading the flock into the hills as the sun cast a warm glow across the land. He watched the sheep carefully, guiding them through the rough terrain, and his heart grew full with each passing day, a steady, grounded peace that he had never known before. The grandeur of Egypt felt distant now, a faint memory overshadowed by the simplicity and beauty of life in Midian. Moses felt his spirit settle, as if he was finally finding his place, not as a prince, but as a shepherd, a caretaker of life in its simplest, most precious form. The days in Midian unfolded with a quiet joy. Moses learned the ways of the land, how to read the signs in the sky, how to find water in the driest seasons, and how to protect the flock from wild animals. Under the guidance of Jethro, he learned the ways of the shepherd, developing patience and attentiveness. Moses watched as Jethro led his family with humility and strength, his wisdom rooted in respect for the earth and its creatures. This new world of Midian taught Moses lessons that no royal education could ever provide: a deeper understanding of humility, gratitude, and reverence for the Creator's handiwork. As the seasons passed, Moses and Zipporah's companionship blossomed, and eventually, they married in a simple ceremony under the vast sky. It was a quiet, private moment, shared with close family and the endless desert as witness. Zipporah became his wife, his partner in life, and together they built a humble home in Midian. They were blessed with children, and Moses' heart swelled with gratitude each time he held his newborn child, marveling at the miracle of life. The years flowed like the gentle streams that occasionally graced the desert after rare rains. Moses became a devoted husband, a loving father, and a trusted shepherd. The simplicity of his life filled him with a sense of purpose and peace. Yet, even as he poured himself into this new life, a part of him held onto the memories of his people, the Israelites. Every so often, in the quiet of night or the stillness of early dawn, the image of his people's suffering would flicker in his mind, like a distant echo he could not ignore. Though he felt far from Egypt, the weight of his heritage, his identity, remained within him, silent but unforgotten. He could never completely shake the image of the Israelite slaves bent low under the sun, toiling under the harsh eyes of their overseers. He remembered their faces, the sorrow etched into their skin, and the burdens they carried. He remembered the cries of those who suffered, their voices mingling with the sounds of whips and harsh commands. These memories lay hidden in the depths of his heart, surfacing now and then to remind him of a world he had left behind. A world still bound in chains, yearning for freedom. One day, as Moses tended his flock, he found himself alone in the quiet wilderness, surrounded by hills and open skies. He gazed out over the landscape, his heart swelling with gratitude for the life he had found, yet tinged with a quiet sadness for his people. The silence of the desert seemed to listen, a comforting presence that understood his unspoken thoughts. He breathed deeply, feeling a peace that mingled with an old sorrow, and he found himself praying, a soft whisper to the unseen God who watched over all things. Moses knew that he was blessed, that he had found a life rich in love, family, and purpose. He had a wife who was his equal, children who filled his days with laughter, and work that gave him meaning. Yet his soul could not entirely rest, not while his people still suffered. The Israelites were still there, enduring hardship, and though he was miles away, his heart remained connected to them, as if a part of him had never truly left Egypt. As he grew older, Moses' bond with the land deepened, and he found solace in the vast, quiet beauty of the desert. He marveled at the sunrise each morning, the sky painted in hues of pink and gold, and he watched as the stars blanketed the heavens each night, filling him with awe for the Creator's power. He felt closer to God here in the wilderness than he ever had in the temples of Egypt, surrounded by statues and rituals. Here, in the silence and simplicity, he felt the presence of something far greater than himself, a force that seemed to breathe life into all things, that held the earth, the sky, and the souls of his people. Over time, Moses' strength grew both in body and spirit. The years of tending sheep, of living close to the land, had honed him, teaching him patience, endurance, and resilience. He had become a man of humility and quiet strength, a man shaped by the lessons of the earth and the love of a family. He no longer thought of himself as a prince but as a servant to life itself, a guardian of the land and its creatures. Yet the voice within him, that quiet call to justice, remained. He felt it stirring from time to time, a gentle reminder of a purpose yet unfulfilled. Moses could not know it then, but his years in Midian were a preparation, a time of growth and transformation. His journey was far from over, and the call within him was merely waiting, gathering strength for the day it would lead him back to Egypt, back to his people, and back to the heart of his destiny. In the quiet land of Midian, surrounded by family and the peace of the desert, Moses found contentment, a life filled with grace and purpose. But he also knew that life often held mysteries yet to be revealed, destinies that unfolded only in their own time. And so he waited, his heart open to the path ahead, trusting that the one who created the heavens and the earth would guide him when the time was right. Chapter 5. The Burning Bush, God's Calling. One day, as Moses was guiding his flock through the rugged terrain of the wilderness, he ventured further than usual. He climbed a rocky slope, leading his sheep toward the greener pastures hidden within the valley's folds. The day was clear, and the sky stretched endlessly above him, as if embracing the earth with silent promise. Moses felt a quiet contentment, absorbed in the steady rhythm of the journey, his heart attuned to the landscape's every whisper. As he neared a particular hill, something caught his eye, a flicker of light, soft and glowing, at the top of the mountain. Puzzled, he stopped and gazed upward, shielding his eyes from the sun. There, amidst the rocks and dust, he saw it. A bush alight with fire, its flames dancing brightly, yet the leaves and branches remained untouched, unburned. Moses blinked, unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. But no matter how many times he looked, the bush burned, yet it was not consumed. A mixture of curiosity and wonder stirred within him, drawing him toward the mysterious sight. Leaving his flock safely gathered, he climbed the hill, the soles of his sandals pressing into the warm, uneven earth. His heart quickened as he approached the bush, the flames flickering, yet steady and pure. It was a sight both strange and beautiful, a fire that did not devour but seemed to shimmer with a holy purpose, a presence far greater than himself. As he stood before the burning bush, his breath caught, and he felt a presence envelop him. A feeling of peace yet awe, as though he were in the company of something beyond earthly understanding. Then, in the midst of this quiet wonder, a voice broke the silence, clear and resounding, filling the air around him. "Moses! Moses!" Moses' heart raced, yet he felt no fear, only reverence. The voice was gentle yet powerful, as if it resonated from deep within the earth itself. Trembling, he replied, "Here I am." The voice spoke again, each word carrying weight, drawing him closer. "Do not come any closer. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." Without hesitation, Moses bent down and slipped off his sandals, his fingers brushing the warm earth beneath him. As he stood barefoot on the sacred ground, a sense of humility washed over him, grounding him in a way he had never experienced. "I am the God of your father," the voice continued, "the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." With these words, Moses felt a surge of recognition, a stirring in his soul that reached deep into his heritage, his very identity. He had grown up hearing tales of the God of his ancestors, the God who had made promises to Abraham, who had walked with Isaac and blessed Jacob. Yet here, in the quiet of the wilderness, the presence of this God felt overwhelmingly real, tangible, as if reaching across time and space to meet him here in this moment. Overcome with awe, Moses lowered his head, covering his face with his hands. He felt unworthy to gaze upon such holiness, to be in the presence of the Creator, the God who had shaped the stars, the mountains, and the hearts of men. Silence filled the air, a silence that was alive with reverence. As Moses waited, his heart open, his spirit humbled. Then, the voice spoke once more, this time with a message that would change the course of his life forever. "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey. As the words filled his heart, Moses felt a surge of emotion, a mix of sorrow for the suffering of his people and an inexplicable joy at hearing that God had not forgotten them. God had heard their cries, seen their pain, and was now planning to deliver them from bondage. For so many years, the Israelites had lived in oppression, their cries unanswered. But now, in this moment, in the silence of the wilderness, God's compassion was revealed, and a promise was born. But then, the voice shifted, drawing Moses back into the present with words that left him breathless. So now go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt. The weight of those words struck him deeply. Go? To Egypt? To confront Pharaoh? The very thought made his mind whirl. He had left Egypt behind, had shed his past life like an old garment. He had found peace in Midian, built a family, and embraced the quiet life of a shepherd. And now, God was calling him to return to the place he had once fled, to face the ruler he had once served. Who am I? Moses stammered, his voice barely a whisper. That I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt? Doubt crept into his heart, filling him with uncertainty. He was no longer a prince, just a simple shepherd, unworthy, unprepared. How could he, a man who had spent years wandering in the desert, be the one to lead an entire nation to freedom? But God's response was firm, filled with reassurance and strength. I will be with you, the voice said, and those words wrapped around Moses like a mantle, calming his fears, grounding him in a purpose beyond himself. And this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain. Despite the promise, questions still filled Moses' mind, worries he could not ignore. Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? Then what shall I tell them? In response, God revealed something profound, a name that held the power of eternity. I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. The name resonated in Moses' heart, a declaration of God's eternal presence, his unwavering existence, and his boundless power. I am the one who was, who is, and who will always be. God's voice continued, filling Moses with the words he would need, promising that the Israelites would listen to him, that he would lead them to freedom, and that the Egyptians would release them, though it would not be without struggle. As the words sank into his soul, Moses felt a mixture of fear and hope, a stirring of purpose that he could not ignore. Yet, his doubts lingered, and he asked, what if they do not believe me or listen to me? God, with patience and understanding, showed Moses signs. A staff that turned into a serpent, a hand that became leprous and then was healed, to reassure him of the divine power that would accompany him on his mission. And still Moses hesitated. But, Lord, I am slow of speech and tongue. He feared his own weaknesses. But God's response was gentle yet unyielding. Who gave human beings their mouths? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say. Though Moses' heart still wrestled with fear, the assurance of God's presence filled him with newfound strength. At last, he understood. He was not being called to rely on his own strength, but to lean entirely on God's. As Moses descended the mountain, the path of his life had shifted, and he knew that his journey with God had truly begun. The road ahead would be challenging, filled with trials he could scarcely imagine. But he walked with the promise that God would be with him, guiding each step, until the day he would lead his people to freedom. Chapter 6. Returning to Egypt and confronting Pharaoh. As Moses descended from the sacred mountain, the weight of his calling settled upon him like a cloak. The tranquil life he had built in Midian was now behind him, replaced by a mission that filled him with a mixture of courage and trepidation. His heart pounded with the knowledge that he would soon stand before Pharaoh, the ruler of Egypt, his former home, a place now filled with memories he had once tried to leave behind. And yet, in the depths of his soul, Moses knew he could not turn away. He had been given a purpose, a command from God himself, and he would carry it forward. Moses returned to his family, where he took time to explain what had happened on the mountain, the divine calling that had reached him from the burning bush, and the mission God had given him to set the Israelites free. He told Zipporah of his fears, his uncertainties, and the challenge he knew awaited him. Without hesitation, Zipporah agreed to accompany him, to journey with him into a future that was unknown but filled with purpose. So Moses gathered his family, his staff, now a symbol of the divine power that would guide him, and the few belongings they could carry. Together they set out for Egypt. Along the way, memories of his past life returned. The splendor and luxury of Pharaoh's palace, the golden corridors, the pillars adorned with hieroglyphs. This time, however, his journey was humble and quiet, with faith as his true guide. As he approached the land of Egypt, Moses' heart began to race, and he prayed silently, reminding himself that God was with him. When he arrived, he met his brother Aaron, whom God had sent to meet him. The two embraced, their reunion both joyous and solemn, for Aaron understood the mission that lay before them. Moses shared with Aaron all that God had spoken to him, recounting the signs God had shown him, and together they prepared to face the task at hand. Their first step was to speak to the elders of Israel, the leaders among the people. The elders watched in awe as Moses performed the signs as God had instructed, the staff transforming into a serpent, his hand becoming leprous and then restored. One by one, they bowed their heads, realizing that God had not forgotten them. He had heard their cries and was moving to deliver them from bondage. Strengthened by the support of the Israelite leaders, Moses and Aaron approached the palace, its grandeur towering before them, tall and formidable, a symbol of Pharaoh's power. The journey from the gates of Egypt to the palace felt like a lifetime, each step carrying the weight of their mission. When they entered, Pharaoh sat upon his throne, a figure of unyielding authority, surrounded by attendants and guards, his expression one of cool indifference. Pharaoh's gaze turned upon Moses and Aaron, and a faint trace of recognition flickered in his eyes as he looked upon the man who had once been raised among his people, now standing before him as an emissary of an unknown God. In that moment, Moses took a steady breath, feeling the strength of God's presence with him, and he spoke the words he had been commanded. "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, Let my people go, so that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness." Pharaoh's laughter echoed through the hall, a sound laced with arrogance and disdain. He leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Moses, and replied with a tone both mocking and dismissive. "Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." Moses and Aaron exchanged a glance but stood firm, unshaken. They repeated God's message, urging Pharaoh to heed their words. Instead of showing mercy, he ordered the Israelite slaves to be burdened with even greater labor, demanding they gather their own straw for bricks while maintaining the same workload. The cries of the Israelites rose, their suffering intensified, and resentment grew against Moses and Aaron for stirring Pharaoh's wrath. Distraught, Moses returned to God in prayer, his heart heavy with sorrow for his people. He cried out, wondering why God had sent him if it only led to more suffering. But God's response was filled with patience and assurance. "Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh," God said, his voice a promise of what was to come. "Because of my mighty hand, he will let them go." Bolstered by God's reassurance, Moses continued his mission, even as the Israelites questioned and doubted him. The people's spirits were low, their hope tested by Pharaoh's oppression. Yet Moses held tightly to God's words, trusting that the deliverance promised was near. Chapter 7. The 10 Plagues and the Power of Faith. As the days turned into weeks, Moses and Aaron returned again and again to Pharaoh's court, each time delivering God's urgent message. "Let my people go." Each time, Pharaoh's heart remained hardened, and each refusal was met with yet another display of God's power, a divine response that shook the very foundations of Egypt. With each encounter, Moses felt the weight of his mission heavy upon him, yet he held fast to his faith, believing that God would ultimately prevail. The first of the plagues came swiftly, as God transformed the waters of the Nile into blood. The river, once a life-giving source for the people, turned foul, its waters thick and repugnant. Fish died, and the stench permeated the land, a sign of the judgment that had befallen Egypt. The Egyptians dug along the banks of the Nile in desperate search for clean water, but the foulness of the river served as a relentless reminder of Pharaoh's defiance. Yet, even in this chaos, Pharaoh's heart remained unyielding, and he refused to let the Israelites go. Then came the plague of frogs, swarming over the land, invading homes, beds, and kitchens, filling every corner with their relentless chorus. The people of Egypt were horrified, and Pharaoh, in desperation, summoned Moses, pleading for relief. "Pray to the Lord to take the frogs away," he begged, his voice tinged with panic. Moses prayed, and the frogs disappeared. But as soon as the land was cleared, Pharaoh's heart hardened once more, and he reneged on his promise to let the Israelites go. With each new plague, God demonstrated his power, and each time, Pharaoh's obstinacy intensified. Next came the gnats, rising from the dust and swarming over man and beast, biting with their painful sting. The magicians of Pharaoh's court tried to replicate this miracle, but they could not. They finally recognized the hand of God at work and said to Pharaoh, "This is the finger of God." Yet still, Pharaoh remained unmoved, unwilling to yield. Then the flies descended upon Egypt in a terrible wave, filling every home and land with a buzzing, biting frenzy. But in the land of Goshen, where the Israelites lived, no flies appeared. This distinction was a powerful testament to God's protection over his chosen people. Even as the Egyptians suffered, Moses and Aaron witnessed the grace that God extended to his people, and their faith deepened. But Pharaoh, still resistant, continued to refuse their demands. As the plagues progressed, the next affliction was upon the livestock. A severe disease struck the animals of Egypt, killing off horses, donkeys, camels, and cattle, while those of the Israelites remained unharmed. The sight of dead animals piled high became another sign of the consequences of Pharaoh's refusal to obey God's command. Yet still, he remained hardened in heart. Moses and Aaron returned once more, standing before Pharaoh to declare the next plague: painful boils that would break out upon the Egyptians and their livestock. This time, the magicians were unable to stand before Moses because of the boils that covered them, a powerful sign of God's authority. Even this act of divine judgment did not soften Pharaoh's heart. He remained resolute in his pride and stubbornness. The eighth plague followed swiftly, locusts that swarmed across the land, devouring what little remained after the hail. The crops that had escaped the hail were now consumed, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Pharaoh, once again, pleaded with Moses to pray for relief, promising to let the Israelites go. But as soon as the locusts were gone, his resolve returned, and he reneged once more. Then darkness fell over the land, a deep, oppressive darkness that enveloped Egypt for 3 days. It was so thick that the people could not see one another or move about. The only light was found among the Israelites. This plague served as a powerful reminder that God's light shines even in the darkest of times, providing hope and protection to his people. With each plague, the tension in Egypt grew. The people suffered, and the cries of the Israelites grew louder, yet Pharaoh remained steadfast in his refusal. God had shown his power in ways that were undeniable, but Pharaoh's pride blinded him. Finally, the 10th plague was foretold, the death of the firstborn. God instructed Moses to prepare his people for this final act of judgment and deliverance. Moses shared with the Israelites the instructions given to him by God. They were to take a lamb without blemish, slaughter it, and apply its blood to the doorposts of their homes. When the Lord saw the blood, he would pass over them, sparing them from the judgment that would come upon Egypt. This act of faith was a sacred moment, one that would forever mark the beginning of their deliverance and a new life. As the night of the 10th plague approached, the air was thick with anticipation and dread. The Israelites prepared their homes, gathering with family, and feasting on the lamb as they awaited the midnight hour. For the Egyptians, the night brought terror. As the clock struck midnight, a cry of anguish rose from every household in Egypt, for the firstborn of every family perished, men and beasts alike. Through the trials of the 10 plagues, Moses had witnessed firsthand the might of God, the strength of faith, and the unfolding of divine purpose. Each plague was a testament to God's unwavering commitment to his people and a reminder that faith in him could conquer even the most hardened of hearts. As they prepared for their departure, Moses felt a deep sense of gratitude, knowing that the journey to freedom had begun, all under the watchful eye of the God who saves. Chapter 8. The Exodus and the Parting of the Red Sea. With the cries of anguish still echoing through Egypt, Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron in the middle of the night, his face a mask of despair and desperation. "Rise up," he commanded, his voice trembling with fear, "and go out from among my people, both you and the children of Israel. Go, serve the Lord as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also." The urgency in Pharaoh's tone signaled the breaking point of his pride. He had finally acknowledged the might of the God of Israel. Moses and Aaron hurried to gather the Israelites, and soon the news spread like wildfire. "We are free! We are leaving Egypt!" Joyous shouts rang through the camp, mingled with disbelief and relief. Families embraced, tears of happiness streamed down their faces, and excitement thrummed in the air as they prepared for their journey into the unknown. The Israelites packed their belongings, gathering unleavened bread in haste, for they were to leave before the sun rose. Each household was filled with a sense of urgency, as the time for liberation had finally arrived. As dawn broke, the Israelites began their exodus, stepping out of the bondage that had held them captive for so long. Moses led the way, holding his staff high, while Aaron followed close behind. They traveled in a great multitude, men, women, and children, forming a long line that wound through the desert. God guided them by a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, a visible reminder of his constant presence and protection. The journey was not without its challenges. The path led them away from the well-traveled roads of the Philistines, and instead, they found themselves traversing the more difficult terrain of the wilderness. As they moved farther from Egypt, a sense of wonder filled their hearts. They were free, yet uncertainty loomed in the distance. Questions lingered. Where would they go? What would they face in the wilderness? But through it all, their faith in God remained steadfast. However, word of their departure reached Pharaoh's ears, and once again, his heart hardened. Regret seeped into his mind as he realized the cost of his defiance. "What have we done?" he cried out to his advisors. "We have let the Israelites go, and now we are without their service." In a fury, he summoned his chariots and soldiers, determined to bring the Israelites back by force. The clatter of hooves and the rumble of chariots echoed ominously as they pursued the fleeing people. As the Israelites journeyed deeper into the wilderness, they soon found themselves at the edge of the Red Sea, the water stretching endlessly before them, a barrier to their escape. Suddenly, panic set in as they turned to see Pharaoh's army advancing toward them. Fear gripped their hearts, and the cries of the people rose in a chorus of despair. "Have you brought us out here to die?" they shouted at Moses. "Were there no graves in Egypt that you took us away to perish in the wilderness?" Moses, standing firm, felt the weight of their anguish pressing down upon him, yet he knew the truth of God's promise. "Fear not," he declared, his voice steady. "Stand firm and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent." With those words, Moses turned to God in prayer, seeking guidance in the midst of despair. God's response came swiftly. "Why do you cry to me? Tell the people of Israel to go forward. Lift up your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it, that the people of Israel may go through the sea on dry ground." Filled with renewed faith, Moses obeyed. He lifted his staff and the waters began to part, revealing a pathway through the sea. The wind roared around them as the waters rose like walls, creating a corridor of dry ground. The Israelites watched in awe as the miraculous scene unfolded. The air crackled with anticipation, and a sense of reverence filled the hearts of those who dared to take the first steps onto the seabed. The path was dry beneath their feet, a stunning testament to God's power and promise. With a mix of fear and exhilaration, the people stepped into the parted waters, their hearts racing as they walked forward, flanked by towering walls of water on either side. Children clutched their parents' hands tightly, and the elderly moved cautiously but determinedly. The wonder of it all enveloped them like a warm embrace, their journey now a miraculous adventure. As they crossed, the Egyptians charged after them, their chariots clattering in pursuit. But as they neared the center of the sea, God looked down upon them, confusion setting in among Pharaoh's forces. "Let us flee from before Israel," they cried out in terror. "For the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians." Yet it was too late. God commanded the waters to return, and as soon as the last of the Israelites stepped onto dry land, the waters cascaded back into place. The mighty waves crashed over Pharaoh and his army, consuming them in a swirling tide. The roar of the sea drowned out the cries of despair, and in an instant, the pursuit ceased. The Israelites turned to watch as the power of God swept away their oppressors, a moment forever etched in their hearts and minds. As the waters settled, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm golden glow over the scene. The Israelites stood on the shore of the Red Sea, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe. They had witnessed the salvation of the Lord and the destruction of their enemies, a powerful affirmation of their faith. Moses, seeing the joy and relief on the faces of the people, took up his tambourine and led them in a song of praise. "I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and rider he has thrown into the sea." The song echoed across the sands, a jubilant celebration of their newfound freedom. Women danced, men clapped, and children laughed, their voices rising to the heavens as they expressed their joy and gratitude. Through the power of faith and the mighty hand of God, the Israelites had journeyed from bondage to liberation. As they continued their trek through the wilderness, they carried with them the hope of a new beginning, the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey, and the knowledge that their God was with them every step of the way. Chapter 9. The Wilderness Journey, Trusting in God's Provision. As the echoes of their triumphant song faded into the distance, the Israelites began their journey through the wilderness, a vast and untamed expanse that stretched before them like a blank canvas. The path ahead was uncharted, filled with both uncertainty and promise. Each step they took was a reminder of their miraculous escape from Egypt, but the wilderness was also a place of challenges. Here they would face tests of faith, moments of doubt, and the opportunity to grow closer to God. The sun rose high in the sky, casting a warm light upon the weary travelers. As the day wore on, the landscape changed from sandy stretches to rugged hills and rocky outcrops. The Israelites walked together, their hearts still filled with joy, but soon the reality of their situation began to set in. They had left behind the comforts of Egypt, and the vastness of the wilderness reminded them of their vulnerability. Questions bubbled up among the people. Where would they find food and water? How would they survive in this barren land? After several days of travel, the provisions they had brought from Egypt began to dwindle. The joyous laughter that had once filled the air was replaced by whispers of concern and unease. "If only we had stayed in Egypt," some murmured. "At least there we had food to eat." The memories of their time in slavery began to blur into a false nostalgia, overshadowing the pain of their oppression. Fear crept in like a shadow, casting doubt upon the promises of God. Moses, sensing the unrest among the people, turned to God in prayer, seeking guidance. The Lord reassured him, saying, "I will rain down bread from heaven for you. The people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day, that I may test them whether they will walk in my law or not." With this divine promise, Moses conveyed the message to the Israelites. "Tomorrow, you will see the glory of the Lord. He will provide for us." The next morning, as the sun began to rise, the Israelites emerged from their tents with anticipation. As they looked out upon the landscape, they beheld a miraculous sight. The ground was covered with a fine, flake-like substance, glistening in the morning light. It looked like frost on the ground, and they called it manna, which means "what is it?" in Hebrew. They marveled at this heavenly gift, each person filling their containers with the sweet, nourishing substance. "Gather what you need for today," Moses instructed, "but do not keep any until morning." Obediently, they collected the manna, but some, driven by fear of scarcity, hoarded more than they needed. When morning came, they discovered that what they had kept had spoiled overnight, a clear reminder that God's provision was for each day alone. He taught them to trust in Him daily, to rely on His goodness and grace. As days turned into weeks, the Israelites grew accustomed to gathering manna each morning. It became their daily bread, nourishing their bodies and sustaining their journey. God also provided quail in the evenings, filling their hunger for meat. With each meal, they were reminded of His faithfulness, yet still, they faced challenges along the way. One day, as they traveled through the dry wilderness, they came to a place called Marah, only to find the waters there bitter and undrinkable. The people complained against Moses, their voices filled with frustration and despair. "What shall we drink?" they cried. Once again, Moses sought the Lord, and God instructed him to throw a piece of wood into the waters. When he obeyed, the waters became sweet and refreshing. This miracle was another reminder of God's power and provision, reinforcing their need to trust Him in times of trouble. But the journey continued, and the wilderness held many more lessons. As they traveled on, they encountered a lack of water once again, and this time the people were desperate. "Why did you bring us out of Egypt to die in this wilderness?" they cried. Their faith wavered under the weight of their thirst, and Moses felt the burden of their complaints. He cried out to God, and the Lord instructed him to gather the elders of Israel and take his staff to a rock at Horeb. Moses did as he was commanded, striking the rock with his staff. To the astonishment of all, water gushed forth from the stone, providing enough for the entire congregation and their flocks. It was a powerful testament to God's unfailing provision, showing that even in the harshest circumstances, He could bring forth life and sustenance. As they continued their journey, they faced the Amalekites who came out to fight against them. Fear threatened to overwhelm the Israelites once again, but Moses, under God's guidance, selected Joshua to lead the battle. As Moses stood on a nearby hill, his hands lifted high in prayer, the Israelites fought valiantly. Whenever his hands were raised, they gained the upper hand, but when they faltered, the enemy surged forward. Aaron and Hur, recognizing the struggle, supported Moses by holding his arms up until sunset, ensuring their victory. Through each trial, God was shaping the hearts of His people. He was teaching them to trust, to rely on Him, and to support one another in faith. They were learning that the wilderness, though harsh, was a place of growth, where they could encounter God in powerful ways. As they journeyed onward, they realized that their physical needs were met, but more importantly, their spiritual understanding was deepening. The Israelites were beginning to recognize the importance of obedience, trust, and community. Their hearts, once bound by fear and doubt, were being transformed into hearts of faith, willing to follow the God who had delivered them. The wilderness journey was not merely a path to a promised land. It was a sacred time of learning, reflection, and preparation. Each step they took brought them closer to the heart of God, fostering a deepened trust that would carry them through the trials ahead. And with each morning's gathering of manna, they were reminded that God's provision was not just a necessity. It was a promise of His unwavering presence and love. Chapter 10, Mount Sinai and the Promise of a New Covenant. After many months of wandering through the wilderness, the Israelites arrived at the foot of Mount Sinai, a majestic peak that towered over the arid landscape. The mountain loomed large, shrouded in mystery and glory, its summit hidden by thick clouds. This was no ordinary place. It was the very mountain where God had chosen to reveal Himself to His people. Here, they would encounter the holiness of God and receive His divine instructions for living in harmony with Him and one another. As the Israelites set up their camp at the base of the mountain, excitement and apprehension filled the air. They were weary from their journey but filled with a sense of anticipation. God had led them through trials and tribulations, providing for their every need, and now they were about to enter into a sacred covenant with Him. Moses ascended the mountain, leaving the people behind, and as he climbed, He was enveloped by a thick cloud, a visible manifestation of God's presence. On the mountain, the air crackled with energy as the voice of God thundered through the clouds. "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage," he proclaimed. This was the preamble to the commandments that would guide the people in their new life. Moses listened intently, absorbing each word as God delivered the 10 Commandments. Divine principles meant to foster a community built on love, respect, and righteousness. "Have no other gods before me," God declared, establishing the foundation of their relationship. He continued, detailing commandments that would govern their worship and interactions. "You shall not make for yourself a carved image. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy." With each command, God provided a glimpse into his character, revealing his desire for his people to reflect his holiness and justice in their lives. After receiving the commandments, Moses descended the mountain, his face aglow with the radiance of God's glory. The people were in awe of the sight, but they were also fearful. "Do not be afraid," Moses reassured them, "for God has come to test you, that the fear of him may be before you, that you may not sin." The Israelites listened intently, their hearts eager to understand how to live in a way that honored their God. Moses then instructed them on how to build an altar and offer sacrifices, establishing a tangible way for the people to express their devotion to God. They were called to be a holy nation, a people set apart, and the covenant they entered into was not just a contract but a promise of relationship. God's commitment to be with them as they journeyed to the promised land. As the days passed at the foot of Mount Sinai, the Israelites continued to prepare their hearts for the new covenant. They were to be a people marked by obedience and love, learning to trust in God's guidance in all aspects of their lives. They engaged in communal worship, offering thanks and praise for the deliverance they had experienced. Each sacrifice was a reminder of God's grace and mercy, reinforcing their commitment to live according to his ways. But amid the glory of God's presence, there was also a sobering reminder of their human frailty. While Moses remained on the mountain, the people grew anxious. They felt abandoned, and their fear turned to doubt. In their longing for reassurance, they approached Aaron, demanding an idol to lead them. "Make us gods that shall go before us," they insisted, forgetting the powerful deliverance they had witnessed just days before. Aaron, succumbing to their pressure, fashioned a golden calf, and the people rejoiced, believing they had created a tangible representation of the divine. As they celebrated, they lost sight of the holy covenant they had just entered into. When Moses descended and saw the chaos, his heart broke. He confronted the people, shattering the tablets of stone that held the commandments, a powerful symbol of their broken relationship with God. In that moment, Moses interceded on behalf of the people, pleading with God for their forgiveness. He reminded God of his promises, and with a heart full of compassion, God chose to renew the covenant. He instructed Moses to carve 2 new tablets, promising to write the commandments once again. This act of grace demonstrated God's unwavering commitment to his people, even when they faltered. Moses returned to the mountain, humbled and resolute. As he ascended once more, he sought a deeper understanding of God's character. "Show me your glory," he implored, yearning for a more intimate experience of the Almighty. God responded, revealing his nature to Moses, proclaiming, the Lord God, merciful and gracious, long-suffering, and abounding in goodness and truth." This encounter solidified Moses' understanding of God's faithfulness, even amid human failure. As Moses descended the mountain once more, he brought the new tablets with him, and with them came a renewed sense of purpose for the Israelites. They were called to be a light to the nations, living out the commandments as a testament to God's grace. The community began to understand that their journey was not just about reaching the promised land, but also about cultivating a deep and abiding relationship with the God who had chosen them. Over time, the Israelites learned to trust in God's provision and guidance, and the wilderness became a place of transformation. They grew from a group of former slaves into a community of faith, bound together by their commitment to God and to one another. Through trials and triumphs, they discovered the depth of his love and the beauty of living in obedience to his word. As they prepared to continue their journey, Moses reminded them of their calling: to remember the Lord their God, to love him with all their heart, soul, and strength, and to teach their children the ways of the Lord. The journey ahead was still fraught with challenges, but they would face it together, fortified by their covenant with God. And so, as the Israelites prepared to leave Mount Sinai, they carried with them the commandments and the promise of a new beginning. Their hearts were filled with hope, and their spirits renewed, as they stepped forward into the wilderness, ready to embrace the path that God had set before them. In that sacred moment, they understood that this journey was more than a physical trek. It was a journey of faith, a pilgrimage toward the fulfillment of God's promises. Together, they walked onward, knowing they were not alone, for God himself was guiding them every step of the way. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Genesis and Exodus. Before you go, please like the video and subscribe to our channel to help us spread the word of God here on YouTube. Now I wish you a peaceful and blessed sleep, and I'll see you on the next video. God bless you.